Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making Tembe TV your favorite TV station. And this is Open Forum, your political open forum discussion that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Apologies for starting a bit late today. We had a long day, but I believe we are in again for us to do the necessary. Ensure that every Kenyan is armed and dangerous as we count down. It's 29 days to go. The elections are around the corner. Are you set? Have you decided who you're voting for and why you're voting for them? We would love to hear what you feel and think about the same. Well, this is that time again. Let's get talking. Well, Baba makes a triumphant entry into Bomet, has a massive rally today. And what is the significance of all this? Is everything all right? Let's get talking, please. You can get into the studio and we will dive into this. Of course, William Ruto is at it again, asking for more forgiveness. I don't know forgiveness for what, but we would love also to dive at that kind of characteristic of leadership. One apology after another apology after another apology after another. Is that his style of doing politics, or he's taking Kenyans for a ride? This is it. Let's get talking. 29 days to go. Are you set? Is your voters card and ID ready? Baba anasema bunduki na risasi. Sijui kama ya kwako iko ready. Kila mmoja lazima ujitahidi. Wakati huu sio mtezo. We are having an historic elections where every Kenyan is called upon to rise to the occasion and make a wise decision to see to it that this country moves forward. No more going back. Thank you very much. Well, the link to use to get to the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space. Another apology again. When we are talking about apologies, we are not able to stream directly or to Facebook until we are sorted out. There are still hiccups, and we will be clearing that soonest. In the meantime, please ensure that you help our Facebook followers to join us on YouTube. We are live only on YouTube, and so inform everybody not to miss out on the show tonight as we dive into the politics of the day. So it is YouTube channel only, and so Mtembe TV, make sure you are a subscriber and a continued follower of this particular show. I'm sure you get an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the whole thing. Well, tumia your link, kuja studio tuongee. Leo ni leo, asemaye kesho ni muongo. Mambo ni kama hayo. Otieno Wycliffe, karibu kwa show. Mohamed Nyamawi, karibu kwa show. Alum, hi to you. Thank you so much. Nani huyu mwingine? Kuna Morris, Morris nani? Mwakoyo, karibu kwa show. Nekta Nyambane, asante sana. You are welcome. Okay, thank you. Karibu. Nani mwingine? Kuna Nekta Nyambane. Today, wonderful in Kericho. Aya, karibu kila mmoja tafadhali, na ukitupata karibisha wawili watatu, usitazame kipindi peke yako. Tungependa kukuhimiza tafadhali, hakikisha kwamba unajulisha kila mmoja kwamba tumekuja na tuko hapa ngangari kuhakikisha kwamba kila Mkenya anamakinika kisiasa kwa kuwa na ufahamu unaofaa kwa masuala haya. Inaonekana Azimio la Umoja ni la umoja kweli na lina mvuto sehemu zote, si kama vile tumeambiwa kwamba sehemu fulani ni ya political party fulani, lakini hii ni tafu ya fulani, hii si tafu ya mwingine. Ni kama ile Azimio la Umoja ni ngoma ambayo lazima kila mtu ajitahidi. Asante sana kwa wote ambao mnajumuika nasi. Tunaanza moja kwa moja kwa Mama Selina. Mama Selina, vipi leo?
Poa Penat. Leo nimeamua kuweka Mama Selina. Rero ni rero.
Rero ni rero.
Rero ni rero, Ndanai, Bomet, Kericho, Wakalenjin. Tulisema silent majority Penat. Silent majority speak. Na nikaona suti amepapaika mpaka amekimbia Langa SWAT kwenda kuongea na watu kuuliza msimamo yao. They did not expect. Wakalenjin wameamua. Na poem ya hiyo mtoto mdogo aliongea, wow, nakwambia. Unajua kuna kura ile si ya kufalishwa, red t-shirt, yellow t-shirt, OTM t-shirt. They come the way they are. Na waliulizwa, wale wamekuja ni wale wamependa baba. Na kuna wakati kuna mtu alijaribu kusema ati aliambiwa Kericho hakuna ODM, watu walitoa mpaka kofia. Nakumbuka uliona Oparanya akisema alikuwa ametishiwa, akaambiwa usijaribu kwenda Kericho na t-shirt ama kofia ya ODM. Wakati aliambia crowd was so wild kuonyeshana wako ODM huko ndani huko, kutoa hiyo makofia na kukataa. Wakalenjin wamechoka na uongo. Baba anaingia Salat, akaambia watu na Kikalenjin mupatie baba 34%. Watu akamwambia Salat hakuna 50%. So Salat ameambia jamii ya Kalenjin ya kwamba ana wamesikia ya kwamba wakati Mlima na watu ya Nyanza wameshikana, we cannot afford to be outside the government. Lazima tuwe huko ndani. So mama amekaribishwa, baba amekaribishwa. Sasa hii msamaha, unajua sasa nashangaa Penat, hata wewe utatuambia hii msamaha inatoka wapi? Huko Turkana alikuwa anajaribu kuongea kuhusu baba, lakini amepata Waturkana ni watu ya baba. Amejaribu Pokot. Sasa hii msamaha sijui ni ya kuchapa Uhuru ama anaomba nani msamaha? You know, specific. Mtoto ama ukifanya makosa, kuna ile mtu utaomba msamaha. Uwezi sema hata kwa Mungu. Uwezi ambia Mungu unisamee, umefanya nini ukasamewa. So we need to know, who are you asking for forgiveness? Kenyans. Kwa sababu ulishindwa kufanya kazi yako, ama hii forgiveness ni ya nini Penat? Because hauwezi amuka tu na leo unaomba msamaha, kesho unarudia. Kama Uhuru amesema yala amesema, na kuna ile mkutano tunasikia fununu ni ya mwisho anaenda, na leo umesahau, tafutia sisi hiyo clip. Ilikuwa ya Moses Kuria na Wamatangi wamefukusana huko Central kimewaka moto. Utatafuta hiyo utaangalia ya kwamba mambo ni ngumu Penat, mlima imeteleza. Auwezi. Wamatangi amefukuswa, Kuria akakuja na yeye hakusimama akaenda, lakini alifurahia kuona Wamatangi akirushiwa mpaka makaratasi sijui nini, kumaanisha imekuwa ngumu. Wenye walijaribu kuwa Kirinyaga Bernard, mambo imebadilika, vitu vichenjanga. Gavana Kiraitu amesema the 5th president of Republic of Kenya is Raila Amolo Odinga na deputy yake ni Martha Karua, na ameambia Wameru yeye si mchinga na yeye atakuwa governor. Huyo mtu watu wametout, amekuwa akinyamaza, lakini ukiangalia leo amekuwa na mkutano kubwa sana Meru, na amesema anaambia Wameru mkubali ni ya kwamba rais ya 5 ya Jamhuri ya Kenya ni baba Raila Amolo Odinga. 29 days Penat. tunaakisa wa Kenya wakuwe tayari na kitambulisho na kura. Kina mama, amuka mapema, pikia watoto chai, kama masiwa yako mapema, kama ni kupeleka deri, peleka mapema, piga kura, by saa 4 umerudi nyumbani kutengenezea baba na watoto chakula. Otherwise, Penat, niko na furaha sana. Jana niliwaambia Kalenjin hatuwezi kuwa behind, na ninashukuru ya kwamba our community hawawezi watu wa nyuma, wanajua baba zaidi, wanamjua na kuna mambo amefanya. So wote leo walikuwa ndani na history. Baba tunasema ni asante. Wale wote wamesimama. Na ingine pena naona Kenya kaseti imetangazwa, naona uchaweka. Tuko na 3 candidates. Moja Bomet. No, yeah, women rep ya Kericho ameenda unopposed. Kuna Councillor Kimutai Eldama Ravin na kuna moja North Eastern. So this time round pena tuko na watu watatu tu wameenda unopposed. 2 MCS na 1 women rep imetangazwa tu saa hii. Alafu party list pena tukiangalia tena party zimepatia loyalty. Naona Mbati ako kwa ODM party list ya kwanza, kumbe aliwatia mama wa Homa Bay. Na nimeona Secretary General ya UDA kwa laini, nimeona watu wameweka. So nilikuwa nasema hayo nimeona. Alafu kuna constituencies Penat wako na watu wengi sana, 16. Hiyo ni South Mukarango, kuna some constituencies sijafuata, but ya kwamba ni Kenya kaseti tumepata. Sakacha amewekwa ndani, Songo amewekwa nje, na gavana na seneta moja ya Kiambu nafikiria. So wacha tuone mambo vile itaenda. Kenyans are very clever. Na Chebukati amesema ameweka Sakaja kwa sababu walipata court order. So anasema but still kesi ikiamuliwa then they will have to do, I don't know what they can do, but anyway, wacha niwatie hapo Penat. Najua nimemaliza 3 minutes, I'm not supposed, lakini nimesema summarize. Thank you.
So, asante sana mami kutupatia hiyo summary tunahitaji, na ndio tumakinike tukianza mjadala wetu. Nashukuru kila mmoja. Tafadhali ukiendelea kutupata, karibisha watu, share hiyo link. Kumbuka tuko YouTube peke yake, hatuko Facebook live. Kwa hivyo watu wa Facebook hawana habari. Copy hiyo link unatumia kutupata kwa YouTube, post kwa Facebook page yako, post kwa Facebook groups, post kwa WhatsApp groups, ili watu wa makinike wakutuke waje huku tukajadili haya mambo yanavyoonekana. Inaonekana hii election ishakwenda hata kwa dawa hakuna reverse gear. Hii ndio ile Mudavadi alikuwa anasema nimekanyaga break imekatika. Hii inaonekana break ishakatika. Tungependa kujua maoni yako mahala popote ulipo. Nashukuru wote mliko kwa comment section. Tafadhali, let's keep it clean. Thank you very much for your continued support and continued followership. Let's keep it at Mtembei TV and do the necessary to see to it that all Kenyans are notified and are fully aware that this is it. They must make a right decision. Melvin Lamengit, I hope I've got that this time around. Salama, namna gani?
Tuko wazima huku, labda nyinyi huko mliko.
Kwani nyinyi watu mmefungulia mfereji yote, hamuna huruma?
Nilikuambia na nimeishi nikisema watu wanakuaga nyuma ya curtain lakini wako ndani ya nyumba.
Yes.
Mmekubali sasa. Niliwaambia Rift Valley kura ni mingi sana. Umeona leo venye baba amekaribishwa huko Kericho, Bomet, na wamekubali. Wamesema yeye ndio kiongozi ambaye wanajua. Wewe umeona vile anashangiliwa, ajenunua watu, aje transport watu, amekuja akapata wananchi wamemsubiri. Yeye ni baba. Kwa upande wangu leo nikipenda kuchangia kuhusu mada ya leo. Unaona vile Martha Karua anajaribu kuapproach watu vizuri, huwezi linganisha na hao wengine. Alafu ukiangalia leo William akiwa huko Turkana, lakini amekuwa confused, sijui tutamuombea aje. Bernard, naomba umuombee, umwekelee mkono, kwa sababu amekuwa confused. Mara anasema sijui alipigiwa simu na Uhuru kumuomba msamaha. Sasa ndio nashangaa president atakuomba msamaha aje? Alafu pia ukiangalia leo nimeona mahali Kuria anatoa matangi mbio wako mkutano mmoja, alafu mambo inaharibika mara moja. Hiyo imenishangaisha, lakini nimekubali. Nimeona, unajua ukiangalia mlima wametufunzaga na vitu mingi sana. Ukiangalia watu wa mlima ni watu wajanja sana. Hoteli wanaweza weka kwako, lakini kodi hawatakulipa. Kodi kuna mwenye watalipa. Mlima wametuonesha ya kwamba hao walikuwa ndani ya mkahawa kukula, lakini mkahawa imeisha. Sasa ni masaa ya kazi, na kura wameamua wanapatia Raila Amolo Odinga atuongoze. Ukiangalia siasa venye inaelekea saa hii Bernard, mimi nimeanza kuwa na imani na kila mahali, kwa sababu sikuwa natarajia hata hiyo mkutano mahali William ako leo amestuka. Kericho, hata yeye mwenyewe hajawahi kuwa na mkutano kama hiyo. Kericho mzima wametoka kutoka. Ukiangalia Bomet wametoka kutoka, najua imewaka kali. Baba amemuonesha, unajua huwezi bishana na season politician. Wewe utakuzunguka huku upige nduru, lakini season politician akishaamuka atoe kichwa hivi nje, baba unaanza kuomba maji. Na saa hii sisi tumeamua Rift Valley. Jana nilikuwa nataka kurudi kwa mjadala kidogo. Unajua kuna jamaa hapo alikuwa anaongea, lakini hasa leo ningeomba akuje pia kwa mkutano, ndio aone ya kwamba sisi tumeamua ni Raila Amolo Odinga. Na pia watu wa Rift Valley, ukiangalia Rift Valley mzima, unajua ni vile saa hii huwezi chagua ati mtoto juu ni wenu umchague na ni mwizi. Mwizi ni mwizi. Mwizi ana sura ya Muluya, Mkalenjin, Mkikuyu. Mwizi ni mwizi. Alafu kitu kingine ukiangalia corruption imetulia saa hii. Hapo nyuma tulikuwa tunasikia billions zimeibiwa, saa hii tusikii. Saa hii kitu yenye William anapiga naye siasa ni Kemsa. Sijui wamekula nini, washukisha mahindi. Unajua kuna kitu kimoja Bernard, hauwezi kuwa unatumia pesa yangu, mshahara yangu, unatumia rasilimali yangu na bado unapiga nduru Bernard. Kama wewe ni kiongozi wa opposition leader, anguka nje, kuja fresh. Sema unga imepanda na si yuko kwa serikali, unatumia bado mshahara, unakula mshahara. William ni kiongozi mzuri, lakini ako na uongo mingi na ni mkora. Atakuja kuwa kiongozi siku moja, lakini sio saa hii, lakini abadilike. Unajua ukiwa kiongozi uingishe mpaka bibi yako kwa siasa, unamfunza ukora. Kuna wakati mmoja nimeisikia bibi yake akikuja anasema sijui amaiombea maji ikabadilika. Kwani amekuwa nani? Amekuwa Moses. Ati maji ikabadilika, ilikuwa nyeusi ikakuwa nyeupe. Mimi hiyo nilistuka mpaka nikashangaa, maji ikageuka ikakuwa nyeupe Karen. Sasa wewe unakuja unafunza mpaka bibi ukora. Nyinyi wote kwa hiyo nyumba mnakuwa wakora. Na mimi naomba, sijui William atatorokea wapi, kwa sababu kitu ya kwanza tukiapisha Raila Amolo Odinga tunamwambia weka hii kijana jela, arudishe pesa. Sisi tunataka maji Rift Valley. Kuna mahali njaa iko. Ukiangalia saa hii kama huko Baringo njaa iko, na njaa hiyo inakuja kwa sababu ya William. Amekula pesa ya damu. Arudishe kwanza. Arudishe hiyo kwanza ndio atukuje tuongee. Ukisikia wazee wa Kalenjin wanalalamika kuhusu mahindi imekuliwa. Si ati imekuliwa kidogo, imekuliwa ndugu yangu, imekuliwa. Alafu mtu anakuja anatuambia ni kijana ya nyumbani tukaribishe. Unakaribishaje mwizi? Kijana ya nyumbani unaleta nyumbani kijana mwizi. Kijana ya nyumbani, wewe kuja ati wewe ni mtu ya nyumbani. Bernard, hiyo hakuna mambo ya nyumbani. Nitupeleke jela Kamiti. Kama atapata kuku 2-3 afugiwe huko Kamiti ni sawa, lakini jela tunapeleka yeye na watu yake. Haya, kitu ingine, Oscar Sudi awache hii mambo ya kuingia na kuharibu jina. Oscar Sudi kila mahali. Oscar Sudi akisikia kitu kidogo amekuwa hata wanawake wana hiyo mdomo. Mwanaume Mkalenjin si wa kupiga mdomo, ni wa vitendo. Ukiangalia watu kama kina Kipkali Akonesa walikuwa wanafanya kazi. Ukiangalia Isaac Ruto ni watu wa kuchapa kazi. Lakini wewe unakuja na mdomo tu mingi, mdomo hiyo haiwezi saidia sisi. Sisi tunataka watu wa kuchapa kazi, na ndio manake tumesema tunapatia Raila Amolo Odinga aongoze miaka 5, akiongoza mzuri tupatie yeye. William, unajua kuna kitu kimoja anataka kufanya, kuuza sympathy, alete hii nchi ikuwe kama Sri Lanka. Atukubali. Hii ni Kenya, ni nchi huru. Akileta mchezo tunachukua yeye pamoja na familia tuweke jela Kamiti. Kama ni watoto na ni wezi wamekula pesa ya Kimwarel, tunapeleka huko Mombasa kwa ile jela ya Mombasa. Sisi tutaki mchezo. Tunataka watu wakuwe waaminifu. Si kila mtu akiingia kwa media anasema Mkalenjin amekula. Wakalenjin sio wezi. Wakalenjin si wezi, waibi kitu ya mtu. Mkalenjin hapana mwizi. Mtu ambaye ni mwizi ni William Samoei Ruto. Ukiingia kwa media, hata kama ni watu wenye wanachangia hapa, mtu akichangia hapa anasema William si Kalenjin. William Samoei ndiye ameiba, si Kalenjin. Kalenjin sio wezi. Acha hiyo mchezo. Kalenjin hapana mwizi hata mmoja. Hakuna mwizi Mkalenjin. Arap Moi alibia nani? Arap Moi alikuwa anasaidia kila mtu. Mtu anakuja anasema hapa Kalenjin ni mwizi. Kuna mzee jana aliingia hapa jana jioni anakuja anasema sijui nini. Mtu kama huyo Bernard, toa mbio kabisa, aende afungue channel yake huko ya kuongea upusi. Si ati akisikia channel imefunguliwa naye anakuja na hasira zake hapa anatukuja kutuletea sisi. Pia sisi ni wanaume kama yeye. Aache hiyo mchezo, tunamheshimu na hiyo uzee wake na nywele nyeupe. Mungu ambariki pia. Amuonekanie. Aache mchezo. Ni hayo tu kwa leo Bernard. Nasikia nikiongea zaidi na chamuka. Mungu awabariki, muwe na usiku mwema.
Asante sana Nelvin, nakwambia mambo ni kama hayo. Nashukuru sana kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Naomba tusonge mbele. Tafadhali karibisha mtu ajiunge na kipindi cha leo. Lazima mbivu na mbichi ijulikane. Lero ni lelo. I have not been able to capture the prophetic significance of that song, but it has come out clear. And one of the wonders that one Raila Odinga leaves you wondering, because how does he see these things from far? And they play exactly according to the script. Even in the place where it's least expected. Huyu mzee ni kama ashapita huko. Ashapalilia. Sisi tukipiganga huko kelele, ashafanya clearance, yana kujanga tu polepole. So alikuwa anavuka Kericho akienda. Leo ameland. This God is different. The video natengeneza ya wamatangi madrums na vituko. Na kama una video ambayo ungependa kushiriki nayo, tafadhali unitumie kwanza, lazima ikaguliwe. Tafadhali kumbusha watu tuko YouTube peke yake, Facebook aingi mpaka further notice. So please, na kama hujakuwa subscriber wa Mtembei TV, fanya hima tafadhali, fanya hima, usifungiwe nje. Wakati mambo imeanza kwenda hivi, Facebook tuko, YouTube hatuko, you don't know what will happen. So make sure that you have subscribed on both. You are a follower on Facebook as well as a subscriber on YouTube. And you should also consider being a member. Naambiwa hapa kuna time fulani ambapo members only were the ones commenting. Sasa hii ni masuala ya serikali administration ya Mtembei TV. Tutaangalia masuala, lakini my encouragement to you is that why wait? Just be a fully fledged member so that you're not limited in any way. But everybody's welcome to share what they think and feel about our politics and about our development as a people. We really need this country to move forward and have a capacity to take care of its people. Capacity to take care of its people. We just don't want people to fill offices and have titles. Jana kukawa kwa mkutano wa kufanya wakfu mchungaji mmoja. So kukatokea Bishop Mungoja mzee. Alafu akatusomea ile andiko. Sijawahi sikia ile andiko vile lilisomwa jana. Akasema atamanie kazi ya waskofu. Anatamani kazi nzuri. Then mzee akapost kidogo na akasema ningependa uangalie na uone andiko linasema kazi, sio cheo. Watu wengi wanapenda cheo cha askofu, wataki kazi ya askofu. Tunahitaji watu ambao wanapenda kazi, si wale wanapenda cheo. There are people who want to kill everybody because they want to be president. That is not what it should be. We must have people who love to work. They are willing to work. Hata wakifanya cleaner, they will work. If they are, it means to volunteer, they will volunteer, but they will work. Not nipewe hii ndio nifanyike hii, nipewe hii ndio nifanyike hii. Thank you very much. Naomba tusonge mbele sasa, tumsikize huyu Jamal Said. Namna gani bwana Jamal?
Mnanisikia?
Yes, unapatikana, endelea.
Haya, mmefanya mzuri hiyo na tuko tayari inshallah. Mungu akitufikisha tutamfuti hiyo rondi, lazima baba akwe present. Na kama sisi vijana na huyu jamaa tumejua ujanja yake na tushachoka naye ukongo yake, na alikuwa amekatizwa kwa serikali na kuna kitu alifanya. So hawezi kuja sasa hata kutuambia atatufanyia kazi, na alikuwa makatisa na tushajua ni nani. Na atoki Amerika wala atoki Canada, na alikuwa hiyo Kenya hii tu. So naomba hasla tushajua, na tunaomba Mungu atufikishe na tufika hiyo siku. Sio tunakuwa tunaongea tu, tukue ready na tunamjua ile mtu ambaye tunamvote, tunampigia kura ikuwe baba. Sio watu ambao tunakuja hapa tunaongea kuongea na kila mtu ako na kitambulisho yake, na ile siku lazima tuende kwa vote bana. Mi familia yangu wote wako ready, tuende tukamvote hiyo baba. So kwa hiyo machache sina la kusaidi za kusema, na nilikuwa nimesema hiyo, na inshallah Mungu atufikisha tunaenda kufuata inshallah kwa baba.
Asante sana bwana Jamal, tunashukuru, na point yako ni nzito sana. Ni ya muhimu. Tufanye campaign si kwa juu ya magari peke yake. Let's do it at family level. Confirm kama madam ana ID, confirm. kama ndugu, kwa sababu hii kelele mnatupigia bila ID, wewe auko kura yako imepotea tayari. Wacha kuibiwa. Haijaibiwa. Wewe una ID hauwezi kupiga kura. Kwa hivyo hakikisha ID yako ipo. Na bado tuko na siku ngapi? 29. Yeah, there is 14 days hapo in between. Ukienda ku apply replacement alafu ufuatilie unyo utaipata. Kwa hivyo hakikisha ID yako iko vizuri na umeweka salama. Jeshi ile imebaki kwa watu wanaopinga uchaguzi huu, itakuwa sasa kuzurura usiku wakiokota ID. Jihadhari, weka chini ya mattress mahali unalala hivi na pilo. Hapo ndio maisha yako iko. Usiruhusu mtu akuwekea ID na usitembee nayo ovyo ovyo. Fanya photocopy, tembea na photocopy. Polisi akikuuliza mwambie lero lero ni lero, na unaenda tu. Hiyo wimbo imekubalika kila mahali. Na hakuna mtu haijui. Hata wanajua lero lero ni lero, hakuna mchezo. Hey, huyu baba kama angekuwa politician angekuwa nabii. Mimi nimeona yeye nabii kabisa kabisa. Hey. So naomba tusonge mbele. Nani huyu? But no, Linet wa Bomba. Let me just respond to this before Kip comes in. I think we will address that. I don't think the joining has something to do with dollars only. Okay, it could be in dollars, but Kenya shillings can be converted into dollars for you to join. All you need to do is use either Visa card or your credit card. But we'll address that and then let you know in the course of the show or by tomorrow. Tutaangalia maneno na management tuone kwa nini hiyo nini ifanye, sababu hata kuna ingine nimetest inakupeleka tu kwingine ambako in some bush somewhere. But relax, okay? Relax, we will still keep up and do what is necessary. Keep. Hey, nimeona hiyo power so haitoshi. Ile nimeona tunahitaji combined harvester.
Lakini pia lazima tupande sasa. I'm very happy. I've always come to watch the show and I've never met Nelvin. It's the first time I came to the show just to see Nelvin. Yani, somebody that I nilitaka tu kumuona yani leo. That's the reason I came in. Kumuona na Kipchumba Murkomen, is that the real one? Akuko comments anapiga kelele. Like I said, and you can see what Nelvin is saying. We've always been with Baba. 10 years ago, Kalenjins had supported this man. Mambo ya what's been happening for the last 9 years with Ruto, it's not us. That's not Kalenjin. That's not who we are. Raila has always been our man, and you will see the older generations voting for him. I don't trust what the last 2 elections were showing. I believe I've met older gentlemen back at home that believe in this old man, and we've had him. Tumekuwa tumembeba. He speaks to village elders. Wanamjuanga. They know this old man. I don't know what his name is, but he also has a Kalenjin name. I've forgotten. I think Mama Serena atanisaidia hapo. We've named him. He's one of us. So hiyo mambo tuliona kwa Bomet, that is very nice. Lakini kitu inaniumiza ni mku ache huyo kijana amalize wimbo yake. You wanted to finish his song. akimbia Martha Karua. Alafu mkamkata tu hivi. Unajua ukiweka kagitaa hapo na speakers na kwa wakale, things go inakuanga fit sana. Alafu unaweka tu speakers bas. Ingia hapo Kericho town, Bomet, ama ungie tu Eldoret hapo, utasikia that's our music. Alafu mnamkatisha hapo. Honestly, lazima imbe hapo kwa State House because that was a good track. I enjoyed it. That is all I wanted to say. Na kusema asante sana Nelvin. I think wewe unanishikilianga sele siku hapa, and tutaendelea kukata miti bado, lakini tutaanza kupanda afterwards. I'm an environmentalist, na hiyo tutaendelea. Na Mike hajakuja hapa kuongea mambo ya dawa ya panya na hiyo DAP Kenya endelea. Hiyo ndio fertilizer ndio tutaficha. So
thank you Kip. Kuna nani huyo anakuambia jina la baba ni Arab Mibay, is it? Kuna Brighton Ateku, Arab Mibay. I think I agree with that, unless the spelling is misspelled. Mama Selina confirmed that Arab Mibay means
Rami Bey, you know, baba anatoka huko kwa Siwa, so walimpatia hiyo jina. Mahali anatoka iko maji, Rami Bey. But it's a very unique name in Kalenjin na with respect. Si kila mtu anaitwa hiyo jina. Tuko na majina specific yenye viongozi wanapatiwa. Kama Uhuru anaitwa Arab Seurei. Arab Seurei ni kumaanisha ndume yenye iko na kala yake. So baba alipata hiyo. Tuko na majina ile ya kupatia leaders na heshima. So baba alipatiwa, na hiyo miti leo alipatiwa hiyo mrefu ni ya uongozi pia. Kimnyolei ama Somoe alikuwa na miti kama hiyo na nilishangaa sana. Alafu Kericho, hiyo ilikuwa ni Ndanai. Alafu Kericho wakakuja wakapatia kifunguu ya kuingia State House. So I think na vitu mingi ya Wakalenjin inakuanga na maana. Kwa sababu wenye wanapeana, it is not anybody. Ni mtu moja moja ako na talent na ako na uongozi. So nafikiri ni hayo Penat. Rami Bey.
I think Mama Selina, tunaona sasa Kipsigis tumekuwa convinced. Najua ni watu wenu huko ndio wanakataa huko Nandi. Unaona hiyo section yangu imekubali.
Nandi walifungua ofisi ya Azimio mahali Sali Koska anatoka. Na Kipsigis, unajua wacha tuseme hivi. Sana ndio leo unaona suti amekimbia Langas kujaribu mahali chomba hako kuinsight watu. Kericho ndio wanakuanga wild kwa sababu ya mambo ya Ruto. But today ndio unaona wamekuwa shocked. Kipsigis sana wanakuanga loyal hiyo tikitu na ndio wanasema wamechoka. Nandis are not, unajua sisi tangu wasungu we are not that. So leo Kipsigis wameamua and it is real.
So imebaki to the major communities, imebaki to the chaos. The chaos na ndio anakonga.
So now the chaos, leo ulisikia Governor Tolgos akiambia baba wanaenda kufukuza Makurumen for real ya mwisho. Kwa hivyo baba anaenda Marakwet soon. Kwa sababu Makurumen alijaribu hata kushika mkutano alifukuzwa. Na ulisikia waliambia baba Makurumen hawezi kuwa Senate kuthreaten baba na baba anarudi Marakwet. Baringo walishakubali kitu na anarudi au wanapigia baba. Nandi walikubali, leo ilikuwa ni Kericho. So the last people ni Marakwet na baba anaenda huko.
Okay, thank you Kip and Mama Selina kwa kutuelewesha kwa masuala hayo. Naomba tusonge mbele. Tafadhali endelea kukaribisha mtu, usitazame peke yako. Na kumbusha watu hatupatikani direct kwa Facebook live, kwa hivyo njoo kwa YouTube, huko ndio mambo ipo. Alex, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Hata mimi nawasalimu nyinyi wote. Leo ni Sunday, so lazima sauti badilike, you know. Mkifunga kazi Friday lazima mkunywe mursik kidogo, kwa sababu tulikuwa tunaenda meeting kule kule Kalenjin, lazima mkunywe mursik kidogo. Melvin, nimekuja hapa because of you. I had a quick question for you. 2007 tuliona wanaume wa Kalenjin walikuja pamoja wakatokezea. Tuliona Franklin Beth, tukaona Henry Kosgei, tukaona wanaume wengi mashujaa wa kitambo. By 2013 Ruto alikuwa amewamaliza. By 2017 they were nowhere to be seen. When Baba needed real support, I was shocked. Franklin Beth akaogopa, akanyamaza. Henry Kosgei katika matanga ya hii jamaa yetu men's conference ni kama alisema hii uongozi wacha iende kwa William Ruto. Hii jamaa yetu kutoka huko Kabarak Sacho ambaye tumepea kazi hata East Africa community kama minister, he chickened off and then he started saying he's supporting Ruto. The only man standing is Sally Kosgei. The only man challenging standing in the politics ambaye amefanya kazi ambayo sisi wote tunaangalia na tunashangaa ni huyu mama, na her grassroots efforts unaona ni kama they are showing results. Now the question is, what is the future of challenging politics for men if we are seeing that women, especially this time around, yesterday you saw 1 million votes women. Women are coming to State House in the West Wing, and obviously 30 to 40% of women are going to be ministers and in all parastatal and on ambassadorial. Is Sally Kosgei kind of taking the leadership for Kalenjins or what? Because I think she has become the common factor ambaye William Ruto anaogopa kuliko mtu yoyote. Wale wengine they have chickened off. Is she the only man standing?
Yes, wacha nikujibu. Unajua kuna kitu kimoja. Hata huyu Isaac Ruto si ati atapigia William kura. Isaac Ruto aliogopa wakati alitoangushwa 2017. Lakini nina uhakika hata saa hii Isaac Ruto kama agesimama na chama chake na akue kwa Azimio, agerudi. Na ukitaka kujua watu wameshakataa, si uongozi ya Ruto, watu wameshaanza kuikataa. Ukitaka kujua, angalia wakati
Isaac aliumizwa when he went to NASA. They hurt him.
Aliumizwa kidogo. Sasa hiyo ndio wanajaribu kuepukana naye ndio warudi strong, lakini wako strong. Lakini ukiangalia mtu kama wakati walienda Chebalungu, kuna wakati alikuwa anataka Barchok amkaribishe kwa podium, raia ikakataa. Unajua kuna kitu kimoja tuko naye hapa Rift Valley. Kiongozi sahi mwenye anawika ni William, na ni mwizi. Anawika kwa Central, si Rift Valley. Lakini kuna ile kitu yenye nataka nikuambie, William anaangalia ule mtu yoyote mwenye anaweza kuwa anataka kumpiga, anapiga mateke. Ukiangalia mtu kama ule ni wa Nandi, anaitwa Keter aliongea kuhusu story ya mahindi, hata akanyimwa kuhusu nomination, akanyimwa nomination na alikuwa ameshinda. So William si ati ako ni kingpin wa Rift Valley, hapana. Yeye ni kingpin wa huko, hata si Wasingishu. Wasingishu yote ukiangalia, na ukiangalia hata ground chini imechange, kila kitu imechange. Ni vile tu yani William wanajaribu kusimama na chama ya UDA. William anataka kuuza chama ya UDA. Ukienda Nandi hauwezi pata poster yoyote, ilikuwa huko juzi. Ukienda Nandi huwezi pata nini yoyote ya ODM ama ya Jubilee. Huyo ni kiongozi ambaye anauza ukabila. Hataki kiongozi yoyote ambaye anaweza mpiga. Akiona ni kama unampiga, anahakikisha amechukua hao wengine wote, amenunua na pesa, amekumwaga nje. Na ndio hiyo kitu unaona Isaac Ruto ameogopa. Lakini hata bila hivyo, hata bila kuogopa, Isaac Ruto anaweza rudi kwa hiyo uongozi. Kwa hivyo usione ati ni kama ati Sally Kosgei. Sally Kosgei ni mama mzuri sana. Kuna wakati mmoja walitupata mahali kunaitwa Chebarbar. Kama umeenda Nandi kuna mahali kunaitwa Chebarbar. Wakatusalimia, William akakataa kutusalimia na mkono. Akatuambia tusalimike. Huyo ni kiongozi ambaye anatupenda. William ameanza kusalimia watu juzi, juu anataka uongozi. Na sasa kuna kitu kimoja nataka nikujibu Alex. Uangalie sana na uangalie. Hata wale viongozi, hata huyo koti moja Wasingishu kwake haizi rudi. Haizi chaguliwa. Hiyo ndio kitu unafaa ujue. Sisi Rift Valley tumekataa siasa ya ukabila, siasa ya kuchangwa mahali pamoja. Ni hayo tu ndugu yangu.
Lakini inaonekana mmesahau
ngoja kidogo Melvin, nataka ujibu swali. Nataka unisikize swali langu vizuri sana.
Uliza na kujibu.
Napoangalia katika uongozi wa Rift Valley, when Baba needed a friend, when Baba needed kukomboa nchi kutoka yale yote ambayo tunayajua, wanaume wote walimuogopa William Samoei Ruto. The only man standing in Rift Valley and hapigi kelele, anaenda popote, anaongea polepole, maneno machache na hatukani mtu yoyote, ni mama anaitwa Sally Kosgei. Tunapoangalia the future of this country, umeona kwanza kuwa serikali ya baba 30 to 40% ministers watakuwa wa mama, tukubali tusipokubali. 30% of parastatal watakuwa wa mama. 30% of all government appointments itakuwa wa mama. Imeonekana kuwa katika 2007, 2013, 2017, wherever baba needed a person, mtu ambaye peke yake amesimama kutoka Rift Valley, ambaye amekampenia baba kidete kwa kidete, ni mama anaitwa Sally Kosgei. Even when we believed that hakuna kitu itatoka hapa, Gideon Moi anatoroka ana surface, anatoroka ana surface. Lakini mtu anaitwa Sally Kosgei, she's been consistent hadi sasa hivi. Haya matunda tumeyaona Bomet na Kericho, hatuwezi put it on any other person other than mama ambaye anaitwa Sally Kosgei. Does it mean that the future of the Baba government, we are going to see more women leaders from Kalenjin than men?
Alex, wacha niwasaidie
Melvin,
kidogo.
Mama Selina, Melvin.
No,
Mama
wacha
Selina, Melvin.
niwasaidie Melvin.
Wacha nijibu.
No, you don't need to.
Order.
Vizuri. Nimesikia.
Wacha
Everybody,
nikujibu.
order, everybody. Thank you very much.
Nimsaidie
Let's do
one.
this. Let's
Nakubali
have
Sally
a conversation
Kosgei.
that ngojeni tafadhali. Thank you. Subiri kwanza. Nataka si nyinyi muongee peke yenu, lakini watazamaji pia waelewe nini kinaendelea. So sawa. So one person to respond, and you respond orderly. If the answer given is not satisfactory, you do a follow-up question. You don't repeat the question from the beginning again, please. Thank you. So
Okay.
Alex, you're insisting Nelvin should answer you. Why? Ngoja mami.
I wanted to
Mama Selina can answer. It's okay.
Okay, nilitaka kusema
Where Alex, where?
Sally
Carry on.
Kosgei, tuna Alex Dolgos, tuna governor ya Elgeyo Marakwet. Baba wakati hata ya BPI, Alex Dolgos alichaguliwa wakati baba alikuwa anachagua regional leaders. Kati ya Alex Dolgos tuko na mtu anaitwa Tarus, tuko na Sally. Leo Kericho tuko na mtu anaitwa Paul Sang Chamambuch. We have strong people. Kuna watu wako behind Sally Kosgei. And again, internationally. Unajua, wacha nikwambie Alex, na ninakushukuru vile umesema. Sally Kosgei was secretary to cabinet. Ni mtu anajulikana international. You cannot catch her. Huwezi kumchezea hii mpira kidogo ya kustua wanaume. And we have one thing. Tulikuwa na kina Chebi Kilimo. Sally Kosgei is like 10 leaders of Kalenjin with the principle na connection huyo mama ako naye. Ruto cannot even try. Atatusi hii ingine yote. Alafu Ruto alitumia kuchapa watu, alitumia kwenda kwa, unaona kama Esra, huyo muindi. Ruto amejaribu kumaliza mpaka asema apelekwe, but the community wameresist. So nisiendelee na hiyo mambo ya wakale, nataka nikwambie tu, mama amewekwa mbele na amesaidiwa na wanaume. Able men, kuna wanaume wako chini ya hiyo Azimio. Wenye kina Tarus waliongea, unasikia Ruto hata wachachipu. So mama wamemweka kari ya mbele kwa sababu ukikusa leo Sally Kosgei, utakuta Americans wamesimama mpaka hiyo Eldoret. Ukikusa huyo Sally Kosgei, utakuta hata hiyo watu kutoka London. Huyo mama hata serikali ya baba, wacha nikwambie, that woman is very respected person. So Ruto hawezi karibia na hawezi approachiwa na kila mtu. Yeye si ile watu rahisi ya hiyo ni type of matakarua. Those are the leaders wale awaruti nyuma. So nataka kusema hivyo, she's not alone. And well, Kalenjin yenye unasema amefuata Ruto, hata ukiangalia ni Makurumen na Suti. So the rest walikaa nyumbani wakafunga prek. Wako kwa siasa yake na waongei, wanaongelesha watu polepole. So kama Wakale, kama Franklin angekuwa amefuata Ruto, ungetuambia ati hatuna Wakale kale, wamenyamaza, you know. Kuna watu wanasema wacha ukimbie, unapatiwa uende race peke yako na watu wamenyamaza. So leaders are there and they are giving out. Wakati ya vita kwa jamii ya Wakale nchini, wase waendangi mbele, wanatuma, kuna rika, wanaenda parika, wanaambia leo mnaongozwa na hii rika. Ikifika mahali mnafanya hivi, ikifa hivi mnafanya hivyo. So hivyo ndio mambo vile iko. Koke that phone. Thank you.
Okay, asante Mama Selina. Alex, are you satisfied?
I asked a question to 1%, but it's okay. Let's continue with the conversation.
Nelvin, you can do your response as faster so that we move forward, please.
Naweza kujibu, na kujibu yangu ni kukuambia William maombi yake aliomba ikafika. Kuna kiongozi alikuwa anaitwa Kipkali Akones. Huyu ndio kiongozi ambaye tulikuwa tunatambua Rift Valley after Moi kutuacha kutoka kwa siasa. Na saa hii vile unaona ati William anajipiga kifua, naweza rudia kama Mama Selina venye amesema, Rift Valley, ule mwanaume ambaye anajua ni mwanaume huwa ajipigi kifua, huwa anafanya kwa vitendo. Mwanaume Mkalenjin huwa ajipigi kifua na huwa ajitangazi. Siri ni wanaume, ni mwanaume mwenyewe huwa ajipigi kifua. Kwa hivyo ukiona ati umeona Mama Selina anakuambia Sally Koskendi yako hapo mbele, kuna watu wako hapa nyuma, na hao watu ni sisi, Nelvin, Kip na huyo mwingine, tuko nyuma. Si lazima uone jina kubwa. Jina kubwa siku hizi haisemi kitu. Ni hayo tunaweza kujibu, Alex.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And
okay.
Na tutafuata. Tukiambiwa tumfuate tutamfuata.
Alex.
Nini mbaya? Unajua, I wanted to confirm. Unajua kuna wale ambao wana dismiss Sally Kosgei. Unaona? Eti huyo mama. Because I've seen in many forums, especially I'm in another forum and inaitwa Kipsigis Resonance, which is diaspora. And the kind of bashing I saw today, you know, it was, you know, I was like, really? The Kikuyus are not doing this to Martha Karua. If at some point you realize that a leader such as Sally Kosgei is coming out to redeem something that ukweli ni kuwa, the Kalenjin men, the way I realized, when Ruto had an opportunity, I think he came on a revenge mission. The other day you saw at a chai Henry Kosgei inakatwa na sang. Shamba karibu yote inakatwa kwa sababu ya I mean petty things. So I think at some point the retribution ambayo ilienda kwa watu kama wale was too heavy to bear. But the energy Sally Kosgei has is beyond description and definition. And that is why I'm wondering, why are some other sectors of people condemning Sally Kosgei kuwa amedecide kuwa mwanaume? So I just wanted to hear from a man's side kuwa, oh, do you appreciate? And I think I'm getting from a man kuwa, oh, yeah, we Kalenjins, we can be led by woman, okay? Because there are people who are, you know, castigating that, oh, huyo ni mwanamke, she has nothing, ABCD. But it's good to hear from a man, okay, that ukiona ako mbele, tuko nyuma yake na sisi ndio Sally Kosgei. And that is why I wanted the viewers and people in general to understand that there are people behind Sally Kosgei. That is what I wanted to reiterate. Thank you very much. Not that I didn't want to listen to Mama Selina, because there are people who still say, oh, Mama Selina is still a woman. You understand? We wanted the men to come out and say, we are behind Sally Kosgei. And I think I've gotten that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Alex. And just from what you have said, it seems you are not appreciating your interaction with the UDA people on this platform. When you see UDA people call somebody nothing, useless, amewalemea, hiyo ndio simple mathematics. Hii time yote nimekuwa kwa hii platform, that's all I can conclude. And Sally Kosgei, she's not just Sally Kosgei. Hiyo ni serikali. Hey, have you forgotten who you are dealing with? And then
I forgot. Sikujua. Sasa mama ameniambia, vijana wameniambia, mtu ya madawa ameniambia.
Hiyo ni serikali kamili. And then also generally on the Kalenjin community, we give it to them. In 2007, they gave us the majority of, I think, women. We have Lorna Labosa, Lois, I think those were sisters. And then Sally Kosgei. We had a series of women members of parliament within Rift Valley when ODM was the celebrated party in Rift Valley. So it is nothing new. Na wale watu wanabash Sally sahi ni wale hawapendi history, hawataki history, na kwa sababu historia isha confirm that she's beyond William Ruto.
Bernard, if you talk of Kalenjin women, remember Chelagat Mutai wakati ya Moi. So kuna vile wa Kalenjin wanaheshimu wa mama. Kama Sally Kosgei refer to Chelagat Mutai, tuko na wamama kadhaa. So when you hear them listening to a woman, they refer to Chelagat Mutai, and then wamama ya Wakalenjin, they are not nonsense women. Hata wase wakisimama, they can argue. So ni hivyo tu.
Na huyo Chelagat alikuwa anabeba hiyo socioct. Hiyo enye alipatia tulipea Martha Karua. Hiyo ilikuwa kuchapa misbehaving man. Na chapwa naye kitu if you misbehave. In our land, I'm telling you, you need to understand, UDA is not a Kalenjin tribe. It's not a Kalenjin party. Ilikuwa tu juzi. 4 years old. You expect us to pick that party up and say that is ours. I can promise you, after this election, when Ruto loses, everybody will divert away from UDA. UDA dies after August 9th. Now, that is not our party. We have 2 parties in Kalenjin land. KANU and Chama cha Mashinani. Those are the parties that are going to lead us. And if ODM wanaweza kubali, tutaona vijana wengi wanarudi kwa ODM. So musahau kitu inaitwa this pest, this cult called UDA. It's dying. Na hopefully by then nitakuwa nimemaliza kazi yangu ya kukata miti, na mtu asijinyonge ndio tumchukue kamiti. Aende kamiti tumfunge na turudishiwe pesa yetu. We want our money back. We need the dams built in Kimorer. Because like Uhuru says, there are children who are not having water because of this man. By now, we would have had a dam there, and it would have been a very big town, would have had water, and would be very prosperous. UDA is dead after this, and I hope we never hear this wheelbarrow nonsense. Na yote ichomwe. Wheelbarrow zote zichomwe.
Asante Kipa, asante sana. Let me just respond to Nanin, then to Songa Mbele. There is this Geoffrey Ruto is back. He said, Bernard, are you trying to put Sally Kosgei at the same level with Ruto? No. Sally Kosgei is ahead by far. William Ruto cannot move closer to her in terms of prowess, in terms of capacity, in terms of experience, in terms of international respect. You want me to continue with the list? So we are not putting Sally Kosgei on the same level. No, she's ahead. Sally Kosgei is in the league of Raila Odinga, okay? Martha Karua, people that are internationally respected and they have demonstrated leadership, not the witchcraft of manipulating people, threatening people, and demeaning every person so that you remain significant. William Ruto needs to go back and overcome his adolescence in politics. Yes, adolescent. Unajua adolescent saa ingine inakuja imechelewa. Na inaonekana ya kisiasa ya William Ruto imekuja imechelewa kweli. Na saa hii sasa ndio imepanda. And so he wants to compete with everybody, compare with everybody, answer everybody. Which leader does that? Bwana Geoffrey Ruto, even if you share the name with him. So my advice, okay? Wakati unaanza kurespond kwa kila kitu, wewe ni adolescent. Na adolescent hawapewangi uongozi, adolescent wanapelekewa chandoni, okay? Washughulikiwe huko chandoni, ndio waambiwe wazee wanaongea hivi, ukishakuwa mwanaume unaongea hivi, ukisimama mbele ya akina mama unaongea hivi, ukisimama mbele ya wazee unaongea hivi. So inaonekana hata ile masomo ya chandoni yote pia imefanya nini? Anapasa kurepeat. So let's not confuse ourselves. So the people who have a problem with Sally Kosgei's leadership don't know her, they don't understand where she's coming from, and they are underrating her. That is a force to reckon with. The brains that were behind Moi's government. You're joking. Well, Moi was very smart. Moi was not as learned as everybody, but he had used learned people to run his government. Then he had a trick. Na hii trick inaonekana, nilikuwa nafikiria Ruto alishika kumbe hakupata. Okay? Moi alikuwa na brains, wale wana run government. Okay? Then he took idiots to be the face of his government. So huku nyuma mambo yanafanyika, but wale wanaongea ni Kihika, Mulumutisia. So everybody concentrates on the idiots, but the brains are the ones making things happen. That's why the international community couldn't handle Moi, because they are responding to Kihika who cannot do English, or Mulumutisia who cannot do English. So they wonder, mbona hawa watu wajinga, lakini serikali bado ina yes. So mi nilikuwa yes. Me, I thought William Ruto had learned that ili akitupatia Sudi as the face, okay, he had some brains working. But it is coming out clear. He doesn't have anybody behind. What we have seen is all that there is, except these 36 bloggers who keep repeating one point over and over. So it's good for you to understand. Look in history, understand how governance is done. And if you underrate Sally Kosgei, shauri yako. Umeona Bomet leo, umeona Kericho leo, na hii ndio ya kwanza. Wacha 64 stadium. Subiri. 64 stadium tunakuja. Now, that's not a threat. Naomba tusikilize hii tape tu alafu Joshua akuje. Na kila mmoja tafadhali tuendelee kukaribishana. I'm happy the numbers are rising. Please, let's ensure that you share that link with everybody in your life. We must ensure that every Kenyan is fully informed. The half-baked propagandists should be rendered jobless. Lazima tujue ukweli. Lero ni lero. Let's get this Wamatiangi thing out of the way. Wamatangi, sorry. No. Did we get Wamatangi? Tuanze na Wamatangi.
Supremacy battle between UDA's candidate Paul Kimani Wamatangi and Chama Chakazi candidate Moses Kuria manifested Saturday as the Kenya Kwanza Brigade toured the county. The UDA brigade, led by Kikuyu constituency member of parliament Kimani Ichung'wah, drummed up support for their party candidate as allies of the Gatundu South legislature, who is eyeing the gubernatorial, also backed up their candidate.
The hunt for votes for the Kiambu gubernatorial seat by the Kenya Kwanza Alliance continues to tighten, with supremacy battles escalating, pitting UDA's candidate Paul Kimani Wamatangi and Chama cha Kazi candidate Moses Kuria. During a rally at Kiamba and Kiambu constituencies in Kiambu County on Saturday, the crowd could be clearly seen competing in cheering for their preferred candidate.
Patia hiyo microphone Moses Kuria tusikie naye neno yake.
This time the candidates opted to take turns in addressing electorate.
Sababu kubwa tumekuja hapa leo ni kwa sababu ya kura ya William Samoei Ruto. Na hii manifesto yangu nataka
Wamatangi choosing to popularize his manifesto amid a charged crowd that succeeded in interrupting his message.
Ni makosa sana. Wale watu ambao pengine walikuwa wanastahili kuja kuonyesha upendo na amani ndio watu wa kwanza kuja kuharibu mkutano, na tumesikitika.
Mlikuwa mpita dakika kidogo sana, muongee kwa amani na mwingine aongee, na sasa sisi ndio tulikuwa tujiamulie mkubwa mwenye tunataka.
Tufanye kura na campaign kwa heshima. Tunafanya campaign, Moses Kuria ako na chama yake ya CCK, si ndio? Na anafanya kampeni yake ya gavana na William Ruto, si ndio? Na sisi kama timu ya UDA tunafanya yetu ya William Ruto na candidate wetu wa UDA.
Elsewhere, Jubilee Secretary General Jeremiah Kioni says the Jubilee Party and the Azimio One Kenya coalition has made tremendous achievement in peeling off and dismantling their arch rivals UDA and Kenya Kwanza Alliance popularity in the vote-rich Mount Kenya region.
We will have an opportunity to talk to our people, and we would ask them to listen to us and listen with us. And I can confirm to you here that UDA, which had really taken over our region, Mount Kenya region, are now struggling to avoid extinction.
Meanwhile, a section of Western region political leaders allied to the Kenya Kwanza Alliance are pleading with the people in the region to support the alliance, saying the people stand to gain more from the alliance.
The people of Western region have got a tangible stake in government. We've been given 30% share in government, not only in appointive positions, but also in development.
Kamche Menza for the Legends edition.
Well, that's excellent. Who was coming? Joshua.
Yes, thank you, Bernard, for the clip where umeonyesha hiyo, and nikianza nayo clip, if you want to know the place ambaye Uhuru hawezi wacha iende ni county ambayo inaitwa Kiambu. He'll try his level best. He county inaitwa Kiambu, governor toka Azimio. Already I'm seeing Wamatangi and Moses Kuria are fighting. Last time you saw Moses Kuria managed to remove Kabogo out of his circle ya Kenya Kwanza, na alimanage akamtoa kabisa. But right now he's busy fighting with Wamatangi. Ukiangalia clip vizuri, people are shouting Azimio, Azimio. And I was wondering, why are they shouting Azimio yet their candidate si mtu Azimio? So I'm seeing Moses Kuria as a person ambaye anatumika na kuchafua Kenya Kwanza in this region. And Uhuru will not be happy that today the governor wa Kiambu, ambaye that is the homestead ya Uhuru, that the governor is from UDA. or will try his level best? Na hiyo ndo asha manage because ukiangalia Kiambu is the second largest county. They have almost 1.2 million registered voters. So and that is the homestead of Uhuru Kenyatta. Already I had a friend in Kiambu and even in some of the part of Central. He was telling me that most candidate were UDA. They don't campaign with the name of the name ya Ruto. They are campaigning, but they don't mention even Wamatangi malipata na campaign, it doesn't mention the name of Ruto. So they already started scared. The candidates in Central already are now scared because they know if they mention the name Ruto, they're going to lose. They're going to lose votes. So already the ground is shifting in Central, and people are trying to move to Azimio, leaving UDA. So I want to tell you, Wamatangi will not be a governor of Kiambu. The governor of Kiambu will be James Nyoro. That's already confirmed and nothing else. And the person who is being used to destroy UDA in Kiambu is Moses Kuria. Moses Kuria is very busy destroying Wamatangi. And at the end of it, the person who they want to be a governor of Kiambu is James Nyoro. That's already there. And James Nyoro will be a governor of Kiambu, not Wamatangi. Wamatangi wasted the opportunity when he was given opportunity to be a chief whip. Baada huyu jamaa barua huyu Kang'ata huyu yeye alichaguliwa vizuri akapewa kazi. Right now Wamatangi could be celebrating, but he messed up. He thought that maybe following Ruto will give him a mileage in politics. Right now Wamatangi is really suffering, is really struggling. And I want to tell you, Wamatangi will not be the governor of Kiambu. The governor of Kiambu will be James Nyoro. James Nyoro is very happy, celebrating when these people are fighting. And you realize that this meeting was supposed to be attended by Ujama wa Mchele huyu Gachagua. But he decided to skip the meeting because he knew very well that it's going to be a chaotic. So Gachagua hakuwataka onekane because we saw in the first meeting when Kabogo and Wamatangi were exchanging word, Gachagua was there. So he knew very well that if I appear again in their meeting, itaonekana kuwa mimi ndo nafanya this for fighting. So Gachagua decided to opt not to attend this meeting. And when this were chanting, they were chanting Azimio, Azimio, Azimio. Wakamrushia hivyo Wamatangi vitu mpaka Wamatangi atoroka. So we are very happy that already they are being confused, and Kiambu itakuwa ni Azimio. Tukienda Nairobi ni Azimio. Tukikanyaga Kisumu ni Azimio. Tukikanyaga Mombasa ni Azimio. Those are big cities. Tukikanyaga Nakuru ni Azimio. Machakos ni Azimio. So these big counties, the largest county is going to be Azimio. Now, I want to talk on the issue the rally that was in Bomet and Kericho. And I want to do a comparison between the rally Ruto and the rally Azimio. You saw the way the rally Azimio, it was well attended. People were very happy as compared to the rally that was in Turkana. People are you thought in rally is sio matanga. Rally atakana unatoa stress, you should be happy, you should enjoy. But when you look at the rallies ya Azimio and the rallies za Kenya Kwanza, there's a big difference. Rally Azimio, people are very happy, they are jovial, people celebrate. But when you look at the rally ya Kenya Kwanza, it's a one-man show. Ruto is playing this thing alone. Even ukiangalia billboard zake, most of his billboards unaangalia Liwos ameamua kuwa weke Gachagua kando. Most of his billboards saizi unapata Ruto amepiga billboard, amejiweka mwenyewe kwa billboard. But tukiangalia billboards za Raila, we have mama na baba. But when you look at billboards, I only saw the only one billboard ambaye Gachagua, I don't know what. Hiyo ndio utapata Gachagua yuko kwa billboard. But most of the billboard za Ruto ameamua kuwa anataka kuwa peke yake. Already now they have started sidelining Gachagua. Hata ukiangalia saizi anajaribu kumtumia huyu kijana huyu wa Tharaka-Nithi huyu walimnyang'anya hii kiti huyu Kindiki saizi Ruto anaona kuwa is very important. Anajaribu kumsukuma kuwa yeye sasa anajaribu kufanya campaign which is very late. He ought to have chose this Kindiki kitambo amsaidie campaign, but it is too late. They are trying to silence Gachagua because they know very well kuwa Gachagua will mess them up. Even ukiangalia wakati when they were called by IBC to during that discussion, Ruto walked with Kindiki. Hakuja na Gachagua. But ukiangalia the other side of Azimio, Raila came with Martha as a running mate. So Ruto is trying to sideline Kindiki, and ni yeye alijimess up. When he sidelining Kindiki, the people of Nyeri wanaona the way their son is being sidelined, because waliambiwa kuwa this your son, we want you to support this our son Gachagua. But right now, the central guy, especially in Mathira, they are seeing that their son is being sidelined. And I want to tell you, in the stronghold ya Nyeri, the area ya huyu jamaa into Gachagua, Raila is going to beat them. Now, ukiangalia today they were in Bomet and Kericho. I was a bit worried na Bomet, Kericho, Elgeyo Marakwet, Nandi, and Sinigishu. But today I confirmed kuwa Kericho kura itakuwa nusu-nusu. Bomet itakuwa nusu-nusu, because the way I saw people very happy, they were very jovial. There's a lot of celebration. And it was even people were even happy than the rally I saw in Homa Bay, in Kisiaya. The people of Rift Valley today, they're very, very happy. So already I'm seeing people have started to realize that indeed Ruto is a conman. Indeed Ruto ni mtapeli. And today Sally tried to bring this issue very well, and it told the people of Rift Valley that during the time when we were in a coalition government, that region received 8 ministers. So that tried to confirm to people of Rift Valley that Raila ana ubaya na wao. Raila is somebody is very humble. At the same time, walipoenda Western, they confirmed to the people of Western that they were given almost 5 ministry posts, 6 ministry posts in Western. So however much they're trying to bring this propaganda ambao analeta kuwa Raila ni hivi na hivi, now things are coming clear kuwa indeed the person ambao anajaribu kumpaka matope is a statesman na ni mtu ambaye ana ukabila. Even hata uangalie nominations za ODM, hii nomination ya ODM ambaye wanapeleka list, look at the list. The list is well balanced. Kuna wanawake pale, kuna different kind of tribes, and it's well balanced. But what shocked me with today, Chebukati was talking about the list, and then he was trying to say kuwa in any case that list that does not meet the required standard watairusha nje, and the required standard lazima iwe gender, and this at the same time is the region balance. But Chebukati anasahau kuwa returning officers ambaye yeye mwenyewe alichagua is not well balanced, and when he's being asked by watu Azimio kuwa can you address this issue of returning officers, it doesn't want to listen to Azimio, because in the list of 290 returning officers, out of them 100 sio tunasema ni kabila, but when we talk about issue of regional balancing, you cannot take 100 returning officers you give to one region and then the remaining 190 you give to other regions. So Chebukati today was trying to talk kama hiyo list haitakuwa balanced, then they have to reject it. So Chebukati lazima aongee maneno ambaye mwenye anafanya. So the list today ya ODM nomination, it was well balanced. Kulikuwa na wanawake, it was well, I saw kulikuwa na from Rift Valley, kulikuwa from Central, kulikuwa from Nyanza. So indeed, whatever Raila is doing, Raila is a statesman. Si mtu ana ukabila, ni mtu anapenda gender, because even Ruto is trying to bring issue of gender. You cannot tell us where you give women 50% of your government, yet in the executive ambaye ndio presidency, you ought to have given us an example. Angechagua running mate awe mwanamke. If all candidates wamechagua wanawake, mpaka Wajakoya ambaye watu wanafeel kuwa maybe si mtu ambaye akili yake ni mzuri, but that man is very wise, alichagua mwanamke. Ruto of all people is now telling people that yeye ni mtu ambaye anapenda wanawake.
What did you say?
Hello?
What did you say? Wajakoya akili yake sio mzuri, unamaanisha nini?
Nasema watu wanasema kuwa akili yake si mzuri, lakini is very wise. That's what I've said. People think that Wajakoya si mtu ambaye ana akili mzuri, but Wajakoya is very wise. Amemchagua mwanamke. Ruto anadanganya wanawake kuwa akishapata uongozi atapatia 50% of his government. Angetakana fanye kwanza saizi tuione his executive. So my point is that Ruto is trying to lie to Kenyans, but it's good kwa Kenyans are now seeing the reality kwa this man is mtapeli, is a conman, and next month tarehe 10 Ruto will lose this election in a big way, and Raila will going to win this election in a landslide kama ile ya 2002. So let's prepare, let's come out in a large number so that we can vote. I said yesterday kuwa hakuna mambo rigging in this election, hakuna kurig. There's nothing. People should not be worried kuwa election will be rigged. Raila is going to win this election. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. We appreciate that, and let's engage soberly. Let's respect one another, please, and on the comment section, it's important, and also keep off tribal whatever connotations and the profiling of communities. We have individuals, and we are in support of different political groupings based on what we understand and think about their political agenda. Kashagwa's Alan Onyando anasema Kashagwa's face is scary to voters, chasing them away. Now, please take it easy. Take it easy. Sisi tulivolunteer kwa hii channel, hata Mama Selina anajua. Mimi na Kip, we begged Deputy President tukampatia running mate ambaye ni Waiguru. Kabla hii mambo ya Kashagwa kutokea, hii mambo ya Kindiki nini, tukamwambia the most person who is going to help you seriously in this election is Waiguru as a running mate. He didn't listen to us. He went ahead and picked this Kashagwa against our advice, against our pleading, against our suggestion. Now see what it has become. He has to hide his DP. Akienda kwa ABC, anaficha yeye. Akienda mahali popote kuna microphone, anaficha yeye. Sasa ataficha yeye mpaka saa ngapi? Ashachagua, ushachagua, umechagua. Kama nani Yakobo. Yakobo alichagua Lea, alichagua Rachel, lakini akapewa nini? Lea. Sasa ukishapewa umepewa, itakuwaje? Isimama tu naye, muonyeshe to the world, this is the beauty that entered my house. Okay, thank you. Please tuendelee kukaribishana, usitazame peke yako, na kumbusha kila mtu kwamba Facebook live haifanyi, tunafanya tu YouTube live. Tafadhali usisahau hiyo. And then make sure that you are in support of what you are doing by ensuring that you are an extension of what you are doing. Don't watch alone. Asante sana. Tuende moja kwa moja kwa Tom kabla tucheze hiyo video ya Kericho. Ni Kericho ama wapi? Nataka tusikilize Tom kwanza. Tom, karibu.
Asante sana Bwana Bernard. Ni furaha sana siku ya leo kwa sababu vile tumeona siku ya leo ilikuwa na mambo mengi sisi kama wanazimio ilikuwa siku ya maana sana, sababu baba na mama alikuwa kule Bomet na Kericho area. Bwana UDA anasema ni area yake, na kweli ukiona vile ilikuwa, watu turned up in large numbers. Hiyo ni kuonyesha Kenyans wameamua na wamesema Azimio is the next government. So ukiona kitu kama hiyo, tuko na hakika the government, the fifth, is our beloved Raila Odinga. Ukiona kweli bwana UDA na grupu yake, mtu anachagua deputy na anajificha deputy, meaning that hana confidence na mtu wake. Unaona vile mama na Raila ako pale, they think together and decide on things together, na wakati wanaongea mambo yao ni ile mambo ya kujenga, sio ya kubomoa. Watu wa UDA ukiona vile wamekaa, ni watu, hata ukiangalia uso yao ni mambo ya vita tu. Siku ya leo uliona, mulisikia vile ule jamaa anaitwa nani, huyu nani, anaitwa nani, huyu alienda kuweka meeting yake kando ya kuweka fitina kwa wenzake, bwana Sudi. Ukiona Sudi, mtu kama huyo is not a serious man, sababu mtu mwenye akona akili ya kuunite Kenyans, si vizuri aitane mkutano aina hiyo, because Ruto ni Mkenya, Raila pia ni Mkenya. Now we have that freedom of movement. So Raila akiwa Bomet, akiwa Kericho na timu yake, haitakikani mtu kama Sudi atenge mkutano ingine ya kuweka fitina, kuweka wenzake fitina, ya kuweka akili yao iwe negative, unaona. So vitu kama hizo haitakikani. Ruto ako na right ya kuenda hata Nyanza, ya kuenda anywhere kufanya mkutano yake, na wenye wako na nafasi ya kumsikiza wataenda tu. So hiyo nini ya Sudi haijanifurahisha hata kidogo. Nikiendelea, Kenya ni nchi yenye iko na wasomi. Kuna wale wako na akili sana, na kuna wale pia hawana akili. Kwa hivyo nasema wenye wanaongea mambo zingine negative kuhusiana na hii siasa inaendelea ya ukabila, hawa sio watu wazuri. Unaona speech kama mulisikia speech ya Martha akiwa kule Kericho, alisema hii nchi ni nchi yetu, na mwenye anakusaidia si lazima awe ndugu yako, hata jirani atakusaidia, hata rafiki atakusaidia, si lazima ndugu yako. Kwa hivyo si vizuri mtu aweke fitina ya kusema hii hapa ni kwetu, fulani haifai awe hapa. Ni makosa kabisa. So mimi kulingana na ile turnout ya watu kule Bomet na Kericho, it's a clear indication that the next government is Azimio. Sababu hata ukiangalia speeches za Martha na Bwana Raila, hakuna matusi. Hapo hautasikia wametukana mtu. The only thing they talk about ni how to unite Kenya, how to develop this country. Unaona? So fitina haisaidii hata kidogo. Fitina haiwezi leta maendeleo. So kwa upande yangu nikimaliza, Bwana Bernard ulikuwa umetoka kidogo. Nikimaliza, Kenyans wameamua, na vile wameamua hakuna venye hata IBC watatuambia story ingine. Story ingine haitakuwa, sababu unajua when it comes to that voting day, watu watavote na watavote vizuri, na venye watavote matokeo itakuwa mazuri. So Kenyans will prepare themselves, they make themselves ready for the voting day. So mimi nikimaliza, Wanaazimio wawe tu na umoja vile wako, waendelee kusaidiana kwa mawazo. Wale hawajakuwa na msimamo, kuna wale undecided still. Let us just convince them, tuwaonyeshe the right way, because the right way is Azimio. Hakuna njia ingine. So tukiendelea hivyo itakuwa sawa. Bwana Bernard, mimi nimemaliza, sina mambo mengi. Kama kuna swali niko tayari kujibu.
Asante Bwana Tom, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Labda King David akiwa na swali atakuuliza, lakini kabla hiyo tukuwe na test kidogo tu ya ile imefanyika leo Bomet, alafu King David aje tuendelee na mjadala. Asante kwa wale watu wa comments, tafadhali let's keep it clean. Hii story ya Ruto is the man. Yes, is the man of what? Whichever. We don't deny that. Let's have a test of this, and then King Dave can come in. Nani mwingine?
Makofi kwa mama, makofi kwa mama. Ya tarong. Basi, tulieni. Basi, anasidi kusalamiana na wananchi na viongozi wengine. Basi na tulia. Ongea bit. Basi kao jaboge. Kwa sababu tayari tulikuwa tumeomba kule ndani, tunaanza mgeni wetu wa heshima ambaye ni Raila Odinga, Deputy President Your Excellency Martha Karua, viongozi wote ambao wako mbele hapa, mimi nawatambua. Haya, ama wagoki program agenge neche nugo bur.
No, let's have King Dave as we work on that. It is raw, so we need to organize it because it's too long to play. Thank you very much. King Dave still on the phone? Aya, na karibisha mtu usitazame kipindi peke yako na maoni yako. Naomba nani huyu Penny ulikuwa hapa, your gadget was not well configured. Nishasema ukiklik kwa hiyo link don't guide StreamYard, follow StreamYard. Allow it to organize your camera and your audio. Utapatikana kwa studio na utaongea bila shida. Lakini ukizuia kitu kimoja tu, basi your gadget will malfunction. You will not be able to talk hata ukifikishwa kwa studio. It is that important. And lazima tufuate nini? Tufuate maagizo. Huyu anaitwa, somebody said Ruto is the man. And Emma Zakisha anasema man of Rachel. Sawa, thank you very much. Nafikiria turudi kwa Mama Selina. Mama Selina bado upo? Au umehang?
Wow. Sema tena.
Yeah, tunashukuru.
Yeah, mambo Alex alikuwa anauliza. Huyo ni Paul Sang, he was assistant minister. Na is a very respected leader. Ameaichakuliwa, anaitwa Chamapu. Chamapu just slapped me for free. And he has been elected in parliament for 20 years without using money. He was a principal of a high school. So he was nicknamed Chamabuch. And he's more even stronger than Franklin Faith. Franklin Faith, they know him because alikuwa state controller. But in terms of leadership, na mtu amefanya kazi ni Paul Sang. Na wanatoka the same place, Pureti, wanatoka pamoja Kericho. But hivyo ndio watu wamekuwa. But ukiona mambo, unaona vile watu wametulia na kukaa chini at penat. Ati wanaume wanamwambia mkae chini. Ukiona mkutano watu wametulia, unajua those people really want to listen. Walikuja kusikia mambo ya baba na wanapenda baba. Na aliwatengenezea barabara. Kuna barabara karibu 3 leo waliongea. Akasema nilikuja hapa nikawafanyia. Kitu ingine tena imekasirisha hiyo watu ya Kericho ni mambo ya majani chai. Their leaders wanaenda kuleta mashini penat. Ati mashini ikate chai. Sasa 200 and something thousand people watakuwa Ringwilish, watatoka kasini penat. Sasa walikuwa nalilia baba na Otwali anamwambia baba tafadhali. Na wenye wamefanya hiyo mambo ni hiyo makafana. Kuna kafana moja niliona ni ya UTM. Ile chama ilikuwa ya Ruto ya zamani. Kericho wasipochunga kutatoka mtu ingine because ya hiyo hasira. Unaona wanaenda kupeana and then wanataka kuchukua machani chai badala ikuwe ya community. So ukiona mkutano ya hiyo watu na kulia kwao penat, wako na mambo mingi sana yenye serikali hii kutoka 2013 ijai wafanyia. Na unaona vile walidemand. Kwanza mtu anaitwa Joe. People really love him. Joe ako na bahati sana. so walidemand, na kwa sababu atakuwa minister, so kuna mambo kadhaa baba amewaambia, mambo ya barabara, he promised them before na aliwafanyia, na sana sana ile kitu inauma watu ni mambo ya bonus. Again walipatiwa sijui shilingi 16 ama ngapi, na hiyo mambo sasa ya machines za kukata majani chai, unaleta machine spare saa ile wananchi, na hizo lease, hizo mashamba bado imeoniwa na wasungu, and they were supposed to be kutoka wapatie wananchi. So kuna a lot of things going on in history ya Kericho, na wangetaka baba because it's the only person who can settle ama kufanya mambo yenye wananchi wataamini. Kama ni kurutishia shamba, sitarudi kwa jamii, si wakora. So that meeting, unaona vile watu wamejitokezea kupiga kura, watapigia baba na wamepromise baba, ingawa mwenye anapigiwa kura ni ya UTM, nafikiri ni chama ya Chirongo ama ni chama hii kani hiyo, but haitakuwa UDA. So unaona atafanya kazi na baba. So kwa hiyo mkutano ya Kericho na Bomet, Ndanai na saa jamii ya Kalenjin, they really, hakuna mtu, nilikwambia pena tangu kitambo, na hata Alex akikumbuka nilikuwa nasema samani, where the Sally Koskei, Henry Koskei ako na kijana yake anasimama, na kwa sababu kijana yake anasimama na UDA, ilikuwa ngumu kwa baba kupinga kijana, but otherwise Roya Koskei watu wanajua mahali wako. So nafikiria 29 days to come, Bernard, Kenya mambo imeamuliwa, na hata hiyo mnasema watu watarudi. I don't think baada ya baba in 10 years tutapata fresh leadership, tutapata uongozi bora, watu watakuwa wamejua wanataka nini kwa nchi yao. Otherwise nataka kushukuru na IPC patu tunawakumbusha ya kwamba we need free and fair election, na hiyo confusion wako nayo. Ninashukuru Penat kwa sababu kila mtu anajaribu sasa, amejua ataenda kotini. Si IPC inastakiwa, IPC ni China. So individual, wewe Penat, wewe Chebukati kwanza, na hata secretariat, na hiyo jamii imesemekana 100% ama 100 out of 290. If you are a Kalenjin na wewe ulipata bahati kutoka 2012 kwa sababu hiyo ni wakati walikuwa recruited, walirecruitiwa wakati ya serikali hiyo ya Uhuru na Ruto, na alipata advantage kuweka watu yao, hiyo ni sawa, but kwa sababu wa Kenya wanawaangalia, munamulikwa. I want to say this, mtu yeyote mwenye anaitwa Kip ama Chep, please fanyeni kazi yenu bilivyo, ili wa Kenya waone ya kwamba mkuwe trusted. Otherwise utaenda kotini, ukitumika kufanya vibaya, utawacha watoto yako kama ule askari ya alidanganywa akatupa tia Kisii. Bernard, where is that man? Alikuwa anatuambia ati bibi yako na mimba. Bibi yako na mimba na yeye ako chela, ako remand na atafungwa. Sasa bibi yako atasaa, wesienda tu batia gas na kutuambia ati niko na bibi. Simbati, ukujua uko na bibi anataka kusaa. So mtu yeyote atacheza kwa hii 27 days ama 29 days imepaki. Kama bibi iko na mimba ama bwana iko na mimba ama wende uko na mimba, chua ukitelesa wewe peke yako tunakuchukua. Na serikali ya baba na mama, sisi ni askari. Ukicheza tunakupeleka, hatukuui, tunakushika mpaka police station mpaka chela. Hiyo ni kazi yetu wananchi. Vijana yetu hapana fanya makosa, shika mtu, peleka handover. Martha Karua, Chief Minister of Justice, ataangalia hiyo maneno. Hakuna mtu kupita kando, anatolewa. Kwa hivyo tukue macho na tupike mapicha. Kama kuna returning officer anataka kulete shida, angalia hiyo kwa china yake na hiyo namba yake ameweka hapo, piga picha. Alafu hiyo picha ndiye tutapeleka kotini. Hiyo ndio mambo tunafanya penalty. Hakuna kitu kingine tunaambia wananchi. Imefika asubuhi, get ready your IT. Wende upike kura. Chunga kura, mama ruti nyumbani. Na wa mama, mkipika kura, mruti kuletea watoto wetu uchi, chapati, tupeleke kwa polling station. Hawa vijana wamekaa kuchunga kura, wakule. Hiyo ndiye kasi yetu. Wa mama ya Central walisaidia Mau wakati wanaume yao walikuwa msituni. Kina mama walikuwa naenda na uchi, na hiyo wasee wa Mau waliweza kushinda vita, kwa sababu wesi enda vita na njaa penat. So na request wa mama yote, piga uchi, simama kwa barabara, weka mtungi. Usuri tuko na vikombe ya plastic. Uwezi sema kikombe yangu itapotea. Nunueni vikombe ya plastic, pelekeni uchi, simama kwa barabara, upate kijana na pikipiki, mtungi ya 20 liters, imewekwa chai, ingine imewekwa uchi, tupike kideri, tupelekee watoto wetu na chapati ili waweze kuchunga kura. Hiyo tu penalty. Mimi kasi yangu sasa ni kuhimiza kina mama. 1 million votes ya kina mama na chakula. Hiyo ni kasi yetu kina mama, na baada ya hiyo tunaenda Karen. Unajua hiyo Karen imekuwa imeendangwa na watu wengine. Sasa Karen ni ya kina mama. Can you imagine wa mama ya Kenya? Tunaenda kusherekea, ilikuwa tunaenda kwanza kuosha, kwa sababu najua imekuwa na mambo mingi, lakini tunaenda kutengeneza kama kina mama ili irudi iwe nyumba ya maana na ya heshima. Asante penalty.
Asante sana Mama Selina, tunashukuru. Boma linatengenezwa na mama. Baba atajenga nyumba, lakini boma linatengenezwa na mama. So wakati hakuna mama, mambo yanaharibika. Tunashukuru kila mmoja anayejiunga nasi katika matangazo ya leo. Tafadhali hakikisha kwamba utazami peke yako, unamkaribisha jirani yako, both diaspora and at home. This is one special show that helps you understand our politics and how you need to respond to the same. It's 29 days to election day. You better get your facts clear. Don't just make noise saying you are this and that. Adrian John, I don't know how you want me to help you. There is still a chance in the studio. Na kuomba hivi, click on the link, kuja kwa studio, utakaa kwa background, and then you will chat with me on the private chat. Nijue ni nini unahitaji, unachozungumzia, kwa sababu sikuelewi. But I would love to respond on that. On the other hand, let us ensure that we do what is right in looking around the country and educating Kenyans on what needs to be done. Mambo imekuwa ngumu, mpaka Halwale anaomba Oparanya, tafadhali ngombeeko kura, alafu mnasema eti Western iko kwa UDA. Hakuna UDA Western. UDA ilifungwa Western kitambo. Ni watu wawili tu ambao tulidonate, na wanaweza kuchukua wawili, labda wife and their wife, waende wakuwe wanne. Ni Mudavadi na nani na Weta. Hao ndio tulidonate. But the entirety of Western Kenya is locked up into Azimio La Umoja, One Kenya. Now kuna hii video ambayo nataka kucheza sasa hivi, na ningependa kuonya kila mtu, tafadhali tujihadhari na tuhakikishe kwamba tunafanya siasa ambayo ni ya muhimu. There are some natembea was let me just play the video, and then we can also weigh on the same. so that nobody is messed up. Let's take this first.
Mtu asifikiri kwamba atakuja kuleta hiyo michezo ambayo wamezoea kufanya. Wakati huu hapana, wako na watu ambao wanaelewa hii maneno, they are wasting their time. Ndipo unaona jamaa watafuti kura, kila mahali wanaenda wanatukana tu, wanatukana, alafu wanatupia watu pesa, watu wanapigana. Kumbe wako na mpango badala, ile mpango ya kanda kutafuta ballot. Hiyo tutasema tutashinda. Hatutakubali kwamba ifaulu alafu kuja interfere na leadership ya Trans Nzoia. Kwa hivyo ningependa kuhakikisha jamii zote ambazo ziko hapa kwamba kwangu mmepata kiongozi ambaye atajali maslahi ya jamii zote katika kaunti yetu ya Trans Nzoia, na kwa hii miaka 10 ambayo imepotea wale uongozi mbaya wa Ford Kenya, kwa mwaka mwingine 1.5 tutakuwa tumebadilisha mambo mabaya, tunaanza kuelekea kama kaunti zingine vile zimeelekea.
Na wanasiasa wale ambao wako na hawako hapa, ujumbe bado utawafikia ya kuwa serikali iko macho na iko macho zaidi. Jambo likitokea tu kidogo tunaamka, kwa sababu priority yetu ni amani kwa wananchi. Kwa vile tumekaa hapa saa hizi, hapa hivi iko na kabila yote, sio? Tuko na Wakisii, tuko na Waluya, mko na Kalenjin, sio? Kabila yote. Na hamjasema Wakalenjin wakai pande hii, Waluya wakai pande hii, Wakisii wako na tenti yao hapa. Waluya mko na tenti yenu hapa. Sasa nani mwenye atakuja aseme hatutaki Wakisii hapa?
Kwa hivyo watu yangu, mimi nawaomba, mimi nikitoka hapa naenda kama Musa. Labda tutaonana tena mpaka baada ya uchaguzi, maana Trans Nzoia ni kubwa. Wakora wasirudi pande hii, walete miungu ingine, ili natembea nikuja na maneno mazuri kule, nipige chini pasuke, kwa sababu na worship miungu ingine. Kama wanaleta pesa, watu yangu wamekula pesa ya kaunti mingi, msikubali waende na hiyo pesa. Tumeelewana? Wakifika tu hapa mnakaa watu 10 sawa sawa, na mnasema kila kikundi 5,000, kila kikundi 5,000, kila kikundi 5,000. Hiyo pesa hata ukipatia haiwezi kuisha. Bilioni 100. Bilioni 100 wamekula yote hiyo pesa, hata wakiwenye itakwisha. Tumeelewana? Mwenyezi Mungu awabariki. Asante sana. Abudu, alafu mimi nikuja na mambo mazuri tena nipige chini pasuke. Tumeelewana watu yangu? Tuweke kura mzuri, maana mimi nikitoka hapa najua wale nyuma, fuata nyuma, fuata nyuma. Sasa nikufuata mimi tu na kuongea tu kama mimi. Hiyo tume
Chamgei, Mulembe, muko sawa sawa? Basi mimi naitwa Philemon Samuel.
Hospitali. Watu wetu wamehangaika sana kwenda kule Eldoret, Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital. Sisi tumejenga hospitali moja hapa Kitale kwa miaka 10. Haimaliziki. 10 years tumeka 1.5 billion, hospitali haimaliziki. Watu wetu wanaenda kule Ziwa, wanaenda Eldoret kwenda kutafuta matibabu. Hata hapa Kajibora, nyinyi mnaendanga hapa Kajibora wa mama. Iko dawa hapa Kajibora hapa? Iko. Wamama hapa wanazalishwa na Waweru. Waweru ni watchman hapa. Ama muna habari? Waweru ni anazalisha wamama hapa Kajibora. Waweru sio daktari. Wamama huja nataka Waweru, nataka Waweru, nataka Waweru. Waweru is our hero. Anafanya kazi na madaktari, so the doctor. Ona mahali tumefikishana sasa. Kitale wa mama 6 kitanda kimoja. Na wote wanataka kujifungulia wakati mmoja, hakuna daktari. Bwenyako pale ni mtu mwenye anachunga hiyo hospitali. Madaktari hakuna. Daktari hawezi kubali kwenda hospitali, hakuna glove, hakuna nini, hakuna dawa, hakuna kitu kibaya inaudhi daktari ama nurse. Kama kuangalia mgonjwa anakufa na hakuna kitu za kufanya kwa sababu hakuna vifaa. Kitale hakuna. Hakuna daktari anataka kwenda kuona mgonjwa akikufa namna hiyo. Sasa kule wanachanganya watoto, huyu mama amezaa mtoto, hawajui ni ya nani, wameweka huko watoto wote. Sasa kurudisha watoto ya huyu anapatiwa huyu, ya huyu anapatiwa huyu, ya huyu. Na mtu amekuwa tu mkale, wewe mama mtoto ni yako chukua. Hapa vitu nafanyika hapa Kitala hapa. Ford Kenya. Alafu napata mtu anasema decrease. Decrease kitu gani? Sisi tunataka mabadiliko watu yangu. Tunataka tuunde serikali ambayo iko accessible. Ukitaka kuona governor yako, unaenda unaona governor. Ama namna gani? Pana governor ambaye anapotea kwa matanga hakuna, kwa harusi hakuna. Kwa kanisa hakuna, kwa pombe hakuna. Sasa unakutana na watu wapi bwana? Bana. Hii maneno lazima tubadilishe bwana. Ama namna gani? Hiyo ndio sisi tunataka kufanya. So hawa jamaa wakikuja hapa na propaganda, maana watakuja. By the way, hiyo hospitali inaitwa Tulon Dispensary. Tulon, inaitwa Tulon. Tunen.
Okay, thank you. Huyo ni incoming governor Trans Nzoia County. Natembeya himself. Drumming up support for himself. And then there are other things that were in between there. Stories of leaflets being distributed around claiming that certain community should leave. Those are things you need to guard against. Those things are meant to reduce votes. They are not meant to threaten somebody's life. It's to reduce vote. Kaa imara, piga kura. If you feel threatened, piga kura kwanza. Ukimaliza kupiga kura, ingia matatu, enda kwenu, ukasubiri kwa matokeo. Lakini don't move from any place in the name that somebody has said move. Ngoja tarehe 9, piga kura asubuhi na mapema, mtu wa kwanza. Ukimaliza hivi, ngatuka sasa uende kuona grandmother, tukingoja nini matokeo. I want to appreciate everybody. Thank you so much for keeping up with Mtembei TV. Please, let's keep inviting each other and keep the conversation rich. Let's not turn it around. Kuna mtu anasema Ojamong need to be investigated. I support that. Wale watu, especially ODM governors ambao have let down Baba. Hawa watu wote, I support their investigations. We cannot be the brainchild of devolution, then tunakupatia majukumu ya kuongoza county na wewe unaenda kuongoza kuharibu county. Miaka 10, hakuna barabara, hakuna hospitali, hakuna shule. Na umekuwa ukikula mshahara, tunajiita governor excellence. Hawa watu wote tunawachunguza. Na ikipatikana umekula hela, hiyo hela utaitapika. Natembea ndo najua hivyo, anasema mtazaa mshale. So we will use Natembea approach. Everybody must be held accountable. We want our country to move forward more than anything else. I want to be part of a Kenya where health sector is working, education sector is working, transport sector is working. When you go to the government office, it's as if you are at home. And then when you go home, it's as if you're in the government office. Hii story ya kunakaa kwa government office kana kwamba umekuja kutembelea headmaster amekuita na unajua kuna viboko unaenda kuchapa. So unakaa macho. All those things should end. We need to be part and parcel of a country that is moving forward with right leadership. And that right leadership itatokana na wewe kuchagua wale wako sawa. Usichague mtu kwa sababu ni ndugu yako. Chagua mtu ambaye anaelewa kila anachofanya na ako tayari kukifanya. I read a statement by Gandhi today. He says there is the cause of peace. I don't know how it went. He says the cause of peace is worthy dying for, but it is not worth killing for. Okay, there are people who want to have a cause in their life and they are willing to kill for that cause. That is not what a cause is for. A cause is meant to, you sacrifice yourself for that cause. Wakati Yesu alitaka watu waokoke, alijitoa yeye mhanga afe kwa niaba yao. Hakwenda kuua watu wengine ili watu waokoke kwa sababu ameua watu wengine. So right leadership begins by self-sacrifice. Unajitoa wewe mhanga ili uokoe. Kama kina Kenyatta waliamua kwenda jela, lakini ukoloni uishi. Unaelewa? So tuangalie uongozi vizuri, kwa sababu hawa watu.com wanataka kubadilisha uongozi ikuwe ni watu wanateseka kumfanya kiongozi, sio kiongozi anateseka kutetea watu. Leadership remains the same. Kiongozi anajitoa mhanga ili watu wakuwe na maisha bora. And that is what we need. But these people wanaangalia, kina Gachagua wanasema nataka kuingia kwa power ili nipate zile pesa zangu zilikuwa frozen. I mean, is that the reason for power? Ambia serikali, unapata serikali kwanza ndio utumie serikali kutatua matatizo. So serikali imekuwa kutatua matatizo, sio sababu ya kuingia katika uongozi. So watu kama hao wawekwe mbali na uongozi, very far, ili wajifunze. Asante sana. King Dave, you had a long conversation on phone. Please, now you spend some minutes on it. Naomba make your submission as fast as possible. Felix alikuwa amengoja hapo na Lydia ameingia. And every other person, please, let's keep it clean. God bless you. King Dave, karibu.
Okay, good morning all, good afternoon, and good evening all. We are all varieties. Mama Selina, you know your mother here, so we always salute you. I've been listening to several topics and the points, and the first one was Mount Kenya topic regarding Moses Kuria and the scandal ambayo imefanyika huko pia. And I believe so, wakati Honorable Raila Odinga alimchagua Mama Karua, tayari Mount Kenya ili change kitambo. And we remember very well, even Kabogo, William Kabogo, alikuwa anaambia Mount Kenya, please, ukimpigia Raila, unipigie na mimi pia, because they knew already Mount Kenya imebadilika. Hata hizo safari UDA walikuwa wanaenda huko kila wakati, kila kukicha wanaenda huko kumtusi rais. Walijua itabadilika. And I love Mount Kenya people. Wako very sharp. They are totally sharp. They wanna focus 5 years to come kutakuwaje. And in between that 5 years, maisha yetu itakuwaje. And I love about that. And then second point, it was about, I don't want to go far to take time. It's about the topic of Davadi and the issue ambayo umepresent. There's a video umeplay ya Western kuhusu Malala akiongea. When it come to Mudavadi yako na critical case in UDA because there's no Kenya Kwanza in that umbrella. So, and if you notice very well, when you observe it deeper in UDA team, you'll find out that your space, your position ya Mudavadi ishapatiwa na Kindiki. Na Mudavadi bado analala. So Mudavadi ako out of the umbrella. Hayuko ndani tena kwa sababu your position ishapatiwa Kindiki. Lakini bado afikiri wala bado ajifikiri. Okay, that is another topic. Let me come back to Mama Selina place, the Rift Valley. Mligusia stories leadership ya female gender. And then observe deeper since Moi, if I'm not wrong, Mama Selina utanirekebisha, wanawake kule Rift Valley walikuwa wamedhiakiwa sana, walikuwa wamefichiliwa sana, walikuwa wamewekwa katika ile kategori ni watu wanastahili kuwa jikoni. They don't have power to say anything. But the rule dictatorship ya huyu jamaa yetu ndugu yetu huko ana forget ya kwamba generation inaenda ikibadilika. Wanawake pia saizi wanakuwa more mature in the leadership. Now they are very wise. Na hakuna vile utamweka mwanamke chini saizi, ni vigumu. Na ukiobserve very well kwa hiyo umbrella yao, wanawake wengi sana wamefinyiliwa chini na wamedhiakiwa. Kuna clips nyingi sana tumeona paka wengine wanapigwa makofi. But I love the way Mr. Bernard, my brother, uli present ile issue ya Sally Kosgei. I believe Sally Kosgei, Ruto anamogopa sana. Anamogopa huyo mama. Huyo mama yuko very wise. Na saizi ndio sasa wamama wataanza kufufuka kule Rift Valley, wajue the value ya mwanamke, ya wanawake ni nini. Na I thank God our president ametupatia only 3 weeks. In between that 3 weeks ndio tutajua true color sasa ya leadership ya wanawake kule Rift Valley. Na things that change. In fact zimeanza kubadilika kabisa, and I love yesterday wakati tulieka clear na ikaenda kwa tested na imefaulu. So it means that starting from next week things ita change kabisa. Sitaki kwenda sana, kuna some topics za sikutaka kuingilia ndani ziko sensitive. Acha niache ndugu yangu aendelee nayo, ama kama Mama Selina anataka kuchangia anaweza changia. Asanteni.
Iko Alex na swali. Subiri kwanza. Alex, vile uko nyuma ya curtain, uliza swali moja kwa moja tukungatue.
Huyo sio mimi. Huyo sio mimi. Mimi sina hiyo muziki. Hii peke yake ambao nilidownload ni ile wasijua wanasema nini, iko muziki ilipigwa mzuri Mama Selina kule Kericho. Wanasema alafu nyinyi tu yake mnasema ni hiyo nilipenda sana. Hiyo nilidownload leo. But anyway, Bernard, iko kitu nimeshtuka uko Trans Nzoia. Hii jamaa huyu Natembea amesema kitu na nataka unisaidie, kwa sababu mimi kama sijui kitu mimi uuliza. Sasa huyo jamaa hakuwa anapatikana kwa matanga, hakuwa anapatikana kwa kanisa, hata Natembea akaogopa kusema hakuwa anapatikana kwa pombe. Huyo jamaa anapatikana wapi? Kwa sababu tulikuwa na governor hapa juzi, governor wa Montana Bernard, kukakuwa na shida kule, watu wakafa wengi sana. For 7 days Americans were looking for the governor for Montana. Kumbe jamaa alikuwa ameenda kule China kutafuta ka girlfriend kule online. Governor alikuwa amepata girlfriend online, akahepa akaenda kule, watu wao wanakufa na jamaa kule China, kwa Majingjong anatafuta huko kitu mzuri. If that governor is never found, where has he been? Now ametokezea na sasa tunamuona katika campaign. And if that is true what Natembea is saying, kuwa hakuwa anapatikana popote, why would a party like ODM give such a governor again a chance to contest through its party again? Why would we do that? Don't we learn that if people are not performing, can't we have performance contracts even within the party level, that if the governor was not be seen? And is that the reason why Baba went there and finally endorsed Natembea and told the governor, the sitting governor, that he can't contest against Natembea? Nataka unisaidie hapo.
Okay, I think you're mixing some things. The Trans Nzoia governor has finished his 10 years, and he was a Ford Kenya governor, not ODM, but because
okay,
in my opinion, kwa NASA.
Okay.
And then there was another person who was running on ODM. He was a strong candidate also against Hayemba. Hayemba is the one who has been absent all along. Yeah, alikuwa anapewa kura because of the Ford Kenya fanaticism of the place.
Hayemba first time he was in ODM.
Yeah, of course, the ODM wave was in ODM
in his first term, because I think at first time Hayemba was in ODM. was in Fort Kenya throughout?
Yeah.
I think it's Fort Kenya throughout. You can confirm otherwise, but I think it's Fort Kenya all through. And that is why Natembea is talking about Chris, okay, who is running also on Fort Kenya in the name of chama yetu na ipewe uongozi. So Natembea comes with the DAP, and he wants the Trans Nzoians to understand that the reason why somebody's confirming favor is saying Khaemba has always been in Fort Kenya. He's been Wetangula's candidate. Okay, so Wetangula has removed after Khaemba spoiling for 10 years. Now he wants to bring Chris Wamalwa to continue with the damage. That's why Natembea is now intercepting and saying, no, we can't have this to continue. We must have a new starting point where our leadership has to be a performance and not just position and reserving a particular seat because it's in Fort Kenya area. He should have a Fort Kenya governor. And I think those were the only two Fort Kenya governors. That is Wangamati, Lusaka, and then Khaemba. I don't think we have had any other Fort Kenya governor since devolution started. So Natembea is coming in as an opposition to everything Fort Kenya has been doing in Trans Nzoia and ensure that they have at least now a performer to pick up and repair the damage caused by Khaemba and be able to move the county ahead. That is it. ODM ilikuwa imepatia this other man Kamati. There's Kamati and Wangamati. Okay, so that nani that Ngamati ama Hamati wanted to vie against Natembea or using ODM ticket, and it was equally strong, but because of the Azimio arrangement, they decided to let Kakamega be Hika and Busia ODM, then leave Trans Nzoia for Trans Nzoia and Bungoma for DAP majority of the seats. So, but I think there is Hamisi, is it called Hamisi? In Saboti section, where there is a strong ODM member of parliament who is on ODM ticket. So huyo ataendelea kuwa na ODM licha ya kuwa kwa region ambayo inapaswa kuachia DAP. That is it. So huyo Khaemba amekuwa tu hivyo, ni mzembe na hajafanya chochote kulingana na wakazi wa Trans Nzoia, na ndiposa is among the list. Ojamong, Awiti, Khaemba, all those people to be investigated. Tunataka pesa yetu irudi. Kama ulipokea mshahara 10 years na umejenga hospitali for 10 years, si wale watu ulikuwa unajenga hospitali walikufa wakaisha before the hospital is ready. So that is it. Then Wangamati factor, I think is from what I'm seeing, he may just retain the seat. Sioni Lusaka akiwa threat per se, although Wetangula comes in very forcefully, and Wetangula plays rough. So I think there must be a combination between Natembea and Wangamati with the Azimio fraternity to be able to quell the Wetangula factor. He resorts to very rough plays when he becomes desperate, like that Chebuka, the by election. Nabuchai, is it? The seat that was being contested.
Chebutai, something like that.
Kabuchai, Kabuchai, yes, the Kabuchai seat. He was very desperate, mpaka wakaanza kwenda nyumba kwa nyumba wakithreaten watu just to desperately get people to go and vote in for Fort Kenya. So when he becomes desperate, he resorts into those things, and that's why I love the aspect that Natembea has been in the security sector na anaelewa hii maneno kama provincial commissioner. So nataka with that factor he needs to neutralize the excesses of Wetangula. And with that neutralization of the excesses of Wetangula, Wangamat will just sail through, because Lusaka has come in but a little late. And in my opinion, unless otherwise, Bungoma and Trans Nzoia are Azimio. I hope the question is clear now.
No, it's clear. It's clear. I think I had confusion in that, and it's very clear. But Boni is a little bit desperate. Mutapea yeye kweli, simupe yeye tafadhali. Boni ameomba sana.
Aone mzee Atuoli, laana ikuwe lifted kwanza, alafu we will consider. Lakini saa hii kama hajaona mzee Atuoli usiku na mbuzi na nini, atulize wazee, atengeneze ile busaa, wazee wakunywa mtemee mate. Hiyo kiti sioni akipata. Labda amefanya hivyo, unajua wanakuanga wajanja. Lakini without that, sioni. It's only that the Azimio senator asipofanya kazi vizuri. But akifanya kampeni vizuri, akisaidiwa na Oparanya, sioni nani Boni akipata. Boni ni vile tu ako kwa chama mbaya. In my opinion, angewekwa kwa nomination list, because we need him in the Senate desperately. We need him in the Senate, because I don't see that Senate without Orengo, without Mutula Junior. Hiyo Senate itakaaje? Yeah. So we need some vibrant Kimunya must go back in parliament. Now let's move on. Mana Felix, vipi? Felix, you unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. Alex Mwanawef. The broadcast is allergic to silence. So
Alex amefanya nini? Sini Felix?
No, sorry. Felix. Unajua majina yenu Lex. Iko ndani. Felix Chris. You click kwa hiyo crossed animal, okay? Itafungua sauti yako itoke. Saa hii tuwezi sikia hata ukiscream. You can't. Okay, Mr. Kamau anataka link. Nyinyi watu wa comments mnapelekanga mimi mbio. Mnajua hii gari inakuanga na gia ngapi? Nani amenini? Lydia, take it in the meantime. Nani ameenda kujisort. Thank you very much.
First of all, let me say hi to everybody there. How was your day, everybody? Nasema nimefurahia siku ya leo kwa vile hata wenye tumepitia yale yametendeka leo, at least Kenyans have opened their eyes. Naona kama ukabila sasa amna. Kenyans wamefunguka. Sio kusema hapa ni ngome ya mtu fulani ama ni ya nani. Kenya ni Kenya. Kenya ni moja. We are brothers. Hakuna ukabila, hakuna nini. Nimefurahia na siasa ya siku ya leo vile papa hata kwenye ametembea ilikuwa ni amani, wakapewa nafasi iliyokuwa nzuri, wakaongea, wakausa you know, it is good mtu akusikize hata kama hata kupigia, lakini akupe masikio ataenda akifikiria ulikuwa unaongea nini. And that is so good. Na Wakenya kama sote tungekuwa hivyo, at least itakuwa poa. Kwa vile you just give somebody your ears, si unajua chenye unafanya na mwenye utaona huyu ndiye kiongozi wangu wa ukweli, you fought for him or for her. Lakini cha muhimu amani, tuwe watulivu. Na nimefurahia sana, hata nimefurahia Mama Selina anazidi kupigania from Rift Valley. Anasema sio wote wako kwa vice president, sio wote, na sio wote wanamfuata. Hata nimeona ni kweli na sio wote. mimi ningefurahia. We have servants, not politicians. Let us have servants who are ready to die for their sheep. Not sio tu tuseme just, politicians are there to make noise. That's why you see politicians are there to make noise the whole day. Mtu ukiwa unajua chenye unafanya, you cannot be going everywhere every day making noise, making a lot of noise, a lot of promises ambazo hasifanyiki. We hope wakati huu papa na mama itaenda mbele na itakuwa nzuri, na naomba Wakenya wenzangu wale hatuko Kenya tuimise our brothers, ni nchi yetu na hatutatoroka. Hata wengine wanasema hii nchi tumechoka, maisha yamekuwa ngumu. Hatutatoka sote Kenya. Kuna maisha ngumu lakini hatutatoka sote. Kuna wale watapaki na nchi itakupaki na ni yetu. Na hata kama tutakuwa huku siku gani, mwishowe tutarudi nyumbani. Nyumbani ni nyumbani. Ndipo unaona kila kitu tunapata unaituma kwenu. Kwa nini usichenge huku? Kwa vile nyumbani ni nyumbani. Tuimise mandugu zetu wakae na amani. Hata kama unajua mtaweza kuwa kwa nyumba ndugu yako hapo kwa chama fulani na mwingine kwa chama fulani, lakini at the end of the day akishinda utampiga, utamuua. Mbona tusichukulie kama hivyo kawaida, kuwa hata kama mtu ni wa Western, mimi ni wa Mlimani, sisi ni mandugu. We just fought, mwenye atashinda tuseme ni asante, but I'm happy that this time round papa atachukua. Siku nyingi amejaribu, lakini wanaenda chini ya maji, wanamuibia. Sina wasiwasi kusema hivyo. Kila wakati ana ushindi, lakini sasa hapati. I'm happy that this time round na yeye sasa atashinda. Sio vile sometimes unasikia our deputy anasema deep state inanimaliza. At the other side anarudi anasema kuna deep state ambayo sijui, so kama unajua vile inafanya kazi na mbona unasema ndio inakumaliza na wewe ndiye deep state? Unajua anashanga. Unajua hiyo deep state vile yafanya kazi na unasema ndio inakumaliza. Inakumaliza vipi na wewe umeibeba mikononi mwako? You should come forward and tell us how it works, because wengine hatujui. We don't know how it operates. So unatoka unasema ndio inakumaliza na unasema hata hakuna mahali sijui. Okay, what have you done? Kama unajua sasa, yeye ndiye anastahili kuwa kiongozi. Wengine anajua vyote miaka yote, lakini sasa yeye kiongozi ni kiongozi wa mdomo, sio kiongozi wa matendo. Na hiyo ndio nasema ni ndugu yetu, hatumkatai, lakini ni kiongozi wa mdomo, kuongea kwingi, sio matendo. Tunataka kiongozi wa kutenda kazi, wa kufanya kazi. Tunataka tuone kazi, sio mdomo useme nitafanya nikiwa. You are still in office, you are able to do it. You sit with your people, unawaambia tufanye hivi na hivi. Una uwezo, sisi hatuna uwezo hapa chini. Kila mna decide huku juu ndio mnachua. Si eti muende mfanye alafu nakuja kusema nilikuwa tu nasikiza wakisema, but I was not aware, na ulikuweko. It is unfair. Sisi hatujui, tumewachagua muende pale muwakilishe wananchi. Si eti muende mupitishe kitu alafu baadaye unakuja kusema nitoboe nisitoboe. Utatoboa nini? Hatukuwa na nyinyi. Niseme nisiseme? Wanaume I don't know what I can call them. Kenyans wanaume. Niseme nisiseme? Nitoboe nisitoboe? Utoboe nini? Mwanaume wa bwana, kaa na heshima yako, acha kusema nitoboe nisitoboe, niseme nisiseme. Ungetuambia wakati ule mlikuwa mnayapitisha haya yote. But ishafika, ishafanyika, Wakenya wanaumia, Wakenya wameshindwa, wanasema serikali tusaidie. Who is this serikali? Ni mtu, ni kitu, ni katuni. Sasa unashindwa serikali ni nani? Who is this serikali? Wakenya wewe unasikia serikali tusaidie. Who is this serikali? Ni wale tumechagua. Uende utuwakilishe, utuletee majibu. Na sisi tufurahie, tukae kama Wakenya. Kenya is the best country in Africa. Let me tell you. Mimi natamani sana, nasema I wish ningekaa kwetu nyumbani. It's the best. It's the best. That is all. Natural resources tunazo. Hata nimefurahia, nimesema thank you for today. God bless you all.
Amen. Thank you, Lydia. We appreciate that, and we trust Kenyans are getting that loud and clear. It's important that we put the interests of the country first, even as we go about the elections. Let's elect real leaders keep anasema he would love to be Kakamega governor. I'm looking forward to that. I see this devolution evolving and going beyond counties, whereby everybody will be free to go and contest for governorship anywhere. Not to say ni county yetu, ni ya Waluya, watu wetu. No, if somebody is competent, is able to perform, he should be allowed to go and run. Kama Oparanya angekuwa Minister for Finance, I would have advocated for him to go and inherit one of the counties that zilikuwa zimelala. Okay, na tunapasa pia, I think we also need to relook at the constitution of saying that after serving 10 years, you are now obsolete. No, that is, you have gained 10 years experience. We need that experience in correcting the wrongs. So can you imagine if we transferred Oparanya from Kakamega to Busia for 5 years, then from Busia to Vihiga? We will have Western Kenya later. Lakini history ya kutuletea cabbage. Let me not talk too much. Thank you very much, everyone. Please, let's keep the conversation going. Keep inviting people to join into the discourse. This is Mtembei TV, Open Forum Political Discussion Show, where we are airing what we feel and think about our politics. Dave, what is it? King Dave?
My brother Ben, I just wanted to confirm. In Shimalavandu, we have one sugar machine ambaye imefariki for long years, and then Webuye. So there are 3.
In fact, there are several. The Butali, is it Butali working?
Yeah, Butali, which is Shimalavandu.
Butali is Shimalavandu.
Yeah, and then Webuye, and then Mumias. Honestly, to be honest, this since 2013, which Ruto alikuwa mpatiwa the half of the government, alikuwa na lead government. Ukitaka kujua is not fit to be a president of Kenya for that period of 5 years, angekuwa amefufua hizo viwanda zote, but instead walienda wakawa makartels. Alafu naomba Mungu sana afungue mandugu zetu macho mapema, kwa sababu you can imagine saizi tunakuwa na hali ya ugumu ya chakula kwa sababu leader mmoja aliambia watu wapande avocado, alafu yeye anakuwa cartels na wenzake. Unaona, sawa, ndio wanaleta vitu wanatuuzia gali maradufu, wanaweka double. So watu wa saizi wanatakana wafunguke macho, vile dada yangu amesema Lydia, ya kwamba saizi we need people who can serve us, who can put our life first and say now let us build our country. Wacha tufufue hizi viwanda vyote, as the baba anasema, kila kiwanda kwa kila county, of which ni kitu nzuri sana. Hautaona watu wanahangaika jinsi wanavyohangaika hivi, na we learn a lot of things along the way. Hata mimi ushangaa vile watu wanamkosoa President Uhuru, but hekima ambayo Mungu alimkabidhi akamuita Honorable Raila, wakakaa pamoja na akawa mshauri wake, tumeona a lot of benefit. You can imagine last time amezindua amezindua nini, museum, amezindua museum. You can imagine for 2 good years imejengwa for 2 good years, lakini ingekuwa ni kitu kingine ingejengwa for 10 years na bado kama yenye unaona inalalamikiwa Webuye hospitali. You can imagine, na hiyo sio 10 years, wanasema hiyo hospitali imekaa for 20 good years. Hata watoto wamesimama pale wanasikia Mtambaya akisema kabisa hospitali wa mama wanaenda sijui kwa nani kule Ochman. Hao watoto wenye walizaliwa 20 years wa kupata hizo hospitali. So we need now, to be honest, we need leaders who can serve Kenyans people. And another thing, I'm sorry to cut you, to go further.
Bwana, ulikuwa unauliza swali ama ulikuwa unafanya submission? Unajua unaitafia na hesabu.
Submission, I'm sorry for that. Another thing for the last one, it's about the salary. When this government come into power, they need to angalia masalary za watu wanakokwenda kwa parliament. Wanatakana reduce a lot of allowances so that ikujia watu wa chini kwa labor ministry so that watu waka benefit. Hiyo naona pia inaweza kuwa ni idea nzuri sana. Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you very much, Dave. Before we bring in Felix, let me address there is William Ruto videos. Anasema kwani tutakula misia. Now hii ndio akili ambayo hatuhitaji Kenya. Okay? Watu ambao wana reason kwamba kila kitu it has to do with kukula. Yani hapa Kenya must everything end up on the plate. Must our politics have something to do with plate? What happened to progress? It is important that we check things. And then he says that Oparanya is a failed leader. Just take a tour. Stop talking from the keyboard. Wewe chukua gari, fika Busia, roam around, cross over to Vihiga, go around Bungoma, then end up in Kakamega. You will appreciate that there has been work on the ground. All the same, I know what your problem is. You think everything has to compare to Ruto. Ruto is not a standard, in my opinion. He has flip-flopped over everything, including Bible verses. What does he stand for? Nothing. What does he advocate for? Nothing. You're calling Unga is 250. Yes. When William Ruto is in the cabinet, when William Ruto is the one who has the majority members of parliament wa Tangatanga, okay, waliopitisha story ya VAT na petrol na hiyo maswala mengine. So after he commits all that, he now turns around and now comes to complain to us. Sisi hatukai kwa cabinet. We don't make policies, and then you want to blame it on one person. The politics of adolescence. Forget it. Let people grow up, watoke chandoni wakuje huku wapambane na maisha. Thank you. Naomba tusonge mbele. Felix, I hope now you are set. Unmute, move.
Yes, good morning, gentlemen and ladies.
Good morning. Good to hear you. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you, Mr. Bernard. Actually, nilikuwa na technical issue kidogo, but now I'm back.
Karibu, endelea.
Yeah, actually, first, ningeanza na I've heard you mention Busia a lot, and I feel like I should hide somewhere, but unfortunately, I can't hide. I just have to face it as a resident of Busia or a citizen of Busia. You know, sometimes I do wish like ningebeba wananchi wa Sri Lanka leo nikawamwaga Busia na Trans Nzoia so that they can do what they did in their country by sleeping in the prime minister and president's residency to show that they're tired actually. Yeah. If such a thing can happen in Kenya, I think tutafunguka macho and tutaacha hii story ya kulia ati serikali saidia, because when it comes to fighting corruption, we start saying that our people are being targeted, and the same thing nimeona ikifanyika hiyo time ya inaitwa Kenya Kwisha. They are saying that their candidates are being targeted, but in the real sense, actually they have questionable, you know, their CV. They say, show me your friends and I'll tell you who you are. DP's friends, their CVs is just clear. Not to mention some of them, it's not good to mention some of them. They are our leaders, we respect them. But it's actually, it is a bad reputation that umekuwa kwa ofisi, you have done nothing, and then wakikuita ujibu maswali, utueleze how you used the resources, unasema ati you are being targeted because you are not supporting the government. It's not okay actually. Jana, I think 2 days ago, the president was in Kenyatta University akilaunch hiyo construction ya World Health Organization Research Center, and he was so angry about the issue ya land and whatever. And I felt for him, you know, for a man to say that I have 3 weeks in office na nikienda nitaenda na wewe, It is so painful because it's like he knows these things have been happening. He's been trying to just to be silent, but wewe umefika unajaribu kumsukuma kwenye ukuta, in that you are trying to sabotage the projects. Unakimbia kotini to block. This is a public land. We want to do investment. This research center, see Uhuru, see Kenyatta University, it will help all the people. Yeah, you can see like when Corona came, Africa actually is not that we don't have researchers. They're there. They used to come up with the solutions, but the world could not actually take these things seriously. In the first place, we don't believe in ourselves. So wewe mwenyewe, you are fighting your own government. It's giving a parcel of land. You are smothering somebody to go to court to say that hiyo land ni ya mtu fulani, which is not good. And then we have also another tendency. I've heard you say we believe each and everything should go into our mouth. Yeah, I've heard people saying that hatuwezi kula mabarabara, hatuwezi kula airports. Honestly, that is a very negative way of reasoning. Hatuwezi ishi hivyo, because I can nikijaribu kufikiria like in the 90s when I was still growing, tungali watoto wadogo, from Western to Nairobi. Unafika Nairobi, hata ukifika uko na njaa, but ukipewa chakula huwezi kula, you are tired because of the meandering on the roads. The roads are pathetic. That is the truth. But currently you can move from Western to Nairobi 6 hours. Kama umechelewa sana ni 7 hours. That is, you are too late, I mean, and on public service vehicle. But if you have personal, it's less than that. We appreciate that one. It doesn't have to go into our stomachs. Spending less than 6 hours on the road from Western to Nairobi, you know, you have cut less time on the business trip you have. You have saved your own time, fatigue. Unafika wherever you are going, you are so well organized, you are healthy. Actually, I'm very sorry, nimekuwa nikipotea kidogo. It's because schedule yangu na kazi na nini, you know, currently Mr. Bernard, we are holding World Cup for information. I'm in Qatar na kazi imekuwa ikinisukuma sana, so sijakuwa nikionekana. And sometimes I do wish that some of my people, even this time, come to Qatar and see how these guys are organized. And even for my colleagues who are here in Europe, they can tell you, infrastructure is everything. You spend lesser time on the road, unafika kwenye unaenda, you are very satisfied with whatever you are going to do. So our politicians, and they do benchmarking in these countries. They go to Dubai, they go to Australia, they go everywhere, they know. And then when they come back to Kenya, they start fighting the same government which is trying to give us good things. Why should they go for holidays in Dubai instead of going to Naivasha? Mbona wasienda Naivasha ama Mombasa, spend all their time there? They go to Dubai, they go to UK, they go to Paris. You know, they see these things, and when they come back home, they want to close our eyes. Hawataki tukubali that this is the truth. Somebody like Ojamong, I pity Busia, my government, for real. But I wish when Baba comes in, najua Ojamong alikuwa mtu yake, but when Baba comes in, the coming government, of which I'm pretty sure ODM will take the day, because Busia is the same Busia. ODM will take the day, and Toma and Ojamong, I don't see any big difference. You know, once umepita kura kwa ile nguvu ya chama, you cannot really give us what we wanted, because Otoma was the minister for fisheries, was in sports. Actually, he did nothing, but I can see again he's gonna take it. So if Baba anataka kutusaidia watu wake Busia, because we usually give him 100%, ajaribu kutuangalia, because it's true. I'm from Busia, I do go back in Kakamega, and I can testify we have a very big difference. Somebody will argue that Kakamega is a former Western headquarter, but no. Busia receives 6 billion yearly. With 6 billion, do something. I mean, even if Kakamega receives 12 billion, you have 6 billion. We can go back to the parable in the Bible, whereby we had those who were given 10 coins, another one was given 1. You returned your 10, you did nothing. Ule wa moja ali multiply, and he was blessed. So with the little you have in the county government, let us do something, actually. Yeah. And Mama Selina Kongoi, today you really showed us that Rift Valley, Azimio has a say. Thank you so much. And that's what we really want. Whatever I saw in Kericho and Bomet and the other day in Kirinyaga actually shows us that Kenyans, we are now waking up. And let us, that's the way to go. I saw the same yesterday, I think, in Kiambu. Whatever Korea was doing with the Wamatangi, it shows how their government is going to be. For instance, if Kenya Kusha takes the government today, how are they going to behave? They themselves, they are not organized. Whatever they are doing is fighting, in fact, infights in between themselves. What if they take the government? What are they going to give us? Yeah? So, Mr. Bernard, for today, that's all I can say. Na naomba tuendelee na hiyo nguvu. Ikifika tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8, let us get out and vote. Sio mchezo. I'm speaking because I have a diaspora vote and I'm confident Azimio gonna take it. Thank you so much.
Sawa. Thank you, Felix. We appreciate that, and let's keep encouraging people to do the right thing. Let us encourage everybody to do the right thing. Kuna watu wawili hapa ningependa kudeal nao. Kwanza ndio tulete nani. Kuna Muyu Rono na Ruto. Wanasema we are shallow thinking. Now swali langu ni moja tu. What is shallow? What is more shallower than somebody saying he does not eat museum, he does not eat road? I mean, that's the shallowest thing. Kwetu wanasema wakati mtoto amekula kashiba, anaambianga mama tuchome store. Kwa sababu anafikiria hata sikia njaa tena. So ndio hii. Ndio hii. Na watu wazima tu, we are talking about the national matters. We are talking about the future of the country, and all you are consumed with is plate and food. Yani hawa ndio watoto wakashagwa, sio? Mchele tu na nyama, unafungua State House, mambo yote imeisha. Hawa ndio wakukula. Watakula mastore, watakula barabara, wanakula National Park, walikuwa wanataka kukula sasa nini? National Heritage, Jamhuri Park. Of all things to grab, is it now historical land? Please, style up, you guys. It's important when you are young to have some brains that think nationally, not think stomach, hand to mouth, hand to mouth. This kind of thinking is what is making this country remain where it is. You have somebody in leadership and all they think is what to eat, what to eat. The country needs to move forward. It needs to build capacity. Hiyo chakula unataka, kama hakuna barabara ya kupeleka soko, utauza wapi? Utakula peke yako umalize? Unasema mpande avocado. Avocado ikisha machua, ikuiva zinaivanga zote pamoja. What are you going to do with it? You don't want nini warehouse, you don't want whatever cold houses, cold storage buildings. All you want is what to eat. Please, that is too shallow and shameful for that matter. Let's grow up and understand the country is more than food and life is more than food. Hao ni watoto wa Esau, okay? Esau alipoambiwa nipatie birthright, tukupatie chakula, asema what is birthright? Give me the food. Then he ate once and lost his entire destiny. That is what you're advocating for, Rono and Ruto. You want us to sell our destiny to William Ruto because of food? We will not. This is our country, and we must hold it for the future of our children and our children's children. Nobody is going to get it from us in exchange for a plate of rice and meat. We can do that for ourselves. We can make the rice for ourselves. We can make the food for ourselves. All we need is proper governance. So take your shallow thinking away from here. You can go to the kitchen and prepare yourself meat stew and rice and enjoy it with your deputy president designate for UDA. As for us here, we're here for serious business. The country must move forward. the deputy president, somebody asked, what would Uhuru have accomplished if we had a different deputy president? In my opinion, much more. Much more. Okay, video. Hey, can't miss our video. And I'm happy Nani is here also to take over. Na leo ni siku ya sadaka. Alex yuko wapi? Let's get this 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's start here. I hope Nini. I want to play a series of videos kwanza. Ndio.
Yeah, very nice. Hello, very good. Yeah, very nice. Hello, very good. Yeah, very nice. Hello, very good. Yeah, very nice.
Hey, bye mugulel donde bomman. Amutum danyo. Wow.
Asante sana, our fifth president, your deputy, all protocols hapo mbele, na nyinyi wananchi wote hapa Kericho, hamjambo. Nimefurahi kusikia ya kwamba hapa tunapata makabila zote za Kenya, na niko na ujumbe kwa sisi wote wa Kenya. Hapo awali rais mtarajiwa amekuwa akigonga hodi, nataka kuingia State House, hodi anataka kuingia State House. Mara ya 5 saa hizi anaingia na mama. Tutamfungulia mabana. Tunamfungulia ingia wapi? State House. Baba ni wapi? State House. Asanteni sana. Haya, okay. Haya. Kwa maboma zetu nimeambiwa niendelee. Azimio la Umoja. Inawezekana Azimio. Na kwa boma yako mwanaume akiwa anagonga utamfungulia. Lakini akiingia na mama, si unaona lazima ako na jambo. Kwa hivyo naomba Wakenya, najua tukiwa hapa makabila zote, mwaka huu tunaenda uchaguzi, tufungulie mlango ya State House. Baba Raila Amolo akiwa na Martha Karua watuongoze. Asanteni sana.
Kericho oye! Kericho oye! Inaonekana kifunguo ya State House imepatikana Kericho. Wacha lete jamaa. Wacha kuja bana. Wewe wacha kuja job. Haya pena. Haya, asante sana, asante. Haya, kuja sasa. Wapi? Pitia Joe, umuone hapa Joe. Pitia kwa Joe hapa. Pitia hapa kwa Joe. Haya. Haya, asante sana. Haya, kifunguo imepatikana, haijapatikana? Imepatikana, haijapatikana? Sasa baba na mama wanaenda kufungua State House sasa. Na kifunguo kutoka Kericho County. Si namna hiyo? Chief Whip. Dakika moja Chief Whip.
Haya, Chief Whip ndio huyo. Habari yenu? Kura ya papa ni wapi?
Asante sana baba, tumefika.
Vichwa vya habari ni kwamba Rais Uhuru Kenyatta sasa anadai wizi wa mali ya umma ni miongoni mwa sababu za kukosana kwake na naibu wake William Ruto, huku akiwasuta viongozi wa makanisa walioshawishiwa na fedha zilizoibwa makanisani. Rais Kenyatta alisema kitita kikubwa cha fedha zilizoporwa kilitumiwa makanisani. Kadhalika, rais amemuidhinisha kinara wa ODM Raila Odinga kumrithi, akiwataka wakazi wa eneo la Mlima Kenya wanaomsikiza kufuata wasia wake. Ripota wetu wa masuala ya siasa Kennedy Mureithi anaarifu zaidi kutoka Sagana, Nyeri.
Iwapo upo mkutano wa kisiasa uliokuwa umesubiriwa kwa hamu na ghamu mwaka huu, ni huu wa Rais Uhuru Kenyatta wa Sagana ya 3. Tofauti na mikutano ya awali ya Sagana ambapo wanahabari hawakuruhusiwa ndani na idadi ya waalikwa kuwa ndogo, mkutano huu ulikuwa wa aina yake. Rais alianza kwa ufafanuzi wa miradi aliyofanikisha eneo la Mlima Kenya.
Aterere.
Sehemu kubwa ya hotuba yake ilikuwa kwa lugha ya mama, Rais Kenyatta akimgeukia naibu wake William Ruto kwa vijembe vya kisiasa.
Woka haha na bese iyo ralia. Ne bese siagereirwo no gutwarira ando Elgeyo Marakwet damu bilioni 3 negetha ciana cia Ngai inyue maaĩ, negetha ciana cia Ngai ihote kurima, neguo ciekĩrwo mũhuko wa mũndũ woka koroga makanitha atĩ ndakũnengera milioni 2 ũke haha tũinagĩre haleluya.
Kulingana na Rais Kenyatta, chanzo cha kukosana kwake na naibu wake, mbali na kumtelekeza kazini, ni chovya zake katika junhula za fedha za umma.
Na niĩ ndirĩ mũndũ wa kũiya, niĩ ndiotaga kũiya cia thirikari, rĩu niĩ ndirĩ nacio.
Kwa mujibu wa rais, fedha za umma zilizoporwa pakubwa katika uangalizi wa naibu wake, kiasi cha kuwapokonya mamilioni ya Wakenya huduma na maendeleo, na makasisi waliogawiwa pesa hizo hawakusazwa.
Kama woe igana rĩakwa thithinĩire handũ ha milioni iyĩtwo, handũ ha milioni ĩtigathinĩtie mũndũ na haki yake ya maica bũrũri ũyũ. Tũtigakwaranĩria maheni.
Aidha, rais anadai naibu wake amewakabako vijana kwa udanganyifu, huku akisema Ruto ni mnafiki na amekosa uaminifu.
Na inyuĩ nake nĩguo ndĩramwĩra no gũkorwo mũtiũĩ, no nĩ mũkamenya mũthenya ũmwe twaga gwĩka maũndũ marĩa magĩrĩire. Na inyuĩ atongoria mũtigetigĩre anake, aya nĩ ciana citũ, nĩ andũ aitũ, mere ima.
Rais anadai naibu wake hujificha hasa makanisa kuficha unafiki.
Ndũngĩhota gũka ũtũhorere mbeca cia kũiya, nĩguo ũcoke ũtwĩre atĩ kũrĩa tũgũthiĩ ũkuĩte ibuku rĩa Ngai. Wewe nĩwe werekeire Jehanamu ti aya.
Katika kuupigia debe mshikamano wake na kinara wa ODM Raila Odinga, Rais Kenyatta kwa mara nyingine amesisitiza alimjuza Ruto kuhusu handisheki, ila hakuipenda kwani alidhania haingemfaa kisiasa.
Hata nikisema mimi nafanya kazi na ndugu yangu Raila Odinga, mimi sifanyi kazi kwa sababu nataka yeye awe rais. Mimi nafanya kazi na yeye kwa sababu nataka pamoja tuunde amani ya taifa la Kenya.
Na kwa mara nyingine akapiga jeki Azimio La Odinga. Kwa mtazamo wa rais, kwa sasa Ruto hastahili kamwe kuliongoza taifa.
Tuliambiwa na mzungu, a house divided is a house that is built on nothing but sand, but a house united shall live and stand to fight another day.
Wakazi wa Mlima Kenya na Wakenya kwa jumla kwa sasa hivi wataziangalia hatua za Rais Uhuru Kenyatta kwenda mbele, huku akiapa kujitokeza vijijini kumkampenia anayemwenzi, huku akishikilia utendakazi wake umetosha kutoa mwelekeo kwa wakazi wa eneo hili. Kennedy Moreithi, NTV katika kaunti ya Nyeri.
Okay, I shared that entire cluster for us to have a wider range of looking at issues and be able to analyze things properly. On the comment section, beware, there are those guys who want to deviate the debate so that it turns into the plate of rice and soup. Please avoid them. Avoid them. Don't let them drag you into that. Kenya is bigger than a plate of rice and soup. And anybody who is advocating for that is mistaken. And we don't need that. Not now, not ever. Hata kama wewe mzazi nyumbani. My mother alikuwa anatupeleka kwa shamba na mtaona uji mpaka umelima line zako 10 umemaliza. So you don't put food ahead, you put work ahead. That's how progress is done. So wanataka kula museum kwa sababu wana chakula. Wanataka kula barabara kwa sababu wana chakula. Wanataka kula damu kwa sababu wana chakula. Everything about them is what to eat. And are the ones you're advocating to lead this country? No way. No way. We know better. I will not let anybody who wants to eat like termites. He wants to eat like ants. And no way, no way. So, kuja na agenda ingine. Kama agenda yenu ni chakula peke yenu na rice. That's why we want the Azimio government. Itapanda enough rice for distribution. Okay, anybody who's hungry, get it for distribution. Lakini usitumie akili ya nyama na mchele. Okay? Nyama kwa wali. Kuongoza inji. We don't need that. It's outdated. Hata wanafunzi shule. They don't go to school to eat. They go to school to learn. Eating is to sustain them so that they learn. Wewe unataka uongozi kwa sababu ya chakula. Hati unga imepanda. So, si uteremke. Unga ikipanda, wewe tafuta jinsi. All you need is to afford unga is more money. Okay? It's not to reduce the unga. It is more money. If you have enough money, you pay for it and you will be able to buy it. Not to hold the whole country hostage. Barabara zote zisimamishwe kwa sababu hakuna chakula. Hospitali zisimamishwe kwa sababu hakuna chakula. Masomo isimamishwe kwa sababu hakuna chakula. Bei ya maisha imepanda. So everything to be stopped so that everybody goes to the kitchen. No. You and William Ruto should be well advised. Watu wa mchele na nyama, mngoje nani. Na hizo pesa tumefreeze. Zinaenda kujenga barabara ingine.
Bernard, ebu ambia Alex aache hiyo mchezo. Alex, let me tell you one thing, yeah? Without any fear of contradiction, I'm coming here to say that there are challenging men that watafuata gogo. Tunapenda gogo sana. Sally Koskwe ni gogo wetu. Na nataka mama kama Selina waenda mpatie sociote. She deserves the sociote. Tunampatia sociote achape watu kama Alex. Wawekwe laini. There are challenging men that will follow that woman. Alex, tutakupatia sociote. Sally Koski is an institute. She's an institute.
Yeah. Kipu nilikuwa nikifikiria mko na yeye hapo. Hata sikuwa nikijua. I thought mko pamoja na mama.
Ndio amenishtua. Sasa unajua sasa tena Kip.
Kwani hamjaona background message ya Kip? The debate.
That is Raila Odinga following very strong women. Ama nataka nilete kofia yangu ndio. Hata mimi na kofia ya Raila pia unajua. Yes.
I tell you.
Mimi nilikwambia uchukue DNA, wewe unafanana Martha Karua.
Wewe, Alex, wewe.
You have
Keep up
started.
soon.
Okay, let's make progress, please. Let's make progress. And just putting everything in proper perspective, it is not the men that will follow Sally, okay? It is men that will surround her. You know, to be in power, it's not that I supported you. Unajua hii injili tumehubiriwa na Ruto mpaka imeanza kutuchanganya. Okay? Kama mimi if I'm for president, kuna kura moja sitataka kupigiwa, kura ya Ruto sitaki. Kwa sababu sitaki kudaiwa maisha yangu yote. Hata alinipigia kura sitaki, aweke kura yake ajipigienge tu yeye mwenyewe. Sitaki kupigiwa kura na Ruto. But for you to be a leader and a strong man, okay, you need to surround the women and surround yourself with the women. They have a way of making leadership valid. Lakini kuna wale wanaogopa strong people around them. They need weak people around so that they can manipulate them and turn them into their toys. That is not the way to go about leadership. So Sally, she's a force to reckon with. Just watch. After these elections, something drastic is happening in the Rift Valley. We are regaining the Rift Valley we had during Moi's time, where we had strong people in leadership. Not this business of going to sing a chorus that has no head or tail. Now, naomba hivi, my time is almost elapsing, kwa sababu nataka kubadilisha hii gear na ning'atuke. Niwaachie nyinyi mkiendelea mbele, ndio nijiandae other businesses that I'm supposed to attend to. Sawa. So Bwana Njiru amefika. I hope Njiru, you're here to stay.
Bernard, I have one question before you leave. I have a question just for you.
Sawa. Let me just sort with Njiru kwanza, alafu narudi kwako. Hold that question. Njiru, you're here to stay mpaka Makiadi akuje ama?
Ni sawa, haina shida, nitangojea Makiadi, lakini ongea hiyo pande nyingine na Makiadi umwambie atayarishe. Leo ni Sunday, si wanajua.
So it depends on how much time you have, because if you don't have much time, we can still hold on until that appropriate time arrives. What is needed that we cannot leave the studio unattended, and then we must keep the campaign on.
Najua anakujanga 7 PM na ni sawa.
Makiadi is not around.
Okay. That is the information.
Okay, there's no problem then, but we will be speaking with you.
Temba or Wekesa. Wale watu wamelala. Yes, Skip, go ahead.
You know, Bernard, I have been watching you and following you till we've become very good friends for the last, I think it's now going to 9 months. I'm thinking that it's time where in Tembe, we need to elevate you. I think we need to get you to mainstream. And I'm embarrassing you a bit, but I think the way you've led us, and it's time. We always say this on the comments, but it's time we say it live now. Bernard, I think if we could find somebody that could help elevate this man to the mainstream, I would really appreciate it, because Bernard, hata kama ni mambo ya kanisa ama politics, you hold your own. When you are sick, whether you're traveling or not, we see you here every day for the last 9 months. That is me. I've seen him for the last 9 months. Sasa nataka kuuliza, what do you need from us as your followers in Mtembe so that we can make this happen? We can make you mainstream. I know I've put you on the spot. Tuambie.
That's a very serious question. That Okay, I can't even respond to it right now, but we will need to have a Kamkunji. We need to have a Kamkunji because there is what I see from Tembei, there is what I see for me, and there's what I see for church. And more than just joining mainstream, I would want to build Mtembei into that mainstream. That's my perspective. Whereby if we were able to hook, because there isn't much complication about digital broadcast nowadays. All we need to do is this link. We hook it to KBC. We'll go KBC. Pop. We don't need even another gadget to add to it. But after we do Kamukunji, we'll know what to do. So, but for now, I want us to focus on this campaign to win, and then maswala mengine tutashughulikia. In the meantime, wacha tujitahidi kulipa bills, tuendelee mbele. We'll do great things. I'm sure hatufungi stesheni baada ya uchaguzi. Tuko hapa, hii stesheni iko na kazi mingi sana ya kufanya, na I would love to build Mtembei TV, okay, than join an already built station, because I would want to be part of the building process. And when we are part of the building process, there is much that you can make and tailor it in such a way that it is helpful. But an already structured, that mainstream, hata ukienda unapimiwa masaa, unaambiwa usiseme hivi, mheshimiwa amesema, ukimwongelea unamwongelea hivi. So unaona hapa tuko free, we talk or whatever we want. So we'd want to have a broadcast system that is like this. Not for us to go and join another place where we are carteled. You can't move this way, you can't move this way, you can't say this mheshimiwa amesema, you can't say mtukufu amesema. That's a very difficult place for me to exist. But I'm happy and appreciate your kind observation.
So Bernard,
and your
Bernard,
prayers.
so
Yes.
utatuambia sasa, when the time comes, how you and Tembe, we can help you elevate this, because this is when we're getting the most views or the most international people. There are people out there that can help Tembe and yourself elevate. You need to tell us. You can't just do this on your own. Rome was not built in a day. Tell your audiences what you need as Mutembe and Bernard to build this further. That's what I'm trying to say.
Agree.
1 minute. Keep the way Kasevem, Sambu Pule Kasevem, he put a studio in his one room, and he make a big studio, and that is why Kasevem is in Kenya and US and all over. So I think what we want to do with Bernard is to put a studio in his house.
Sorry, Mama Selina, you're mute. Pole. You're mute, unmute
Yes,
kwanza.
I was saying the way Kasevem start is actually he has his studio in Kericho. He has one here in US, in Chairmandown, where he was living. And then now he went back to Kenya, he opened another one. So I think the way Kasevem did is actually what we need, because Kasevem does not need anybody else. They have their own people, and they open one in Nairobi. So I think that is how we can go about it. So maybe the good people who talk with Kasevem, we can ask them how it went, and then we see what to do. Or maybe I think that is what Kip was trying to say.
Correct. That is it, Mama. So you see now, Mom has said one thing. Now you see you found a connection there directly in the panel. So we can talk to KASFM, and I think there's my brother Martin that will talk to other people. And I think the other people internationally that we can also discuss this thing. Let's talk in the private admin panel, and then we can talk with Alex and everybody, and then we see how we streamline this, because I think you're a very important voice, my friend. You're a very important voice, and tutasema sasa tutatuma Mama Selina ukwe kwa State House during the celebration. Okay, one of them.
Mama Selina is ready now, but KSFM, they have the all day, 24-hour, and they have up to the whole night. So, and Dr. Sabu is a very good person. We will talk to them and ask them. We have a renge. Actually, KSFM, they have Saturdays all the way through. So I think we need to talk to him and see what it happened. And then for us here, we get ourselves together, we get our studio, and things go on.
Okay, thank you. Dave, what is it?
Can I interject?
Okay,
Alex, one moment. Let Dave speak, then you come in, Alex.
The average of broadcasting license, it's 10,000 Kenya shillings. And the television is 200,000 Kenya shillings. So you don't have to go to, for example, like ABC. No, you can open yours alone, and you can broadcast via radio and TV. So it depends which license do you want. And another thing, it's a propose, because we have seen we are more than 42 to 47 tribes here. You can arrange to the sanction which season you can broadcast Kalenjin, that means Luya, Kikuyu. It depends, but that one comes with when you develop something. Just idea. It's just idea.
And
but
maybe
now
create a
license,
calling card.
yeah, now the license are
they
free.
have succeeded. Oh, sorry.
Now the license are they're giving license now. So if you want the television license, it's there, but it depends on the price. If you want the radio, it's there. If you want both of them, it's there. So you're the one who's supposed to check the propose, write the propose, and give us.
I was saying for us who are
Sorry,
here,
Mama. You can see it's already working. Mwana wa Ingo is saying, I will pay for that, my guys. You can see we have funds. There are guys who are willing to pay for this station.
And again, we have to have the calling card. You know, we call home. So we have our own calling card. And then, like if I buy $10 calling card to call to Kenya, that is what make KSFM Ketu got there. So they have a Karibu online calling card. So we can have our own calling card. So when we want to call our families, we buy the card, and then that is what it will make our broadcasts and other things. So all over where we are, we will promote by having those calling cards, which will be under Mutembei or whatever the name we will call it.
Alex?
Kip, thank you very much for your proposal. But a quick reminder, all these things need bankrolling. The basic structure of anything sustainable is the ability to sit down and understand, okay, the labor is there, that is Bernard, and I don't think Bernard is shy of getting the people who can help him. I think in Kenya today we have the most cheapest labor. However, the problem comes when we say that we need to pay our bills. The last few months, we've been having issues whereby Ata Kipsa, I'll put you into task that we haven't paid this month's bills. And we can't jump the gun. If we are not responsible enough right now to be able to pay our bills monthly on time, then I think we should, hatuwezi ruka kutoka kindergarten kama Sakaja by age 13. We have a degree from Teams University. I mean, let us understand it is a progressive growth. And since, you know, there's something called emotional equity. You see an anchor for so long, and they become more than a brother or a father or a mother. For instance, if I use that name because I got it from Duke, for instance, Mama Selina has become our mother here. So sometimes we see her more of a mother than our own mothers. So what I'm saying, let's go back to the basic structure that all these things you're talking about, they need bankrolling. And unless and until for a couple of months we are capable to show that we are responsible financially, we can't put another man into a position whereby we will get out and leave him in the mainstream with some bills. If that has to happen, let us start paying our bills immediately. Let us look for bills for the next 6 months. Tuzieke chini. Tumalizane nazo zote. Tujue for the next 6 months we are covered. Like PBS and other public radios, then from there we can start contribution through public contribution or sourcing outside funding. But if at the basic level right now, we are not capable to pay for our Wi-Fi before the 10th, and sometimes tunakuwa hapa, we are begging for sadaka. Whereas we all know that by tarehe 10, our Wi-Fi has expired. So I think keep kwa leo nimekuweka kwa hiyo mgeni wa heshima. Anza na hiyo ya kutusaidia tulipe bills za this month, alafu after that. Yes.
Hapana Alex, tufanye tu hivi because hiyo bills tulikuwa tusha agree. We forgot to call the group. Tutaongea na Jakindo Bay, tutaongea na Makiadi, Martin and the rest. Hiyo bills tutaongea baadaye because I understand what you mean. Let's do that tomorrow. Let's call the committee and we can do that. Na hata nataka mama akuje this time. Okay, I understand now. let's pay our bills first. Let's pay our bills first. Yeah. So I'll convene that meeting.
Sawa, thank you. Let me say this before I move out. On the issue of running a station, that is not a big deal. And we have also attempted, I've been trying to do media from as early as, I think 2011. We used to do an online radio station. We ran it for a while. That's why I'm able to do these things. And we have tried to go to I've been to Wanguzi's office when he was a communication authority. So Katsungusha, they are not licensing. But right now there is licensing. But the greatest challenge is sustaining the TV. The terrestrial TV bill is high. Okay, I think the last time I checked, the cheapest was I think 300K per month or 350 per month to sustain that being broadcasted, because you don't build your own infrastructure. You must use the existing infrastructure, kina Signet, kina Pang, and all that. So you incur that bill. And so you must be able to have that revolving fund to be able to sustain that. Otherwise, unafunga. Kulikuwa na Core TV. Core TV was started by Madam Phoebe Aseko. You know Phoebe Aseko, the woman who floored men during Kanu's time. It closed. They have a license. In fact, we wanted to inherit that license. They had been licensed, they broadcasted, but now Billy Kazidi, they are on pause mode. So there are many stations that are dormant right now, and all of it is because of that recurrent bill. That's why we must put that in projection and build towards that. And that's why I am not, we can easily just get emotional about it and it is all into problem like Alex is saying. So let's go bit by bit. And that's why I say tutakuwa na kamkunji, then we'll discuss that and we'll be able to do. I have no doubt we are going somewhere very powerfully as we build relationships, build the work, and perfect as we move, things will work out. That one, there's no doubt. Lakini asante sana. So naomba hivi.
Let's meet, Bernard. Let's meet. Let's discuss. This is a serious topic here, so we'll convene a meeting tomorrow or this week, tafadhali.
Okay. Thank you. And then there are people who are asking whether we are off air. Tafadhali, inaonekana tufanyi kazi vizuri. Tafadhali hakikisha una share hiyo YouTube na una inform watu kwamba Facebook iko na shida. I think hiyo shida itamalizika by kesho. So we'll resume the normal programming. We had issues with Facebook, but I will be sorted out, I think, by tomorrow. So in the meantime, we are on YouTube only. YouTube only. So mtu yeyote anataka kufuata kipindi chetu, una share your link, especially the people who are viewing. You just copy that link of the video you are viewing and then share it kwa WhatsApp, tumia watu. Click, they will get straight into the show. Even kwa Facebook, you can post on your wall, post in the groups. Mtu akiclick will be led into the show. There are those who've been waiting for that notification from Facebook. It's not coming because we can't stream live Facebook until I think after tomorrow is when that whatever matter will be sorted and we will resume the normal broadcasting. Thank you very much. Bwana Njiru, naomba nikupatie line hapa. Line up inakaa hivi. Nana hajafanya submission. I think Keep hajafanya submission na Andolara. Hawa watu wengine wamefanya submission at least once. So begin by giving Olara ameenda. So you give to, I think Joshua make submission, Dave make submission, Alex ndio atafanya submission. Alex ameuliza tu maswali tangu akuje hapa. Maswali mara ya Wetangula, mara ya Sali. So apewe nafasi ya kufanya submission. Felix, what is the problem? Felix?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Bernard.
Yes.
I just have a small concern. I think with time tunafaa tupeane civic education kwa wenzetu wa Kenya about the economic crisis. Actually, it is worldwide. And so if we start crying that bei ya unga ishukishwe, bei ya mafuta ishukishwe, currently where I am, niko kwa gas na mafuta, lakini bei ya mafuta imeongezwa. We are not crying. We understand. We know what Russia, the control Russia has over the supply of gas. We know what the control of Ukraine has over the supply of wheat. So Wakenya wenzetu waelimishwe tu wajue actually what is happening outside the world. Like the rally that was in Kericho, or the rallies that have been happening, I saw 80% of the guys were on smartphones. Those smartphones is going to follow Raila and Ruto only. Let us also study what is happening worldwide. If they could have seen what happened in Sri Lanka, wanafaa fungue macho, wasianze kulilia tu uhuru ati shukisha bei ya unga, shukisha bei ya nini. It is globally things that I'm pretty sure even whoever is in the US, whoever is in the UK, the same thing is happening. And if our DP is genuine, instead of castigating the government, he should do what Boris Johnson is about to do. Just step aside. Instead of getting salary and you're not working, you're not helping that government, step down, kaa kando. The same we are expecting in Sri Lanka. The president and the prime minister are stepping aside in the few days to come. Ni hayo tu kwa sikia leo. Thank you so much for giving me this chance.
Okay, asante Alex. It's good, and I think I will address that. But one thing I have a trust to Kenya.
Bernard, sorry.
Kuna vile mimi naamini wa Kenya.
Bernard, short interruption.
Yes.
Kindly get number ya Mwana wa Ingo. He is really pushing to talk to you. Tafadhali, ask him to give you his number. Read the comments.
Okay, thank you. Mwana wa Ingo, I think let me just to confirm, let him text me on this. Mwana Waingo, I think we have had a conversation, but acha niangalie, unajua simu yangu was hacked. It could have cleaned some names. So find me on this. Alafu we talk from there. +2 54718454585 is my number.
Go slow.
Then converse from there. Okay. Thank you. I was saying that I have a trust to Kenyans that they are not as dumb and ignorant as politicians think they are. And so, hao watu wa kuuza uongo wanafikiria they have cornered Kenyans, but kulingana na vile mambo inaenda, they are the ones cornered. Hii tarehe 9 itakuwa na mambo. Tafadhali, mabishops, mmekuwa mkipokea sadaka. Fungueni counseling center. Fungueni counseling center. Kutakuwa na catchers wengi watahitajika. Watu watafaint. Red Cross. Sio Marsabit, mtasimama kwa kila polling station. Hii tarehe 9 itakuwa ngoma. Otherwise, let's make progress. So, Bwana Njiru, you give to Alex to make submission. After that, patia nani? Olara, alafu wengine wapange vile wewe unaona. Nashukuru kila mmoja, tafadhali. Let's keep doing what we must do. Share that link. Usimuinvite tu mtu Mtembei TV, because if you Google Mtembei TV, we do like 100 videos a day. So Mtembei TV alone, you will not be able to get the broadcast. But if you copy the link for the exact broadcast and then share it in the WhatsApp, mtu akiklik anaingia kwa broadcast mara moja. So usitume tu Mtembei TV ama mtu asearch Mtembei TV. Get the link. Let me just find that link so that I share it in the whatever, maybe private chat ama kwa nini, so that kusiwe na yeyote ambaye atasema hajaipata Mtembei TV.
Okay. Bwana Bernard, can I take over?
Just one moment, I'll be there. Thank you. I'm already here. So this is the link I'm talking about. Oh, somebody has got not that. For StreamYard is the one you are entering the studio, but this one you are sharing the end of the studio, so that whoever clicks on it begins to watch. That's the one I'm talking about. That's the one you share. The one for watching the tail end of the broadcast. Where is the private chat? Yes. So that's the link you copy. Then you share it kwa WhatsApp. So you just copy, share it in WhatsApp. Mtu akiuliza broadcast iko wapi, you copy that and then share in the WhatsApp section. Like there is there's this brother contacting me. There is a lady called Paris. She called me from Kericho yesterday. You see, she's been looking out for the broadcast. She has not seen it for 2 days. So until our hiccup with the Nini sorted, let's do that. Let's do something extra just to ensure that nobody misses out. Bwana Olara, what's happening?
Asante sana kwa hiyo maelezo umetoa sasa hizi. What I'm asking is, if you subscribe to Mtembei, do you have to subscribe to all other channels or only once?
You only subscribe once, but it depends. You know, if you have several email accounts, Gmail account.
No, I have only one account. One account.
If it's one account, then you are fully subscribed.
Okay,
always
because
get,
now
after you subscribe, you must hit that notification bell so that when we go live, you get notified.
Okay, I didn't get notifications because I subscribed to one of your accounts. I don't know if I subscribed to the right account or what. I subscribed to our account, but I didn't get that notification. So
yeah,
I will see what happened. Let's see, maybe my account was hacked also, I don't know.
Sawa. Activate the notification bell. You will always be notified when we go live. But we go live many times, so you just need to be on the alert to be sure that this is the show you want to be part of. I think I've shared out my number. Those who want to contact me, do that. Let's do this again later on. Bwana Njiru, endelea. Ni Alex alafu wengine. So my number is there, +254718454585. Lakini msitumie kuhack makasimu kangu. Mlihack kasimu kangu juzi. Nimefuta kila kitu. Tena msijaribu tafadhali.
Sawa, Bernard amejitetea. Asante sana Bernard, we value your time here. Yeah, thank you very much for everyone. Thank you Bernard, I think now you can relax. Tutakuwa hapa for the next time. So najua unatufuatanga pia huko chini ya curtain. Okay, so people can continue joining the discussion. We are almost at the climax of everything. In less than 23 days, I think we should know the next president of Kenya. So Alex, sijui kama unataka utoe presentation ama niseme yangu niache. So you are the one to tell me. But naona umekaa hapa unaweza ongea tu. I will just leave after you just take over.
Yeah, I'll be very short. I mean, I have been watching the politics with a lot of keenness since Martha Karua, was unveiled as our deputy president. And I think for me, I had a little bit of reservations because of the way Kalonzo was behaving that time. I crossed my fingers, praying that Kalonzo will make the right decision, because an idea whose time has come, you cannot fight it. And I think through conventional wisdom, Kalonzo understood that the time for him to be either the deputy or the president of Kenya was not time, the 2022. And from there, I think the whole perspective on Kenyan politics has totally changed. Anybody who thought Martha Karua as an individual and looked at her through the prism of NARC Kenya was totally wrong. It looks like during the silent years of Martha Karua, it looks like during, as the Bible says, that even though I walk through the valley of shadow of death, when she was silent and walking through the valleys of shadows of death of politics, she was not quiet. She built a strong women caucus that some of us did not understand. At the beginning, when we were speaking of the woman vote, I'm one of the first few people who said, I think it's an amorphous, caucus, which we cannot say, hawa ndio wanawake ambao watapigia Martha Karua. Because previously, when you look at the history of Kenya, Moi hijacked the women caucus instead of being a free movement whereby they come and negotiate and decide. It was put under KANU and it was called Maendeleo ya Wanawake, which never gave women the free movement to do their politics the way they wanted. They had only one alternative, to be in KANU and be recognized as women. But as days have folded, you start appreciating the strength of a woman. When Kalonzo was giving us problems, you saw Mama Ngilu stand firm. And I know Kip wasn't an apologist. He believed for a very long time the post of premier should be given to Mama Ngilu. For a very long time. He wasn't an apologist. He said she has worked so hard through troughs and dates, and I think she deserved it. And the truth is that, up to that time, Mama Ngilu had worked harder than any other Kamba person to make sure that Baba was accepted within the Kambaland. There came again Martha Karua. Martha Karua had shown us that she is the pedigree, according to the words used by Mount Kenya Foundation, that Baba needed. The mountain was, he was able to climb the mountain, but it was a little bit sloppy and slippery. But as we sit today, without a doubt, I can say, without even looking at the polls, Baba is above 50%. And Ruto is below 40% in the mountain. I don't need the polls to tell me. Wamatangi case showed us today, and the house of hiyo men alikuwa anacheka na wenyewe imetoka, ona vile Wamatangi anafukuzwa. Then again today I looked at Mama Sally Kosgei, and I realized, in all honesty, whether Melvin told me that wako nyuma, the person who totally believed that they should not cave away and they should not be fearing William Samoei Ruto is Mama Sally Kosgei. She showed her position. She decided to campaign, slow but steady. And what I saw in Kericho, I had to re-ask several of my friends, are you sure this is Kericho? Because I couldn't believe. I saw people wamepanda miti, watu wamefurahi, wanaimba maneno Azimio, and at some point, I mean, they were chanting Azimio more than many other places. And for me, I'm looking at the influence of women within Azimio. We have been able to build women of substance, and the women of substance have been able to build Azimio. So as we go to the next government, I'm sitting pretty honest that any woman in the panel here and in the comment section, that finally you have found your place, whereby your genius, your merits, your accomplishments can be put on the desk, and that is how you'll be measured. Gone are the days when a woman had to do all these prescriptive things in order to get a promotion. I'm glad that my daughter, my sister, my mother sits in a place whereby she's free. Free in that her position in the office, her position in the corporate world, her position in the political world is not based on how she will dance, is not based on her curves, is not based on her chest, is not based on her makeup, but is based on what she brings on the table. These women, I think they have changed the trajectory of Kenya, and it did not come easily. Now, and that's where I want to dwell. When you look at these women, they have paid the price. They have dearly paid the price for us to be where we are today. And we need to thank God that we had women in Kenya who believed for a better Kenya. And I believe as we go forth, if Baba, Anyona and Martha Karua decided that the matrix in parliament and all over the sectors of Kenya and the stakeholders must be equally, organized, whereby women find their space. Now that they will be in government, I pray that women take advantage of it, and not only take advantage of it, when they get into leadership, they show it that whatever they were fighting for was worthy, and through that we can show the world. Recently, there was a crazy woman. I don't know what she drank or whatever she smoked. I don't know, the way she was thinking. In Fox News, I think that was in Fox News, say, oh, in Kenya, pregnant women don't vote. I mean, that was the hierarchy of ignorance. I mean, that was, I didn't even want to watch that thing twice. If anything, we have seen that even pregnant women like Kihika, as she says, have been able to be even candidates running for governorship. So I think Kenya is a free country. Whether they are in UDA, whether they are in Kenya Kwanza, whether they are in Azimio, ODM, I think we are having a season whereby we must congratulate our women, because I think in Africa right now we are going to be leaders. So Malawi and Liberia started off, and soon Tanzania took off, but I think we are right at the top still. In Ethiopia, we still have a woman who is also a prime minister, and I think is it the president or what, something like that. In South Africa, we had one of the most enduring speakers when EFF was giving them pure problems, when Malema, Shivambu, and all those were giving them problems. But Mbaleke Mbete came out to be a very strong woman. I pray, since Marende was given the speakership for the upper house, I pray I see somebody like Milia Thiambo to be the speaker of the National Assembly. I want to see a woman to be a speaker, and how when people say, Madam Speaker, sir, and I want Madam Speaker to be shutting them off there and giving us some cogent, persuasive, one of the best parliaments that people can watch during their free time. Because my free time, I watch the British Parliament, I watch the South Africa Parliament for comedy, but I also watch the Kenyan Senate for intellect. So I think we are going through the right trajectory. So Mama Selina na wale mama wengine ambao walipigana miaka nyingi sana, because Mama Selina has always given us her history here. Tunawashukuru sana sana, na tunasema tunataka kuona Kenya mpya, na tafadhali muongoze kwa vile mlipigana. Mimi nikiwa mdogo nilikuwa naangalia kwa gazeti mpaka nashindwa, kwa babangu alikuwa ananiambia don't look page 1, because Wangari Maathai na mama wengine walikuwa wamepigwa picha wako uchi kule mbele, kwa sababu walikuwa wanasema free the prisoners. Na hiyo walipigwa uchi wasn't for no reason. It is what we are reaping today, and that history should not be faded away. And as you take the leadership mantle, because where we sit, the next president after Raila, if nothing happens, if she behaves very well, which I think she is going to do, will be a mother. So I think we will be happy to see how you people are going to lead Kenya, and the world will look at Kenya and say, look at this country. And I know Kenya will be a case study. Watu watakuwa wanakuja Kenya wanasema, wacha tuone hii nchi ambayo Obama alitoka. Kumbe hata wanawake kama Selina exist. Thank you very much. That is my submission for today.
My friend. Martha the 6th. Tafadhali.
Okay. Alex, leo umetumia nini bwana? Hiyo kitu unatumia uongeze.
Hii kitu ni tamu on Sunday, lakini ni tamu wakati tunaona mama wanaongea vizuri kwa podium. Hao mama ni wazuri sana.
Sawa.
Alex, ukiona wa mama ya Nyan as we are talking today.
Nani anaongea? I wanted to advance Alex kidogo. Alex, uniruhusu ni ku advance kidogo.
Wewe unanikata wewe.
Yes, endelea Njiru. Achana maneno ya keep. Endelea Njiru.
Okay, sawa. You know, I see it's kind of we are flowing in the same direction. Sasa ndio nilikuwa nikitaka pia mimi niongezee uzito hapo, you can react. Now, mimi event leo, I have picked 2 things and 1 important moment. Naere yangu akikale kidogo. So, mimi kuna watu wawili hapa nataka kuwaongea kuhusu. Kuna Beshte, I like him very much. Mnakumbuka hata ile wakati Kamanzo alikuwa anatusumbua, huyu jamaa wa baba twende tu, Nick Sarat. Sasa Nick Sarat akiongea pale alisema ni kama tumeamua na tunataka tu baba hapa mumupee 30 ama 35, na akaongezea a stance akasema ama mnataka kupea yeye yote. So there was that an extension. So that was a very key.
Njero, Nick Salat is a frustrated leader in Kanu, and what had happened is, although Gideon is the chairman, Nick Salat has had enough. He's had enough. So ukiona when Gideon Moi alikuwa anavurutana na Kalonzo, Nick Salat did not want to care. He did not give, excuse my language, a damn about what Gideon was moving towards. Nick Salat had already decided that KANU is Azimio. So watch that man. Unajua Nick Salat has been amekuwa kwa baridi for 10 years. You expect him to go kwa baridi for the next 10 years? Excuse me? Wewe.
Okay, sawa. Hiyo naelewa. So at least I was very happy na vile Nick Sabati aliongea. Then mtu mwingine ambaye amenifurahisha sana leo kwa hiyo nini, na Mama Selina, nataka kama mnaongea na mama umupongeze sana. If there is a speech writer for Mother Karua, if there is a speech writer, I think that person might be doing an excellent job. Why? Unajua mimi leo nimesikiliza hiyo speech ya mama like 2 times. Na ilikuwa na 5 transitions. Kama kuna mtu amesikiliza, I try to connect how the speech is flowing. Na kama ulisikiliza, the first thing mama alisema, she first of all appreciated she is in Kericho. I don't believe here is Kericho. One good point about it. Then kutoka hapo akaleta karakta yake, whereby she tried to show she can't talk zile vitu baba ameongea. So that was another transition. Then kutoka hapo akaleta mambo ya imani. Immediately after that akaleta mambo ya imani na akaoneshana how we are supposed to do practical faith. Na akaioneshana mzuri. That was a third transition. The fourth transition was now to bring a very professional criticism on the other side. So akaoneshana how the other side, and hakuwataja by the way, akaoneshana tu, akawa criticize very professionally. And the last transition was kuongea vile baba ama ile kazi baba atafanya. So I would like maybe kama kuna watu wanajaribu kusikiliza speeches za Mother Karua, sit down with those speeches and you will see some flow and some connection. Huyo mama tu aongei. I think maybe they could be very advanced speeches which I've not seen them in and it could be the reason why huyu mama akona some attraction. The last thing nimenote in Bomet na Kericho ni history ya kupeana kifunguo. Sasa few days ago State House ilipeano image, yani like in image work I think
Narok.
Kuna pale State House ilipeanwa.
Yeah.
Alafu sasa leo kukapeanwa kifunguo ingine kubwa sana. Hiyo kifunguo hata sijui ilikuwa imetengenezewa wapi. But I want people to evaluate that moment. Unajua as a Christian kuna vitu tunaitanga imani. You start possessing before you get. Ni kama vile saa zingine unajikuta like for example when ukitaka kujua dalili ya the winning side, those are the representation. And such moments have never happened in Kenya any other time. Mimi sijaiona, nimefuata campaign hata za 2007 alini, have not seen such moments. And they are just organic moments ambazo tu zinafanywa tu na maraia huko tu. But the least place I was expecting such an event to happen was in Kericho. Sasa mimi sijui ile siku baba ataenda, maybe he might return in a serious stronghold. I don't know huko atapewa nini, because when ile wakati nimeona kifunguo inapeanwa Bomet, I hope you people you can try to imagine that.
No, Njeru, just imagine this. The guy who brought the image, I don't know what it's called in English, the big image of Ruto on a wheelbarrow, had to travel all the way to Nairobi to give Ruto his image. Well, the people for Baba, from Kericho to Narok, Baba was there and received it. The one for Ruto is a man that was struggling and built this thing out of love for him. But Ruto did not even recognize this man's efforts and love for him in Nakuru to say that I have an effigy of you to go to State House. You can understand the difference between these two images. There are two nations. The fellow that did this for Raila in Nakuru, for Ruto in Nakuru, was a Kikuyu man that wanted to drive this effigy of Ruto all the way to Karen. But he could not finish the journey. And Ruto still did not make the effort to at least kuwekea mtu matatu akuja nayo mpaka Karen and talk to him. But you can understand Baba's State House ilipandwa, and Baba was like, no, bring it here. The key, the same situation, ililetwa to Baba's hand and he received it. So you can understand how he loves his people and how he loves the symbol of how these people love him. Sorry, continue.
Okay. Then another 1 minute, Mama Selina, utasema tu dakika moja alafu nikulete.
1 minute as you continue. Kuna kitu moja umesahau. Alipatiwa pimbo. That long, hiyo pimbo mrefu. Hiyo ni, remember wakati ya Moses na Koitalel Somoe. Also iko na meaning. So the two things today iko na very important meaning. Hiyo pimbo na hiyo kifungu.
Mama Selina, how many Kalenjin leaders have that fimbo? It's just like Raila and the fly whisk. The Luos with the fly whisk. Kalenjin hiyo fimbo ni very important, especially when the Kipsigis men give you. Kipsigis talai, when akipatia hiyo fimbo. Go on, Mama.
Mama Selina was adding a comment. Ama umemaliza?
No, it's about that fimbo.
Yeah,
it's a very important thing in my culture.
If you follow Kif, ukifuata Kif, hiyo msee alipeana kifunguu na nguo ya kienyeji, na ule pia alilete pimbo. Ukifuata, those are Talai sons. Si kila mtu anapeana. You know, in Kalenjin, si kila mtu anaenda kupeana baraka. So ukiona wananchi walitulia na walikubali, they know who was bringing it. Unajua huwezi amuka tu na hata kama umetengeneza, lazima kunakuwa na hiyo blessing.
Okay, sawa.
So ilikuwa na maana sana.
Furthermore, Njeru, there is a situation whereby Raila, this was beginning of the year, Raila was given a fimbo, the Kikuyus, alipewa fimbo. And there was a lady who was trying to touch it. I know this sounds a bit misogynistic, but it's very important what happened there. The Kikuyu held alisema, don't. He told the lady not to touch it. It was a rungu. Raila was given direct. The lady wanted to touch it for a photo op. I'll send you the clip. The gentleman refused and says, no. Hii inaenda kwa mzee directly. Like, it's the same with us. The talai ilikuwa direct to mzee. Hata ile vijana, those are my age mates. That's my age set. Walikuwa wamempatia. And that is a very simple. I've not seen hata Samoe huyu anajiita Samoe Ruto hajapewa hiyo fimbo. It's a very, very important. Ni kama hiyo calabash vile mlikuwa mnaongea juzi. Raila is being interrogated by all communities if you do not understand, if you do not see how important that is. That's why I keep hitting Mama Selina here. Tunasema sisi tumepatia Raila lakini nyinyi Wanandi mmekataa. At least mulipatia Martha Karua.
Sawa. So kuna alafu sasa another key point ilijitokeza hapo. Unajua mimi hiyo speech ya Bomet nilifuata sana. Kuna mzee anaitwa Menjo. Najua Mama Selina kuna mzee hapo alikuwa amevaa kofia ya ODM anaitwa Menjo. Menjo ametokezea hapo na karatasi and he made the whole meeting very serious with the very 7 iconic points. Sijui majani chai ifanywe nini, what Menjo kuna vitu mingi ameongea. That's also something which I picked very seriously, sababu inaoneshana wa Kipsigis ni kama they have some sense of what they want, sababu wamepea Raila very key points on what they want. Then mimi kuna swali nimejiuliza, maybe hii Serina na Kipu mutanijibu. Kitu ya kwanza nitataka kujua from you maswali mbili. Hebu muniambie mbona Ruto akienda huko I'm not seeing him that embrace, ama akipewa vitu kama hiyo Raila anapewa vitu kama hizo fimbo, why are we not seeing catch up playing in his rallies, especially even where he is coming from? Why are we not seeing this embrace from him? Then the second thing, hebu can you also try to tell me, is Ruto assured of Bomet and Kericho as a stronghold? Can he, because you know a stronghold is any place where you will get 90% and above. Is Ruto assured of getting 90% in Bomet and Kericho, which he perceives to be his bedrooms? Maybe I would like, and based on what William Mumeona leo, can you try to analyze for me that?
I'm just gonna say one sentence, and this is from Talai. It's basically, blessings are not things you go ask for, and that is the biggest mistake Gideon Moi and Ruto did. They went to chase for the blessings, and that is why there's a divide between my clan, the Nandi and the Kipsigis. And you do not chase for blessings. Blessings come for you. Martha Karua alipewa. Uhuru Kenyatta was given. In terms of spokesmanship, there's a big difference. There is where the Talai will bless you for war. They'll bless you for bless warriors, will bless great leaders. But then there's this one for spokesmanship. It's only Arap Moi, Daniel Arap Moi, alipewa your blessing, your spokesmanship. Na Samoei. Those are the only two leaders in history that I know of that we gave us the Talai clan official blessing from both factions, which is the Nandi and the Kipsigis faction, where both factions actually agreed to that. And there's a bit of the Maasai that did that. So hii mambo ya kwenda, that's why Ruto alienda, you know, Ruto's surname, Samoei is not his name, by the way. He took the name Samoei so that he can follow what our great first leader from Nandi, by the way, then moved to the Tugens. He took that name so that it automatically comes into the nation's head that he's an ancestor, but they're forgetting that that is impossible because Samoei is not a Nandi. He's from there, but he's not a Nandi. So Anajita Samoei Arap Ruto, but he's not. Samoei is not his name. So blessings, I think Mama Selina knows that these are things that are given to you. There are some people, most Talai, like the senior ones, are actually people of the cloth, and they are part of the Anglican Church. I'm not Anglican, but we know that. They're part of the Anglican Church. You find some are priests, some are bishops, and then there are these 102, 109-year-old, 90-year-olds that are out there that have been very difficult to bring a spokesman for us. So we don't officially have a spokesman. So the blessings that Ruto and Gideon had are just leadership blessings, individual blessings. So none of them can tell us that they are officially Kalenjin kingpins in double quotes, but we call them spokespeople. I think Mama Selena can tell us about that.
Keep. When Moi was placed, and then your clan wakapatia Kibaki. And then from Kibaki, walipatia Uhuru. As we are talking today, Uhuru batu wako na hiyo our blessing. So they cannot give it to anybody at the same time. Again, Ruto alikuwa placed kama warrior. Alipatia Pimbo aende vita. So he was never given a blessing as a leader. He's a warrior. And you remember the warriors what did? Walikuwa naenda vita, wengine wanauawa, wengine wanarudi. So Ruto, he has never been placed. Na wakati walienda Talai, kwanza Ruto aliwaita machina mbaya, the real Talais. They call them Waroki, na yeye ni mtu ya kanisa, he never wanted them. So, wakati ameona kumbe ni lazima aende huko, then he used the wrong people. So, the Talais, I'm telling you, the real family wako Catholic. They are the fathers of Catholic, and because the Catholics wanakubali tradition.
Mama Selina, yes. That is your section. That is your section. That's the Nandi one. And the Kipsigis one is the Kipsigis one is ANC. They are people of the cloth, by the way.
Yeah, but the religious people. Family now, because this your clan are 5 people. Okay, the one who bless people the Somoes, the Turukats. The rest, they cannot. And in that family, again, not every man is also allowed to place. So anyway, today what happened in Kericho, and the man who gave out that speech, hiyo vitu walikuwa napatia Raila, it was very important because shamba yao wanauliza, walikuwa nauliza machine. Huyu gavana ya Kericho alienda akashikana na watu na wamenunuliwa, wakasema wakitaka kupeleka wanawanunua, wanawapatia manyumba, and then wanakataa kuchukua mambo ya wananchi. So walipatia Raila na mama program ya vitu 6 ile wangetaka wafanyiwe. 1, na wakaita Otwali kwa sababu 200 workers wenye wanafanya kazi machani chai, na hiyo ni kabila yote ya Kenya, wamesimamishwa kwa sababu ya hiyo machines. So walikuwa naomba baba ya kwamba asikubali hizo machines sifanye kazi. Ya pili, hizo machines pia wananchi wale wako na machani chai yao, unajua ukichuna siko quality. So ile ya machine inarokota yote. Wanaleta ile ya watu wamechuna, wanakuja kuchanganya na ile ya machine, na value inarudi chini. So those are the complaint walikuwa nasema, na baba alisikia na mama kabisa. Na hiyo kura ya Kericho itatokea kwa mambo kama hiyo. Na with that, leo Nandi wameona vile Kericho wamekaribisha baba. Na Ruto amekuwa akitumia Kipsigis. Unajua Ruto anasema yeye ni Kipsigis. Anatoka Sato family. And if you go to Kipsigis, wanamupeleka mpaka Kisii. Then you go to Kisii, wanamupeleka mpaka Kuria. That is how the original family walitoka. Ruto is not a Nandi. The grandfather was from Kericho. Kapsato, if you can remember that family. So we have this kina Kones, kuna watu wengi walitoka jamii ya Kisii. Unajua
Mama Selina tunakutupia Ruto alafu natutupia.
Okay, a lot of Kipsigis are Kipsigis kwa sababu wakati ya vita wa Kipsigis waliuawa na wamama wakaenda Kisii. So jamii mingi ya Kipsigis ni wa Kisii. And that is why they call them Kamama. Kamama is not for a choke, it is and kisses.
I think you're taking my point there. That is why you can see, Mama Selina, I am very, very affiliated with strong women. It's because there's a clan of the Kipsigis that lost a lot of their men during a war, and a lot of the men perished. And we borrowed a lot of men from the Kisi community. So who knows? I might be a Bantu, you know. Yet I'm a Nilot. So even Alex can testify by that. This is actually good that Alex is here. So there's a clan of Kipsigis men.
Keep murudi nyumbani sasa mumeenda sana, mumeenda, tusiende na huko sasa.
Ngoja Alex atuambie hiyo story. Kuna hiyo story. You need to know your history. There's a group of Kipsigis ladies that took some men from the Kisis and still stated that the offspring of from those Kipsigis Kisi men would be still called Kipsigis. That is why the relationship between Kipsigis and Kisis is very close. So never get any contradiction. There's a lot of, my brother-in-law is Kipsigis, and I'm sure if I speak in Kipsigis, Alex will understand what I'm saying. And today I'm surprised he did not even invite me in that group. He belongs to a Kipsigis group and I'm not in it. Shame on you, Alex.
Maura, the story is called Kabianga. Kabianga is a place where there was a war, and when the war got finished, you see, the war, the way it used to be structured was you invite each other for war. When it's done, you measure the losses, and it was in terms of cattle, women, children, and men. So at one particular time, the losses for Kipsigis men was a lot. And true to that, you're right. The whole area from Kabianga all the way to Brookside, all the way to Kericho town is kind of multicultural, because the word Kabianga is not really Kabianga. It's a Kisi word, Kabianga, which means if it has failed, what can we do? Kabianga kitora kole. So that's why it's called Kabianga. But let's not go deep into that. We are not in a museum. And I think it's good to know that history, though. So, Njiro, I had two things I wanted to add on the debate of today. I want to concur with what Mr. Kip said, my brother-in-law. The man, Baba the Fifth, you know, is the one again who came with the slogan, Ndani, Ndani, Ndani. Remember when he came with that slogan, he was 100% sure that the conversation that he had with Gideon Moi at that particular time, they were going to support NASA. And all of a sudden, Gideon is a chameleon. Let's be honest. Gideon and Kalonzo, they have one character. The good thing is that Baba came up with a name that we must accommodate. Even Azimios are chameleons. We still have a chameleon. Azimio La Umoja, hata Azimios are chameleons. We still agree hata wakikuwa hivyo. So, and as Keepers put it, the person that was most disappointed when Kanu got out of NASA was man called Salat, Nick Salat. Remember even today, this young boy from Narok, who is also, who told us, Ruto ataona State House kutoka kwa view sasa. They were deeply in NASA, because from the conversation that they had, and I think at some point, Gideon also wanted to move out of Azimio. But the person that stood firm to the end ni mtu anaitwa Baba the Fifth, Nick Salat. And we need to look at the seriousness and the loyalty of this man. This man has been loyal to Moi family, even when he knew he's going to lose a seat. And I think it has gotten to a point when you look at his level of loyalty, I look at him as a Daniel. And I think we need to start looking at this guy on some levelness of seriousness, on a leader and a person who can move his people to the next level. When you measure serious leadership, loyalty is the key. You look at people like Joseph, you look at people like Daniel, you look at people like Nehemiah in the Bible, the story that we generally know. They all resonate from one theme, which is loyalty. You're too loyal that you can't, you know, Joseph said, how can I do this to my master? You know? So, and I think the reason why he has been losing is because he took loyalty to the Moi family. I think it's a high time, even if he loses, Azimio should think of nominating this guy so that we can test him and see, can he be created to be another alternative leader? Because there seems to be a vacuum, and nothing exists in a vacuum, especially leadership. So I like Nick Salat as a person. I like him as a politician. I like his overall his virtues of personal and also of loyalty and his political way of playing. So taking that away, today I also saw one thing that we should not forget, and I want all of you to come together and reason with me. The Bible says, "Come with me and let us reason together." there is one thing that always happens in rallies that always does not catch us. We don't catch them. When Baba was given that key, Baba sent somebody, and that person akaongelesha nani? Junet Mohammed. And the moment walimaliza kupeana key na kila kitu, then Junet said, enda muone Joe, enda muone Joe. My proximity to Baba at some point was very close. And one virtue that I like about Baba is his ability to resonate and also to be very thankful. Is a very gratitudinal person. Ukisikia kusema enda muone Joe, it meant that I thank you guys for what you have done. So Baba has gratitudes that sometimes we fail to talk about. And those small signs of gratitudes are within him for many, many, many years. And we need to spell them out, because Ruto always comes out kutudanganya kuwa anapeana kanisa, anapeana kanisa, anapeana kanisa, anapeana kanisa. And then we fail to see how Baba is always grateful even to small things. So I think I liked the fact that after Baba was given that key and whatever he was given, he himself made sure that the person that gave him the key amemwona Joe. Na ukisikia enda mumuone Joe, unajua inamaanisha nini. So they should also take care of that person. Asienda kuona Joe alafu usiku watu wakuja wachape yeye kwa sababu alipewa kitu. So we need to thank God that we have a leader who also has gratitudes when he is also given an opportunity of appreciation. So that is, those are the two things I also saw within, Bomet and Kericho. Thank you, Mr. Njiro.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Alex. Hata mimi wacha niongezee kwa kitu.
Njiro, wacha nichape presentation yangu bana. Lakini nitakuachia uniachie presentation.
Just 1 minute alafu nikulete. Kuna kitu kananiwasha tu kidogo, then I bring you just 1 minute. Sasa kuna kitu niliona, unaona there is a guy alikuwa amevaa blue clothes za Raila, and he was said that he is a youth leader na ni jamaa kutoka Murang'a. There is something I want us we try to internalize that figurative speech here aliongea hapo. Na huyu jamaa wa Murang'a ile wakati amesimama hapo kuongea, he described kwao ni wapi, sijui pali mabonde zinakutana na chini ni maji na hizi tumia wheelbarrow kupandisha maji. That's not what I wanted to add there. So huyu jamaa, there is one thing which the reason why, and na akaongea Kikuyu kidogo akaongea in the rally. I picked two things from that thing. I think it was a communication which was meant to tell people in Bomet they should not think that even in Central, Mr. Ruto is intact there. I just saw it as a very advanced political move. And I think if somebody can be able to evaluate that, I saw it, that one was a bit advanced. Keep going.
No, before you go, Kipkelion, we have a lot of Kikuyus. And then in Kericho, we have a lot of Kikuyus. So that man is a Kikuyu, but is known in Kericho. He is born in Kericho. Na ametoka Loldiani. And there is a lot of Kikuyu. So anasema yeye ni youth leader ya chama ya Baba. And there is a Kisii and there was a Luo. So that man is from there, but he was telling them, well, the message to Central people, and that is why she talked to Martha Karua that we are here and we are not coward. We have to vote for Baba.
Take your time now.
What would we do without Mama Selina? You know, Mama Selina, kama ungekuwa hapa for 8 hours, hata saa zingine tunakuonanga ukifanya kazi and you're telling us these things. Those are facts that Njeru was looking for, that if you had not interjected, the audience would not know about. Thank you sana, Mama. Njeru, there's a few things, tumeongea leo, and we've seen that the topic has just veered a bit, and the Bomet thing has also veered towards gender. And I've explained to you about my history and my love for strong women, and you can see it's a historical fact towards my community. And you can see when Alex asked that, it was on purpose. It was trying to tell those young Kalenjin men that we have historically been following strong women. It's part of who we are. And that was not an accident that Alex said that. You've seen me from Martha Karua from the beginning. I've supported her. I've had her images here. Down to Ngilu, now you can see Sally Koskes over there. It's because I like very powerful women and I want them to thrive. It's a good thing. You know, like if you can see in Europe, most of the countries that have prime ministers or chancellors who are women, they have not gone to war and their countries are thriving. It means there's some kind of mature leadership that comes with the opposite gender. So I think it's high time for Kenya to at least get that step ahead to elect our 6th president. Mimi nimeona kazi ya Raila imeisha. Raila will give us 10 good years. We need to give Martha Karua a chance to move forward, because mimi nimeona Raila has passed it. I know I'm you know, the job is not done, my friends. It's not done. But I have to strongly believe that we're going to win this election. And then secondly, the constitution of the women, and this time is a tribe that I see she is in. She's not a Kikuyu. For me, Martha Karua she belongs to the tribe called the women. So when you're saying that we've been led by Kikuyus and Kalenjins for so long, I will say that Martha Karua is not a Kikuyu anymore. Martha Karua belongs to the constituency and the tribe of women. And I think Martha Karua will be voted in by Selina, Njeru, Olara, Alex as our 6th president. And we will not care that she's from that tribe. So I think for me, there's one thing that concerns me when they come into power is, what do we deal with this problem called Ruto here? Because there's a lot of our wealth that has been siphoned. I have nightmares about this man, because I think he's taken a lot of our wealth, a lot of growth, potential growth from a lot of counties in my constituencies, and we need to get rid of him. But if we get rid of him, there's going to be a little bit of political backlash. So how do we deal with this? Do we do with the political reconciliation like the Mandela moment, whereby Mandela says, let us forgive, and then we have a commission for that? But for me, that can only happen if the wealth is returned. We need that money to run our country. So Njeru, niambie tafadhali, how do we reconcile that deep hole? And there's a lot of leaders that we would still want to keep, but we do not want them to continue this, because stripping the country bone dry is going to be very difficult to build up, because there's a lot of parasites, and some of these parasites are like cancer. You can cut off some of the cancer areas, and there are others that you need to do chemotherapy on. I hope you understand the difference. Kuna wenye tutakata the cancer out, and they are the ones who are going to do chemotherapy, poison them out of leadership. And that includes the Justice Department, because for 10 years, we thought that giving the Justice Department independence outside the executive, that they would actually come up with rulings that would favor the people. I'm not talking about favoring political parties, favor the people. How come somebody who steals to feed their family is taken to jail the next day? We saw that thing. Somebody who stole to feed his family is jailed the next day. Is not the same as Sonko. I would rather both of them go to jail, honestly speaking, because both are thieves. Thief is a thief. How is Sonko different from this man who stole? My fellow Kenyans. Yet one of them is one of Sonko's crime is close to genocide because Sonko has stolen food from people. Unga ni 250, meaning the country is starving. Isn't that genocide, my friend? Don't we call that genocide? Na huyu mtu ameiba mkate kutoka hapo kulisha watoto wake, munamweka prison immediately. So I think as Kenyans, tafadhali, we need to thief is a thief. Ruto needs to go to committee. Minji needs to go to committee. Gachagua needs to go to committee. And if we've got any thugs in Azimio, they need to go to committee. So I think we'll need 10 years for reform of the country. And hopefully we go towards a good, the problem with us as Kenyans, we've got very short-term memory. And as Kalenjin community, we forget that we supported this old man. Raila has always been our man. And I keep saying that every time I come here, I keep saying that. Raila has been our man. And I'm glad. Okay, so I'll stop there. Secondly, I just wanted to say this, and if Njeru utanikubalisha hapa, I can see Uncle Jakindo Bay is here. Anybody in the UK, I would like you to tell me if you want us to set up a live stream for a party in London. We could do that. We can organize that, and we should organize that, and I can organize an occasion for that. So if you need that, anybody in the UK or in Europe that wants us to do a London event, we can do a live stream. I can organize a venue. I can organize some entertainment, a sound system. So you could have a vote. Could you text Bernard? And we could do something like that. Olara, I can see you're very emotional about that. So if Njeru unaweza mpatia hiyo tafadhali.
Na pia unaweza share hiyo maoni kwa our main WhatsApp group, Mutembei Team Debate. So you can keep the discussion rolling there. And
yeah, we have 28 days. Yeah, I think I'll do that tomorrow, and then we can do a live stream.
If there are people who might be interested and maybe want to help you, it would be important, because I know there are quite a majority of people in Europe. I think even Jakedu is from there. They can help you to think about it. I don't know what will be their opinion, but they can help to think about it.
Yes,
so
I think
I want to ask you a question before I bring Orana. I want to, because najua unaweza toroka. I don't know how long.
No, sitoroki. I'm still here.
No, but you need to answer this question for me, because unajua sometimes we have to extract some information from some of you. So can you tell me, in the Kipsigis, can you tell me how do you decide your political leaders in a natural setup? Can you just try to paraphrase to me, maybe try to connect with me with some history? Can you tell me, as early as during Mzee Jomo Kenyatta time, if you have some information, how do you get your political leaders? What is that confinement details which confirms that this person has been accepted by the community and will get the votes, or you just move with a popular swing?
No. Njeru, I think even Mama Katselina is going to tell me, and it's similar to what the Kisses do. It's clanism, and it's a birthright. That was back in the day. That doesn't happen anymore. You're born as a clan leader or a chief, and then that went all on well, even after colonial periods where some of the MPs were actually having the birthright to be leaders. So you belong to our clanism is basically with totems, like the Talai are actually lions. Some are from the Warthog, and it's a birthright, and a community will, you're born into it. Your dad was the chief, then you're born, and like that. It's actually an inherited chair, and some of them became MPs in the 60s and 70s. But nowadays, it's a bit different. But Mama Selina can help me a bit more there. But that is the Kipsigis way. And that is why even in Kisii, clanism is quite big, but it's also with the Kipsigis. We have clans. Mama Selina nisaidia tafadhali. You're muted.
Okay, sorry. The clans. So kuna clan, unajua, okay, in Kalenjin community, kuna watu wanakuwa na baraka, kuna watu hata wanajua ni wakora jamii sao, kuna watu wanaweza kuplace. So kuchagua viongozi ilikuwa inaangaliwa kwa jamii ya kwamba who can be our leader. So like mtu kama Seronei, mtu kama Saina, mtu kama Enrico Skei and so forth and so forth. Si atu walikuwa naenda chakua tu mtu, hata mkisimama 10, watu walikuwa naulizana wase, huyu mtu amesimama anatoka wapi na familia yao wamekaa aje. Sababu kuna watu hata samani walikuwa wanaweza kuwa wameua watu na wangechakuliwa kuingia kwa uongozi. Sasa siasa ilikuwa mzuri mpaka wakati mambo ya parliament ilikuja kukuwa ni competition of money. Wakati sasa parliament, ukienda parliament kama wewe ni daktari, kama wewe, na huku kwa kama wewe ni daktari ungewacha kazi profession yako ukuja uingie siasa, hata watu wangekwambia hiyo si kazi yako. Lakini wakati parliament wamekuja kujiongezea pesa na alafu kuchukua hii matenda, alafu sasa kuipa vitu, ikakuwa ni njia rahisi yenye wakora wameingilia. But still, hata leo ingawa watu wana uwezo, still unaona patu watu wanasema, lakini muangalie kijana ya mahali fulani anaweza kuwa kiongozi mzuri. So pesa imeharibu nchi, lakini jamii ya Kalenjin na kanisa pia imeleta shida, kwa sababu wakati kanisa ilikuja ikadestroy mambo ya clanship. Ati unajua sisi kama mama anasaa mtoto, huyo mtoto kwa jamii ya baba walikuwa naita mtoto China.
Okay,
So,
Mama Selina, there is a bit of a confusion in the comments. I think people need to understand there's a difference between Kalenjin sub-tribe and Kalenjin clans. We have Kalenjin, then sub-tribe, then clans.
Kalenjin ni Moi alikuja. Okay, before that tulikuwa Wanandi walikuwa naitwa Wanandi. Kipsigis were Kipsigis. Even today it's supposed to be like that. Tugenis Marakwet na Moi akakuja akaita jamii moja ya Kalenjin. But
Kalenjin,
yeah. So that one is not even the shida. Margaret Thatcher and the Queen, because of Koitalel Somoei, they really respect the Nandis. So wakati ukienda London, they call everybody Munandi. And these other tribes, small tribes, waka feel like, no, the Nandis are overtaking us. Then Moi pia alitoka jamii ya Tugen na kwao ilikuwa ni maskini. So you know, the Nandis were so proud. That is why Eldoret town was too expensive. Kwa sababu Wanandi walikuwa na pesa, wanapeleka watoto yao, wangepeana mahindi, masiwa, mtu anaenda anafanya shopping ya 1 year. That is a Munandi. And the Kipsigis the same. So tukiongea hivyo jamii, sasa tunaenda individual jamii. Kama sasa leo Kericho, Kipsigis ni moja, lakini mnaona wamekawanywa. Kuna Bomet na kuna Kericho. But these are one clan, one people. All people are Kipsigis. Then you go to Nandi, we have Nandi and Eldoret. Eldoret is a mixture of all tribes. So uongozi ilikuwa inafuata namna hiyo Njeru. Lakini kwa sasa kanisa ilikuja ikaharibu, kwa sababu tulikataa kufuata desturi. Watu wakasema hata ile machina tulikuwa tunaita watoto hata wakakataa. Mimi clan yangu mimi ni wanaita nini, Fofalo clan yetu and ostrich. So we are called by those animals. Like my clan, our brothers are very humble men, but the women, we are politicians. And when you want to marry from my country, from my community, the family will tell you, and we have the clan even in Kipsigis. The man he was talking today, he married our sister. So it was like that, even marriage, that you cannot just go and marry any woman. So for me, my clan, we are politicians. And then again, the ladies are leaders, because my community, my family was born from a woman. So those women are very strong, even in the family. And wherever you marry them, you will have a blessing, but you cannot underrate them again. So when you are coming to marry our daughters, like my community, the parents will tell you, we give you this daughter, but you cannot sit on her, because that is how we are. But our men, my brothers, women can come and control them because they are very ample, they don't talk. That is
Mama Selina, can I advance you a little bit? Sorry, sio na kukata, nataka tu kuadvance ili uweze kutoa your point vizuri. So in all those explanations you are telling me, can you try to position William Ruto either within culture or within the clan? How have you decided him to be your leader, or can you position for me William Ruto within your culture?
First of all, I thought he was Nandi. Alafu Mama Selina anasema ni yetu. Mama Selina, you have to explain to me how he moved from being a Nandi to Kipsigis.
No, let me say this. No, we have to go slowly. When Moi was retiring, we had Piwat and we had Enrico Stay. Those are the two leaders wangechukua from Moi. Now this Ruto, Kibruta Arab Kirwa. Ruto mama yake ni Munandi. Baba ya Ruto akona wanawake wawili. Baba ya Ruto was a Kipsigis. It's not a Nandi. Kapsato. They migrate and they come to Nandi. Like the way we have this Langat, the rich Langat in Mombasa, is a Kipsigis, but he's from Nandi. The way Alfred Keter, the member of parliament for Nandi, is a Kipsigis. The parents came from Kericho, but the Ambo family, they came as the doctors. They treat our people. They treat our cattle. And Wakalenjin wa Nandi wakapatia heshima kwa sababu mtu mwenye amekutibu ng'ombe yako na ametibu watoto, hapo ndio familia ya Keter was adapted to Nandis. But still they speak Kipsigis. It is only Keter that he speak fluent Nandi. So Ruto ni Mukipsigis. But ukifuata the clan from Kericho now, those are these people walikuwa wametoka, wale wasasi yao walitoka Kisii, Kapsato. They came from Kisii, wakakuja Kericho. And then they come to Nandi. So the clan, the clan for Ruto, we don't know. They are not leaders from anywhere. Ruto, he just came, he picked from where he was. He took advantage of a young man, came to YK92, close to Moi, and then now Uhuru is here. Now Moi wanted Uhuru so much, and Ruto was like, Baba, now we need Uhuru. So Ruto played a big role.
Mama Selina, could you explain Oret? Explain to them what Oret means.
Oret is the clan.
But deeper, like Oret,
You know now, okay, the
Pigoret.
Oret is, for us, we don't in the marriage. Because if you say, like you are a lion, you cannot marry from the same family lion. I'm a lady from ostrich. A man from the same clan, ostrich, for me, he cannot come to my family and marry me because I'm a sister. So in Kalenjin, we go by the clans.
Plus, Mama Selena, what I meant is Oret is like diaspora. Oret, the road. Oret, big of Oret, distant people. So Oret means that this man, his clan was from very far,
But no, Kim,
yes.
Kim, even if it is far and you share the same life, like now, you cannot just go to Nandi and marry a lady from the lion.
I cannot.
And you cannot
I am
go
not
to
allowed.
Tuken. You cannot go to Tuken and marry a lady from Tuken that is a lion.
No, I can't.
And your
That is
original
true.
home was Maasai. You cannot go back home to Maasai, Loita. That is where your grandfathers came from. You cannot go there and marry from that clan.
It has to go for
Orange means even though you are very far, but you cannot marry in the same clan. Then if you marry without knowing, the children will be abnormal. Mutasawa toto viwete. And that is the meaning of you don't have to marry from this clan. Kwa sababu watoto watakuwa sawa.
It was so that you don't marry within your family. So that is why I cannot.
Kanisa ndiye ilijaribu kuprek, and that is why we are going through hell. A lot of things are gone wrong. We need to go back to where Bahali Uru na Baba wanasema tulinyeshewa wapi. Us as Kenyans, we need to go back and say what really happened. We like Christianity, but the Christianity of today is business. The Christianity of long time was Catholic, SACK, the good churches. But today, the pastors are not real pastors. It is money. You go to school, the way you do go to school, and that is why you find all these pastors are not genuine because they were not called. It is a calling. When you are a real politician, when you stand in front of people, you know what you address. You are talking about Martha Karua. Martha Karua is a leader. She cannot write a speech.
Okay,
She will
Mama,
see
okay, Mama Selina, nakisikia. What I want us to do is try to converge us what has made Ruto become popular in encouraging region without all those connections I'm hearing. Is it an hijack?
He's not popular.
Ruto forced himself, and
He's
then
not popular.
after Moi, the leaders, the Kalenjin are ample people. So Ruto came and like, oh, I'm fighting for you Kalenjins. I'm fighting the Kikuyus. I'm defending you. So, when the Kalenjins, when Moi was retiring, the Kalenjin was so scared. They never knew what will happen to them after Moi. So we are like orphans. And the Jamii that time, everybody was against the Kalenjin. So this is Ruto came and he tell the people he's fighting for them. So when people were looking at him, it's like, oh my God, he's defending us. Because there was like something like people were fighting each other. So Ruto came and the communities see him because he had his plans. The community say, okay, and then he came now, he finished all these other people, nobody else will talk. He start pinching people down. Then this is when Kibaki come in. Now our people, we had people in the government, all of them were dropped out. So people were desperate. They need a leader because for 24 years, The Kalenjins, they don't know they can survive. Even today, that is why you hear people are scared. They don't know what will happen. They say we better stay with him, he can defend us. But now people have known, oh my God, this is the wrong person. That is the problem. Ruto, I cannot tell you, is the first person. That is why he came out and say, my father was a poor, nobody knew my father. He cannot say he's from a clan that had leadership. He came out proud and say, my father was a poor man, nobody knew my father. That is how it is. But he built himself up to where he is. The only thing he did, he knew he had to finish Gideon, he had to finish the Franklins, he had to finish Isaac Ruto, he had to finish everybody. And that is why McToy, you remember when Piwot told him, Ruto, you want to be a great leader. Why are you coming back home and fighting small people? So he thought when you are a king, you have to finish all other your brothers. Now he has a problem because the brothers that he finished them, no one is there to support him now.
Mama Selina, Moi had left him a crown of a lot of people that had worked in the Moi government, very strong Kalenjin leaders from across our great province. How come none of them have been left to help him continue? If he wanted to be the great leader of the
He say, I knew.
Kalenjin people,
He
none
say,
of them.
I know. He never want any assistance from anybody. He
And the
tell
worst
people, I
thing,
know.
So, okay.
and the worst thing is,
Guys, 1 minute.
Jero, just before you say,
1 minute.
the
I want
worst
to bring
thing
you on
is-
board.
the worst
Kidogo
thing-
tu, keep.
The
Kidogo tu.
worst thing is
30
he's
seconds,
still doing
30
it
seconds.
today. He's still doing it today, Jero. He's still doing it to date.
Okay, kuna
All
kitu
this
nataka kuongeza kidogo, keep utaongea. I'm asking but if all these things have happened, who is Ruto accountable to in terms of Kalenjin leadership? Where is he getting his strength? Who is he accountable to? And why are Kalenjins following somebody who cannot report to in a specific way? That is my question, which you people, you have to explain to us, because I don't understand how.
And that is why the real
1 minute,
people-
Kalenjins are disowning this man, yet he has power. Where is he getting this power? That is the question which you people you have to tell
from the
me.
young people. No, Ruto get power from the young people, and the leaders were quiet. Let me tell you, the Kalenjin cannot come out and fight. They are not like that. So all these leaders, they went back and say, okay, let him go. You know, Moi, he was calling Kalenjins every weekend, every month. When Ruto was a deputy president, he was supposed to be holding meetings. From today, he called the Tuken people. Tomorrow, he can call the Kipsigis people. The other day, he can call the Nandis. And then he can call other communities the way Moi was doing. But Ruto, nobody can go to his home as a clan. They'll say you don't know. So he picked these Mogurmen, Sudi, and the young men. And he shut up everybody.
And that is the worst thing, Mama Selina. He keeps doing it to date. So every strong leader that has appeared from our community, which like you said was invented by Moi, because accordingly, I'm from a different tribe from you. You are Nandi, I'm Kipsigis. What I do not understand is he's still doing it to date. He's still splitting up the communities, and he's doing it to the Kikuyus. Njeru, he's doing that to you.
1 minute, let Jakedu
what he's done to us,
1
doing to
minute,
you.
keep. Tulia kidogo, wacha Jakedu aweke tu comment moja, just one comment. There is also another Kalenjin, I think, who has joined us pia, nitawaingiza hapo kidogo. But the question which I'm asking is, why have Kalenjins allowed Ruto to hijack their leadership? That is the question which you people, you are not exhausting. And I can give you another 5 to 10 minutes to exhaust that. Then we come back to the topic, because it is important. Why have Kalenjins allowed Ruto to hijack their leadership? That is the question which you need to answer. Jakedube.
Asanteni sana. Habari zenu. Kip. Jana ni juzi ulitoroka haraka sana. Yeah? Tafadhali hiyo forum umesema usinisahau, lazima unitafute, simu yangu unayo.
Si nina namba yako, tutaongea.
Yeah.
Anko.
Yeah.
Tutaongea tufanye hiyo pamoja.
Sawa kabisa. Mama Selina, habari yako? Wote amjambo. Nataka kusema hivi. Ruto amepata hiyo nafasi kwa sababu ya watu wanaitwa watu wabunge. Wabunge ndio wameleta hata corruption hii ambayo tunaona. Ni wabunge hawa, wabunge wa kisasa. Kwa sababu wale wabunge wa zamani, ukiwaangalia hata leo, wabunge wa zamani ni watu wa kawaida. Watu wengi sana walikuwa wanaacha ubunge na ni watu tu normal. Kuna mbunge mmoja, alikuwa anaita Matano. Matano hata alipewa gari na serikali ya kupeleka vitu zake huko Bundani, huko kwao. Na alikuwa waziri kwa muda mrefu, kwa sababu hawa watu wa zamani walikuwa waibi. Hawa watu wa siku hizi, hawa wabunge, wanajipatia mshahara mengi, wanaambia watu kwamba wao ndio wanatatua matatizo yao. Hata wale wabunge wa zamani walikuwa wanajua kazi ya ubunge ni nini. Hawa wa siku hizi hawajui. Lakini juu ya Ruto, mimi kitu nataka kuambia hivi. Unauliza hiyo vizuri. Ruto hajapewa huo uongozi na community yao. Na kwa hiyo uongozi wake utaisha, kwa sababu ametumia hiyo uongozi kwa uongo. Amepata nafasi ya kuwa kiongozi na uongo. Na mimi nawaambia hapa, kama vile mnasikia, hii uongo huwa ina expire. Mtu yoyote popote duniani, ukitumia uongo ina expire. Yani inafika wakati hiyo uongo cannot go on. Na hawa watu huisha vibaya. Ruto ataisha mpaka msahau. Watu watajiuliza Ruto alikuwa wapi, kwa sababu ametumia uongo kutafuta uongozi. Kwa sababu wale viongozi ambao walikuweko, ambao wanatoka bonde la Ufa, amewakanyaga kweli kweli, amewavuruga vibaya kwa sababu ya uongo. Lakini mimi nakwambia uongo wake utaisha. Hata kule mlimani hata sasa imeanza kuporomoka, maanake watu wameanza kuona uongo hauwezi ukafanya nini. Nataka mtafute clip moja ambapo walikuwa mtu wa UDA, msichana mmoja kutoka, nafikiri anatoka sehemu za Kisii, sijui ni mfanyikazi, sijui anafanya kazi gani, lakini ni mtu wa UDA. Alijaribu wakati mmoja kwenda kuchaguliwa kama alikuwa anataka women rep, lakini alishindwa. Aliulizwa swali leo kwamba mbona Ruto anatusi president, mbona anasema hivi na vile na vile. Alikataa kujibu hiyo swali kwa sababu kwa sababu kama angejibu alikuwa anataka kusema uongo. Alikataa kujibu hiyo swali, alienda kujibu swali lingine, ni kusema uongo haufai.
Okay, sawa. Jakedube, weka comment yako sababu time yako itakuja kuongea, maybe ili sasa akina Selina wa conclude please.
Before Selina, Mama Selina come, I think we want to hear from Kiprop to skip like Kiprop atasema.
Let me position the question properly to Kiprop. Maybe it might also becoming unajua nasikianga ni kama Wakalenjin ni wengi, they have different factions.
So Bwana Kiprop, from the way you know courage in people, and maybe utasaidiana na kina Mama Serina hapo, can you tell us for somebody to become a respected leader in encouraging land, what happens? And do you think Ruto has that blessing from wazee, the way you see him handling himself? Saa zingine unaona ni kama he has some animation talks. So can you try to tell me how are encouraging leaders bred in maybe?
Okay, asante Njiru. What I know in especially Nandi, because for me I'm a Nandi, I'm from to be specific from Kosirai, just in Nandi. So we have clans. We have clans that they had specific responsibilities in the community, and like those clans had assigned duties. So the clan that was really known, that I think many people know, that we know that it was responsibility, their responsibility was for them to lead people, was the Talai clan. We have Kapchepkendi, we have
Wrong. No.
I'm
No,
just
no,
the way
Talai,
I know.
No,
Okay.
Talai.
Wait, I just finished.
No, that is wrong. No, I cannot allow that.
Let me just.
Talai are spiritual leaders.
Okay, let me just finish.
Like priests, we're not leaders.
Keep in Nandi, they are different. Kiprop is saying the truth.
Yeah. Let me just finish.
Wacha Kipropa malizeni tu tafadhali, mutaingilia.
I want to tell Kip, the Talais are the leaders. They were showing people the way. So the way Kiprop is saying is true, Kip. That is how it is in Nandi.
But for us,
let me just finish.
For us, I cannot be allowed to be
time tu kidogo, please. Nitakupea time. Please, just a minute.
Okay. So, and the way I know, for Ruto to fit in the political system and to get the loyalty and the fame that he had to manipulate himself to fit in through the Talai. That's why you see even his name is saying William Samoe Arap Ruto. So he had to fit in into the system. I don't know how he did it. I don't know if his father was Samoe. I don't know. But he had to fit in the political system so that he will come up as an image of leadership in the Nandi people. And you know our people are very, very good in being deluded. I can tell you for free. Kijana yeyote akiangalia jina Samoei atashajua tu amekubali ya kuwa Ruto anatoka from the Talai system. And most of the people will really enjoy and feel confident that really Ruto is an ordained leader. So I think what Ruto did, he identified a weakness. And I think the weakness came during when most of our leaders that were aligned with the Moi regime had weaknesses of being looters and being used by Moi as agent of economic breakdown in Nandi. Like Makta was accused of bringing down tanning, Iatec, East African Tanning Company, and people like Biwot and people like Chesire. Those people who were really close to Moi and were real leaders came up being people who were used to exploit people of Nandi, and people had to suit for other options. And now Ruto identified that weakness that was there, and he chipped in to replace most of the people in the Nandi community or in our Kalenjin community who were viable leaders. That's how I think how Ruto was able to bring himself as a leader, and that's what propelled him to be an MP in Eldoret North and all the way to become a minister and all that. So that's my view. Thank you.
Okay, Keep, you can rebut, and also Mama Selina, they can also weigh on the same. Keep, you can rebut if there is any rebut.
Okay. I think there might be a bit of a difference here. For me, I don't really want to say where my great grandfather is called, because we get reincarnated as leaders through our great grandfathers, and I think somebody's mentioned a name there that is scaring me there. Mtu anaitwa Simba. I recognize that name, and what I would say is from the Kipsigis side, for us is we do the blessing. So before war, before ordaining big leaders, we as the Talai would ordain the people. So if Nandi was doing it differently, that is also okay. But that is why we've got 5 families from the two communities, and I would say the 2 tribes, the Nandi and the Kipsigis. And I think the more prominent one is the Nandi one. I think hao ndio tunaogopa sana, because they were really tough warriors, because some of the Talais were actually warriors. So they were either from the priest class, or from the warrior class. So some of us would go for war as Talais. If you're from the priest class, you are not allowed to go for leadership. So Mama Selina, I think I'll need to talk to you about knowing that history a little bit more, because some of us need to learn. So if I've made a mistake about the Nandi, I'll need to talk to you later on and talk to my dad about that also.
I want you to ask his Kip, the way Kiprop says, we were to, even Moi, hata Moi mwenyewe alikuwa nakuja kwa hiyo wasee ya Talai, and those are hawa ndio walipatia uongozi Moi, lakini Talai wenyewe waendi in elected position. Kuna kitu Kip, Talais cannot
That's what
be
I meant.
members of parliament.
That's what I meant, Mama. That's what I meant, Mama. That's what I meant.
But Kiprop was saying those are Talai leaders, wanapeana direction, wanapeana vile inchi iko, wanapeana kama inchi kutakuwa na njaa, wanaambia watu kama kuna vita inakuja. Those are the Talai, but they cannot be running in these positions. Wanang'ang'ania members of parliament.
Mama, that's what I meant. Mama, that's what I meant. Sorry. So it was a misunderstanding. And Kiprop,
Yes.
sorry about that.
So,
That
but
was the
Kiprop
misunderstanding.
say,
I can't be an MP. I cannot be an MP.
No, they cannot
as a
be
Talai.
MP. But today, the Kericho, you know, your senator is that clan, Cheruyot.
Yes, those are the things I needed to discuss, because I was talking to my dad about those things, because things are changing.
Cheruyot is that clan. But Kip was right. So Ruto, with that opportunity, and then Moi aliretire pila kupeana uongozi. So in the Nandi community, Makto was a token, Chesire was a token, Biwat was a Elkeo. So the only Nandi that we had, then Moi akutaka uongozi ya real Nandis. That is why Muke was killed. That is why Maria Serone was killed. That is why Arab Saina was a Libon, and that is why it was. So the real in the Nandi community, then there is this thing now of Ruto and people, and then watu yetu si wengi wanapenda siasa. It is not everybody that they like that. They feel like politics was 30 politics in Kalenjin, in the Nandi community. And Kiprop, mtu kama Elisha Murray, he was elected a member of councillor, yes? But he's respected man in Kosirai. That is the leader. Their families, I know some families. My sister was married in Kosirai anyway, Kipsimo Abo. So we have people that they were elected leaders that people can go to their houses. Like this man I'm talking today. Elisha. And there are so many men in Kosirai and everywhere. So that is how it was. And these people are very rich. So when they see Ruto coming, running up, nobody want to get their land away. Nobody want to get their businesses, their money. So they kept quiet. And they let the politics go. Wakalenjin wali support Raila. The people, not leaders. So when the Kalenjins went for Raila, then the Ruto was not for Raila, and the few leaders was not for Raila. They had to follow the community. Wakati walifika kwa Raila, wakaenda huko mbele, lakini ukiuliza jamii ya Wakalenjin, wenyewe walienda that is why they have that love of Raila. Si ati leaders inalazimishanga wakale kufuata Raila. It is the real people, they went for Raila and they gave him a name, Arab Mibe. Wakalenjin wenyewe with the love of Raila. So Ruto has taken that advantage, but that is why the leadership of Ruto will not go far, and it is ending because he has no support of the leaders. He has the support of your young people. He has the support of doing all these bad things. The Kalenjin community, they respect Kenyatta as history with us, Kalenjin. And that is why the Kalenjin respect Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Ukiweka Uhuru hapa na uweke Ruto hapa, the Kalenjin will go for Uhuru. Am I right?
Mama Selina, I wanted to emphasize a bit more about our sister, or is it brother clan in the Maasais, which is close to the Talai.
So what happened is this, Skip. We do not have Talai, we do not have Orgoig in Kalenjin. We do not have the Talai ourselves. So the Talais are from Loita, not even Narok, not even where. So this lady, this woman, the Kalenjin went to bring cows. They were killing the Maasai and the Kalenjin. So there is this lady, the Maasai woman. She came to Kalenjin community. And then there are two sons from the Talai. You know, we don't, if you tell a Kalenjin to tell you, you can be worried. You know, I don't want to speak things that it will make people feel something.
No, I know, but Mom, continue. It's important to hear this because Uhuru was blessed by that faction.
Because Kenyatta, if you want to talk about it.
Yeah.
I said your clan was from Loita.
Can you allow me to bring you on order a little bit? Sababu, there's a specific question I want you to, I know you are handling it well, but I just wanted you to tell me. So, kuna kitu nataka kujua maybe because I know these details can be very many. Hebu niambieni kitu ya kwanza, if Nandis bless me, ama maybe wanipe uongozi, can I be accepted in Kipsigis land? Let's say I've been done an elder in Kipsigis. Am I accepted in Tugen or in Elgeyo Marakwet? That is one. Then number two, sababu nasikia ni kama mnasema Ruto hijacked the system. So can you tell me how is his future with the Kalenjin if he hijacked the system and the system has to rectify that? So what is the future like 10, 20 years? Because
and then they say in Kalenjin, they say Nkosamis Muria Kobagonaba. The only thing the Kalenjins are sometimes coming for Ruto, they say, is one of us. So they say, you know rats in the house. You know, in any family, there are rats in the house. So the Kalenjin are saying, even though he is what he is our own. That is why the community was like, anyway, let's leave it like that. And a lot of people have told him most of the time, what you could have done, you could have not fight Gideon Moi. You are not supposed to fight Isaac Ruto from Kericho. And you could have get another branch to be these brothers. You will be the elder brother. Utakuwa ndugu mkubwa. ya kuongea na wale wengine, but for him hakutaka hivyo, and that is why his leadership now, you know, the Kalenjin, let me tell you, these people are very clever. Let me tell you, Njeru, the Kalenjin even today, they know where the leadership will go, and they know Ruto is not having it. The Talai people, they know, because our community could have sit down and tell Ruto, if things were bad in Central, they will tell Ruto, wait. You know, the Kalenjin, they are soldiers. They will go like soldiers. If you want to go to war, you don't go to war today, because if you go, 100 of you will be killed. So the elders will say, wait, it is not the right time. So if this man wanted to be a real leader, today I'm telling you, if Ruto had followed the Kalenjin and the clans and sit down with the elders, it could be easy to be there, because it will be told, this side is not good, don't go like this, don't do this. So as we talk about the Talai, so that we don't forget, these people, they came from Masai. Kenyatta, he has history with Laibon. Raila, the Laibons were jailed in Kwasi with the white people. The Kenyatta was jailed in Lodwar.
Mama Selina, kuna mzee ameniambia tuache hiyo sasa.
They don't want that history. Yeah,
Ameniambia tuache, na mzee akiniambia hivyo, amenitumia text
it is
message.
True, because they don't want
Amesema niache, hata nimetextiwa, nimeambia niache. It's
agree.
It's gone too far.
Okay, that's fine.
I have been reprimanded, na lazima nimsikie.
Okay, fine. So that one is okay. We respect even our audience.
Let me just add one thing, just an addition. Another factor which I know is in our Kalenjin community, we have an age-set system. So, and the age-set system was transitional leadership also. So what I know is Moi was a Chumo. Chumiot. That is the age-set system which Moi belonged to. And from Chuma, there is other two age-set systems, and then Ruto. In between, we had the Sawe and Kipkoimet. So what happened is, we did not have any leader from Chuma. In between from Chuma, we were supposed to have somebody who will replace Moi of Sawe age-set system or Kipkoimet age-set system, so that now we can transition Gablelat, which Ruto is now. So
we had Piwat, we had Enrico Skay, we had Kipkalia Gones, we have this Franklin, we have this Musea ya Tuken Sai. We have those generation. But again, thank you for saying that. The Kablelat, the Ruto clan is the worst clan in the Kalenjin community, that the people were saying, you better die not to be alive when this generation is alive. They think the crown was red.
Mama Selina, why don't we do this, yeah? Why don't we do this, Mama? Kiprop, it would be important if, Kiprop, if you could put your phone number on the chat, private chat, tafadhali. I'm really need, we need this. And then, just like Njero has with his community, we have one of our own. What do you think, Kiprop? If you could give us your phone number, tafadhali, tuweke hapo kwa private chat.
Okay, that's fine.
Put it on the private chat so that Mama Selina and you could, I'll just sit in the background and make sure everything is all right. If you guys could share it, and we could organize one for Rift Valley before. We have got 28 days The Kikuyus have done theirs. We need to do our own because it's becoming hotter. So Kiprop tafadhali, if you could just share the number there.
So that I can bring another person, maybe in 30 seconds. Mama Serena, mutapea Ruto fimbo. Hiyo fimbo nimeona kubwa imepewa Bwana Raila Odinga. Mutapea Ruto?
That no. Nani ata organize? No.
Okay, sawa basi. That is okay. So thank you for that discussion. I want also to say, please, let's observe ethics ya tukikuwa hapa. Iko kitu nimeambiwa imetendeka, tafadhali tusifanye hivyo. So please, watu wanajua ethics ya hapa. Sitaki kusema ni nini, lakini iko kitu imepatikana. So tafadhali. Okay, good. So bwana, so kuna Jakedube na
imepatikana.
Mama Selina, tuache hiyo, sitaki kusema. Watu wanajua ethics ya hapa. So watu wanajua ethics ya hapa, mtu akikuja hapa watu wanajua tunafanya namna gani. Sitaki kuelezea hapa, sitaki kujitangaza.
I hope si mimi niko kasi na panga manguo.
Hapana, sio hiyo. Watu wanajua ethics ya hapa. So ethics ya hapa tunajua, unakuwa kwa screen, una concentrate, na kuna baadhi ya mambo ufai kufanya. Watu wanajua mambo gani. So sitaki kusema, but watu wanajua. So wewe ukijiona umewekwa kwa background, jua kuna kitu tumeona. So kuna mtu nimeweka kwa background, so sababu kuna kitu tuliona. So I was just trying to clarify on that. Please, let's not do that again. Okay, sawa. So we can have Bwana Jakedube ili sasa tulete Raban. And tuendelee na mjadala ya leo. Thank you.
Asante sana Bwana Njiru, asante sana na wote, asanteni. Mjadala wa leo, mimi nataka kusema kwamba nilifurahia sana Azimio walipokuwa huko Bomet, huko Kericho. Na hii inathibitisha ile kitu ninachosema, ni kwamba msema ukweli hudumu. Ukweli siku zote inadumu. Na mimi nataka kuambia kwamba baba aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Bwana Raila Amolo Odinga, ukimwangalia kabisa, ukiangalia mambo yake, mimi labda ni naweza kusema labda nampendelea. Mimi sijaona kitu Raila amesimama akasema uongo, awe kwa stage, awe mahali gani, Raila asemi uongo. Ndio mimi nasema, ndio maana watu wanamwamini. Ndio maana watu wanamwamini. Na hata Martha Karua, mliona wakati Martha Karua alichaguliwa, watu wanamwamini kwa sababu ukiangalia misimamo yake, ni mtu ambaye huwezi kumuhusisha na mambo ya uongo au mambo ya porojo, hana. Na hizi ndizo mimi nawaambia, tusikubali mambo ya porojo. Na mimi nataka kusema kwamba Kiprop Arap Maiyo amesema ukweli mtupu. Mimi ninakubaliana na maelezo yake kabisa kwamba Bwana Ruto alichukua nafasi ambayo si yake. Lakini mimi nawahakikishia hiyo nafasi amechukua ambayo si yake, ameitumia vibaya kwa kutumia uongo, kugandamiza wenzake. Na hiyo nimekuwa nikisema, uongo huwa ina expire. Kama muamini mtakuja kuona, lakini kama mnaamini uongo, hata ninyi mmekuwa marafiki. Yule mtu ambaye husema uongo kila wakati, kuwa mara nyingi anapatikana amesema uongo, au anapatikana na yale hayo majuto ya kusema uongo. Kwa hiyo mimi nasema kwamba Bwana Ruto, hiyo uongozi ambayo amekuwa akitakia kwa njia ya uongo, hataipata, hata katika Nandi hataipata. Inatakikana mtu ukiangalia wale wote ambao walihusika na mambo ya uongozi walikuwa wanaaminiwa kwa jamii yao kwamba ni mtu mkweli na ni mtu ambaye haonei wenzake, ni mtu ambaye husimama kuprotect, kukinga jamii, sio eti yule mtu ambaye anapora jamii ama anawagandamiza. Huyo sio kiongozi. Kwa hiyo ukimwangalia Bwana Ruto ni mtu ambaye anapenda kugandamiza wenzake, ni mtu ambaye ana binafsi. Mtu wa namna hiyo hawezi kuwa kiongozi hata kidogo, kwa sababu hata tuseme tu sahihi, tukilinganisha Ruto na Uhuru ambao wao walichaguliwa, ukiangalia vitendo vyao, hata mambo ambayo yeye mwenyewe anasema alienda kuambia wazee wa Kikuyu vile alivyofanya. Yeye alikuwa anafikiri hiyo ni sifa, lakini imetokea kwa sio sifa hiyo. Si sifa, kwa sababu ukiangalia matamshi ya Uhuru anasema kwamba uongozi hangeweza kuongoza taifa ambayo watu wanakufa, hata kama ni kuacha alisema uongozi si lazima awe kiongozi hata kama watu wanakufa. Nasema hiyo sio dhamira yake. Kwa hiyo ukiangalia Bwana Ruto na Uhuru ni mzalendo, ni nationalist, mtu ambaye anaweka nchi yake mbele ya mahitaji yake yeye mwenyewe binafsi. Kwa hiyo ni jambo la muhimu kuona kwamba uweke masilahi ya nchi na wale ambao wanachaguliwa kama viongozi huwa wanaweka masilahi ya jamii mbele ya ubinafsi wao. So Ruto vile mimi namuona hawezi kuwa kiongozi ya Wakalenjin. Yeye alipata nafasi vile Arap Maiyo amesema. Hiyo mimi nakubaliana na maelezo yake kabisa. Ameelezea kitu ambacho kilitokea, kwa sababu wakati Moi alitoka kulikuwa na vurugu kidogo kwamba wale viongozi ambao walikuwa pale walikuwa wana majina ambayo walikuwa na tuhuma. Sijui nimetumia Kiswahili, mnaelewa kusema tuhuma. Kulikuwa na allegation, kulikuwa na vitu vinawafuata tuhuma kwamba walihusika na uporaji na vitu. So hiyo iliwafanya wakawa na hiyo kulegea, na Bwana Ruto akachukua nafasi hiyo. Lakini kama angeitumia vizuri labda ingekuwa ni sawa, lakini ameitumia vibaya kwa uongo. Kila mara akisimama mbele ya watu kusema, anasema uongo. Hiyo huwezi kudumu, na mimi nataka kuambia kwamba uongo huwa haidumu. Jambo ambalo mimi nataka kusema ni kwamba nimeona kwamba kule Bomet, nafikiri watu watashangaa kura ngapi ambazo Azimio itapata. Hata Kericho, hata bonde la hata kule Eldoret, nafikiri watu watashangaa ni kura ngapi watapata. Na hata mlima wa Kenya, nafikiri wakati huu Azimio itapata kura ambazo itawashangaza au watu wa UDA. Manake ukiangalia wale watu wa UDA wengi ni ukiwakaribia vizuri, wengi sana ni watu wa binafsi, watu ambao wanapenda wanafanya vizuri wakiwa wamejificha nyuma ya ukabila, wanafanya vizuri. Na hiyo ndio kitu moja mimi nataka kuomba Wakenya tutoke kwa hiyo. Tunataka tuwe na Azimio la Umoja, ndio tuweze nchi yetu iendelee vizuri. Ningelipenda tu kuelezea kidogo kwamba watu wengi wanashindwa ni kwa nini Uhuru na Raila wanataka mabadiliko. Ni kwa sababu haya mabadiliko ilikuwa inatakikana ifanyike siku zile za kwanza na haikufanyika, na hiyo mabadiliko imetufanya tumekuwa na hitilafu katika nchi yetu. Watu wengi wamekuwa wakisema sisi tuko sawa tu, hakuna kitu, lakini ukitaka kujua Wakenya, ikifika saa ya uchaguzi, unaona kila mmoja anakimbia nyuma ya kabila lake. Hiyo ni kitendo ambayo haifai. Tunatakiwa tuchague mtu kwamba ni mtu ambaye anajali masilahi ya Mkenya. Sisi wote tunakubali huyo mtu ataifanyia nchi yetu kazi, sio kabila, kwa sababu kabila tumeona vile imetuangusha. Tumetumia ukabila, kabila kusema huyu ni kabila yetu, imetuangusha. Kwa hiyo mimi naomba sana vijana wote tuangalie kwamba tuwe na Kenya moja ambayo ni ya wazalendo. Sisi wote wana Kenya, tuvute pamoja. Nafikiri watu wa UDA saa hii wataanza kuona vile nani sehemu zao vile walikuwa wanafikiria, hasa mlima wa Kenya. Mimi naona imeanza kuporomoka, na hata bonde la Ufa umeanza kuporomoka. Vile walikuwa wanafikiri huko ni ngome yao, sidhani kama ni ngome yao. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much.
Can I say something before I go? Just a very quick thing. Kiprop, I think I've really appreciated your contribution today, and you have been very good. I thought we are very few here. What I would encourage next time is tafadhali, don't use your full names. Come up with an alias. We've been having problems with hacking, and I would like to protect you. And next time, don't do it now. It's too late. But next time you come to the studio, tafadhali ukuje na an alias. Hata Kiprop imetosha. And I'll talk to mom up there, ako juu yako, and we will organize something for our community, just like the Kikuyus. I think you've agreed with that, so it's just trying to convince mom for that. Najua mama anakuanga mkali na anakuanga mgumu. Tutaongea na
and we can support from the background on that.
Tapembeleza mom kidogo tu. It will take some time. Tampembeleza.
Na Kipu Panda anakuuliza swali Panda anakuuliza huyo jamaa anavai for governorship ni Kericho ni nani?
Sorry, come again.
Kuna swali inatoka kwa Panda na kuuliza who is that man vying for governorship in Kericho, and in that spirit you can also tell us huyu jamaa wa Bomet wa chama cha mashinani, so hapo namna gani huko, bado ameingia KKA vizuri ama tu ni ile, I don't know. Can you tell us about that also?
That one I do not know about that politics, because I have also shocked that he's part of Talai. I'll give you an example. I'll be very explicit. I grew up in Nairobi, and I'm slowly learning about my clan every day. So I said like that, and I'm slowly learning about that in the last 5 years of my life. So kuna vitu na observe, and sometimes you'd see me referring to Mama Selina because she's my senior and she knows more than me, and sometimes I go back home and find out more about that. And now Kiprop is going to be a conduit of more of my information about my culture. So if there's a senator that is Talai, that is a shock to me, because Talais are not allowed to vie for any elective seats. So that one I need to find out a bit more about. So if you can, and I'm not, apparently I'm not.
If Kip, it may not be Talai, it may be Anko, it may be something, but I know it is one of.
I think it will be very difficult, but I will find out more information about that. So, Jeru nipatie tu a couple of days. I'll go into my connections into the clan and find out.
Okay, sir, no problem about that. So, Pandas will wait for your. I think if we can follow the video, ni vile nimesahau huyo jamaa aliongea hapo, I think I'm
But
just forgetting it.
Njeru, Kiprop has never tell us, we have talked about the Kalenjin, Kericho. He has never tell us how is the ground going in Eldoret, Nandi, you know, like how is it?
Huyu ako diaspora kama sisi.
Hata kama ako diaspora, anaweza jua kidogo.
Okay, I think he can say that as he gives his presentation. So just see what is blinking on your screen there. You can talk about your area as we also give you now presentation. Najua ile tu ilikuwa tu ya kuingia kwa comment. Maybe kitu anaweza kusikia kabla yaende. Maybe mnaweza pendana zaidi.
And then one very important something. William Ruto is a dictator like Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Isaac Ruto Bomet is saying that.
Was that? When was that? From a tweet?
Today,
From where?
it is 8 hours. Kenya News.
Wow.
Let me send it. If I send to Mutembe, you will get?
Yeah, I will get. So,
Okay.
is this still in KKA with such a comment?
I'll download that also and then send it over to Njeru so that you can put it as a video.
This is today. You say Ruto is
Ndio
a
nauliza
dictator.
sasa, is this still in KKA with such an abrasive statement? That one is very abrasive.
No, Isaac Ruto has his own party. Chama ya
But unajua
mashindano.
hapa pande ya KKA ndivyo wanasemanga.
They denied him KKK. He's not in KKK.
He's not a
Kenya
KKK,
Kwanza.
but
They denied
he
him.
told people you can vote Ruto in the top, but actually chama yake ni chama ya mashinani, and then now you know Ruto is UDA. There is no Kenya Kwanza. So he negotiate with him and say, okay, my governorship I will get from chama cha mashinani and the MCAs. But if the people want to vote Ruto in the presidency, he had no problem. Like the way we say, maybe he was so scared. You know, like when the community was saying Ruto, then he say, okay, mashinani kwa viti ya chini, lakini ya president. But today now the people have decided.
Okay, that one is not done. So
Nimewambia Selina, nimewambia hiyo itabomoka. Ngojeni kabla haijakufika. Kabla ya kufika tarehe 9 utaona mambo mengi yatabomoka kwa ile watu ambao wamekuwa wakisema uongo. Utaona.
Okay, so go ahead.
I wish you could
Kiprop,
ya nani.
Kiprop, go ahead. The floor is yours.
So today, what I know about, you asked me about how Baba is doing and how the ground is at home. For me, in Kapsabet, especially Nandi County, the ground is cold. Actually, there is somebody who told me yesterday that they are saying if Tugatai is Stephen Sang, eh? I think you know who Tugatai is. If the current governor come back to be the governor, then the people of Nandi, especially for Mosop and Mgwen, are preferring Raila to be the president. They are saying if the governor will come back, then Raila will be it's better Raila to be the president, because they know if they go opposition, then at least they will have a chance of them getting the resources. But they are saying it will be worst in Nandi County if Ruto will be the president and they are having Stephen Sang again as the governor. It will be one of the worst combinations they will ever see, because they know there is a tendency of governors that are from Nandi and especially Nandi and Uasin Gishu having full loyalty and with no accountability of public funds. So that's what I had. So I think this time round, if I'm not wrong, Baba will get some substantial amount of votes, especially in both Nandi and Uasin Gishu. So that is according to the information I know so far. That's what I can say.
Okay, you can contribute now on our topics which are there. Today, Baba was in Kericho and Bomet. If you watched it, you can tell us about it. DP Ruto is asking for forgiveness. If you have anything, you can tell us about it, and maybe you can also tell us maybe because can you tell us in those strongholds which Ruto is having, which are the highest percentages you think Ruto can get from his strongholds? I think he has like 5 strongholds: Uasin Gishu, Elgeyo Marakwet, maybe Nandi, Kericho,
Okay.
Bomet. Do you think he will be able to? Can you comment about the strongholds and what Mr. Ruto can extract from it? Because some of those counties are a bit cosmopolitan.
Okay, Ruto asking for forgiveness. Let me start from there. I think, especially if I refer to the Rift Valley, especially the 3 counties, the one that are normally the strongholds for deputy president, Elgeyo Marakwet, Nandi County, and Uasin Gishu. I think Ruto really owes a lot of forgiveness, because to be sincere, for the past 10 years, there is no single infrastructure project that a Nandi or somebody in Uasin Gishu or somebody in Elgeyo Marakwet can feel proud of, that this has really been done, especially from my county where I come from. The roads that has been expanded are the roads that were being launched during Kibaki regime. And up to now, we don't have anything that we can show that we have been in government for 9 years. So the thing is, the people doesn't want to see the image, the real image of what's happening. But we have been really left behind. If you go to Western or Western Kakamega, especially look at Chavagali. Chavagali is a small town like Mosoriot, if those people who know Mosoriot. But there is a flyover in Chavagali, a very big flyover in Chavagali. That means there is infrastructure, the government is doing work there. But if you come to Kapsabet Eldoret Road, a major road, watu wanafinyana kwa barabara. Hata transist ikitoka kutoka Kapsabet ikipanda huko na kuna gari inateremka, itabidi umesonga kando kidogo. And that's a road that was launched long time ago during the Kibaki, not Kibaki even, Kenyatta. So there is a lot that really Ruto has to explain about what has been happening to the Nandi people. All the departments that Nandi people are strong in economic scale has been sabotaged. The maize, the farming system in Nandi has been sabotaged. We don't feel proud anymore of us like being involved in economic development in the country, because watu wamekuwa maskini. So I think if we checkmate Ruto, he really owes to say an apology to the people. So according to what I saw here, Baba today in Bomet, it was a quite good reception. I can comment that Baba had, it was so peaceful. I liked the peace. There was no violence. And I like the sincerity of the people who are presenting the information, like Nick Salat when he asked for 35%. So I like that, showed the kind of confidence that these votes. So that one was substantial for Baba to have such a crowd in Kericho and people to turn up, and they were attentive, they were listening to what Baba was saying. So the strongholds that the deputy president is having, I can say Nandi is strong in Nandi. Nandi, he can get like more than 85%. That one I can be sure of. Even Wasingishu, but Baba will have some votes in Wasingishu. But let's say I can give Ruto 80% of the votes in Wasingishu. Even Elgeyo Marakwet, but also Elgeyo Marakwet we have.
Kiprop, Wasingishu
Yes?
is quite difficult because Wasingishu is very metropolitan.
Yeah, it is. It is. But at
Luyas,
the end of the day, I
Luyas-
know he will garner. That's why I'll say 80%. 80%.
I think about 70 because there are Kikuyus, Luyas, and a few Luos there because there's lands that are coming to Kesesa. Unajua Kesesa ukienda hapo kwa hiyo barabara ya kwenda towards Nairobi, not the one going through Eldamaravine, here Kesesa. There's a lot of Kikuyu that have bought land there. So there's a lot of gamer community there.
Yeah, sure. Even if you go towards Munyaka, there's an estate known as Munyaka.
Alafu na hapo Pioneer, the Pioneer estate huko. So
Yeah,
I think about 70%. There are many wards that will never vote Kalenjin in Eldoret town.
So, and Elgeyo Marakwet, we have Tolgos. So Tolgos has some influence. We can have some spillover of votes from either side. But I know at the end of the day, you will get almost roughly 80%. So those are the counties that I know. And Embu too. Embu now is solid. That one I know. Embu for Ruto is solid. In fact, Embu will have more percentage than even the home background of Ruto. So those are the counties that I have like 95% confidence that the Ruto will be winning. And we have now West Pokot. West Pokot now has shifted. In fact, now we are talking of West Pokot being 60-40. 60-40. So those are the, and Trans Nzoia, that also will be a swinging about 60-40. So I don't know. Those are the counties so far that I have confidence that Ruto is winning. Okay, thank you.
Keep, I want to put a question to you. You are talking about infrastructure. Maybe you know, I come from Mount Kenya, and you know, your son has been building a lot of churches for us. For your information, unajua ni vile nimeshtuka sababu you are saying that huko kwetu ni kama kuna kitu imetendeka. So can you tell me, kwani huyu kijana yenu ajenge makanisa kwenyu? Because I'm surprised that he has been coming to our place. Nasikia anajenga makanisa huko, anaweka maroof, anafanya nini na kwenyu. Hebu kwanza niambie huko kwenyu, na I know like Kalenjins are very strong in churches like AIC, Seventh Day. Hawajajenga makanisa huko ama ni namna gani? Can you tell me about his philanthropy in Kalenjin land? Talk about Ruto philanthropy. Unajua philanthropy ndio unaenda kusaidia. Sababu ni Mount Kenya region amekuwa akitembea huko miaka 4. So can you try to describe for me philanthropy work of Mr. Ruto in Kalenjin land, please?
Njiru, I can be 100%. I was in Kenya. I left Kenya last year, August. And from huko nyuma, mimi sijawahi sikia Ruto amekuja huko kwetu Harambee. Mimi acha mimi nikuambie tu ukweli. What I heard is last year, when was that? 2021, not 2020 December, there was a congregation of pastors that went there for the New Year's Eve in Sugoi. Pastors from Seventh-day Adventist, because I happen to be a Seventh-day Adventist, I can say they went there. Pastors from Seventh-day Adventist, from all the way from Kericho, the whole GRVC, Greater Rift Valley Conference, they went there and they were going to celebrate the New Year with Ruto. And Ruto gave every pastor was given a cash check of 50,000. and any project that was pending for the churches, especially the big churches, the Ruto gave a sum amount of like 50 million for funding those churches. So that's the only philanthropy that I can know that Ruto has done. But when I was at home, people, when they try to approach him, I think he has been more to the side of Kikuyu side, doing all that, building churches. But at home, I think because he has the confidence that he has already the loyalty of the people, he already knows that we are voting for him. So there is no need of him investing much on the handouts. That's what I can say. Yeah.
Okay, I want to advance you a little bit. You talked about development. You know, I know you know your area. So, are you aware that I think when Uhuru and Ruto formed the government, there were some shared projects. You know, it's good. I want to tell you that, like Uhuru was so much committed for, like in the central, for projects like Moya Dam. There's a very big project for increasing water in Kirinyaga because of the Moya Tebere irrigation scheme. There's a very big project called Moya Dam. Then I think in Rift Valley, they had conceived two dams, Kimwarel and Aror, which were supposed to give water there. So maybe in terms of community, I don't want to make it political. So can you tell us these two dams? What was the concept of these dams? Were they supposed to help people, or where was this? What was supposed to happen on this dam? Because already the ones in Kirinyaga are complete. Even the ones in Kiambu, Karimenu is complete. So can you tell us some of the projects which I think both the deputy president and the president, they had shared? We have Kimwarel and Aror. Can you tell us about the status of these key projects which the deputy president, they had shared with Uhuru? Because Uhuru projects are done. Can you tell us about those projects? Because they shared. The government was 50-50. We had a common infrastructure project come SGR. So SGR, we cannot say it was a shared project, but Uhuru and Ruto shared the project. Kuna zile project ambazo zilikuwa zinaenda Kalenjin land, na kuna zile project zililetwa Mount Kenya. And I can tell you, we have Karimenu, we have Moya Dam. Then there were like some neutral projects, like the ones which are in Ukambani, like that. That was a neutral project because they wanted to put water. There's new cities which they are doing. There's this new city kwa Wakamba. I'm forgetting the name of it. So can you tell us?
Konza City, Konza.
Yeah, Konza, yeah, correct. Konza. So can you tell us, because once you form the government and you are deputy president, there is a portfolio of projects. There is a portfolio. So can you tell us serious projects which can be, because you know, even like when Moi was a president, he brought projects like Moi University, the international airport. So describe the portfolio infrastructure of Mr. Ruto here for the last 10 years in encouraging land, because it is important. We need to know it.
I can checkmate Ruto. I can tell you, especially let me be specific for Nandi, because Nandi and Uasin Gishu, because I might not know so much of Elgeyo Marakwet, but to be sincere, I don't know. The only project that I know, and it was funded by the World Bank, na Ruto amekuja kujiandikishia, there is a KCC in Kabiet. There is a KCC in Kabiet that has been almost 90% complete. I think it has opened. So that is the only project I can say it has offered employment for the Nandi people. Ile ingine tuko vile tulikuwa 2013. I have not seen any. In fact, Kimwarel and Aror Dam they were sabotaged within 2 months. And that was because the procuring parastatal was KVDA, of which KVDA had a lot of scandals. I don't know the details, but that's what happened. And you heard what Ruto was saying, the money was 7 billion. ESCC are saying a different amount. So I am not sure. But to be sincere, Njiru, I cannot substantiate any development project that people of Nandi, Uasin Gishu, and Elgeyo Marakwet have seen for the last 10 years in Uhuru Ruto government. We don't have. In fact, to be precise, Nandi has the only C classification road that is still a Maram road, C37, that starts from Chepterit, going to Kaiboy, going through Tarbo, and joining to Uganda Road. Mama Selina can say that. Kibaki tried to push it and he tarmacked it past Baraton University, and it was left there. And that road is a C37. It's a C classification road. But that road has not even been tarmacked. And it is a major road that goes through the, if you look at the map of the Great North Road, Great North Road diverges from Chepterit, going through the University of Eastern Africa, Baraton, and going straight to Tarbo, and now joining to Uganda Road and going to Kitale and all through. So you see, we are left in a dilemma whereby I don't understand what our people are seeing. I really don't understand, because if you take somebody from Nandi and ask him what are the achievements that Ruto has done, they cannot substantiate. They cannot even say it. Even if he's a billionaire, let him tell us one company or one manufacturing company that he has brought to his people at home to offer employment for more than 1,000 people, because that one he can do. We don't have it.
You know, Mr. Kiprop, you are making me hungry a little bit. Eh?
No. I'm just saying,
okay, 1 minute.
Reality.
I want to advance you. I want to advance you a little bit. So then, why are you people marketing this guy to us? He can't help his people. You know, I don't get it. Why?
Because
why is the Kalenjin community and some people there bringing this guy and saying that he can now be advanced and now come and help us, whereas you people, he has not done anything for you. Are we okay on this issue?
Because we are riding on what I can say, a slogan that Mama Selina was saying, that we are saying, even if our own is harming us, even if our own is not doing anything good for us, is still ours, and we have to protect him. That's all. That's what I can tell you, Njiru. There is any other thing that we can add on that, because the leaders, especially the governors and all the MPs, they have to align themselves with the Ruto's ideas, so that you can be ordained, or you can be ordained to be a leader, so that Ruto will just come to Uasin Gishu and say, Chelili Mtosha, and that's all. That's all. So all the other things aside, and he just have to dictate the people whom they will vote for him, so that anybody that can defect away from Ruto will be just eliminated. You saw what happened to Keter the other day, because Keter is not a psychopath. Keter is so principled by what he does. So when you become principled, that's where you become an enemy, because you will start to ask questions and you will start to want to be seen, to be accountable. And that's where the problem comes in.
Okay.
So
let me advance you a little bit. Eh?
Yeah.
Can you tell me, because you know, sometimes when you hear somebody giving such a testimony, and you know, sometimes you might not have these details. Do you happen to know something about Raila Odinga? Because those are the two main presidential candidates here. Have you ever heard anything about Raila Odinga? What do you know about Raila Odinga, like in terms of commitment, what he can do? Do you know anything about Raila Odinga? Maybe, or you only have information about Ruto? Maybe, can I get that from you?
That's another problem, that most of the I can be sincere. For me, even for me, I know little of. What I know is Raila was responsible for the second revelation in this country, and he has been so much consistent on being a fighter for the human rights, being a fighter for people of Kenya to get what they really have, or their rights and their share in, or what they deserve in the government. So that's what really sells Raila, and that's what makes him be admirable for people, because he really knows the root cause of problems in this country. And for now in Kenya, we need somebody who really understands history, because history will dictate the future. History will know all the barriers that has been letting down anything that will bring people to come on board and understand the problems that they are facing. So few people know that. I can tell you that's why it's so hard for somebody to like in Nandi. It's so hard for you to convince somebody who is illiterate to know about Raila. Trust me, it will be so hard. Only people who have gone to school and have understood what it entails, the history of this country, so that they can now shift their thoughts. But all in all, they will continue riding on a deluded ideas. That's what I can say. Yeah.
Okay. Kip, to finish up with you, can you tell me, do you know Rigathi Gachagua?
I know him just by being a member of parliament.
One minute. I just wanted to know, yes or no. Have you ever heard of Rigathi Gachagua?
I heard him when he was just an MP. That's all.
Okay. So please, can you tell me, you know, Mr. Ruto, just to update you, Mr. Ruto named Rigathi Gachagua and Raila Odinga named Martha Karua. Can you tell us what you know about those people, and then you make your summary, and maybe you can tell us which side do you think can now bring development into your area? Because now that maybe I'm also sad that Mr. Ruto has not done much in your community. Can you now try to advise your people in that line as you conclude now? Because you now know the two tickets. There is the Martha Karua and the Baba. Then there is the Rigathi Gachagua. In our place, maybe to give you a snapshot. In my community, Rigathi Gachagua will be giving us rice and soup once they come in the State House. That is the only thing we know. So sisi tutakuwa tunapewa mchele na supu. So I don't know, pande yenu mnajipangaje na huyu jamaa?
Oh, nani ke Rigathi Gachagua? Oh, of course, even if you go to Nandi now and ask anybody who is Rigathi Gachagua, they cannot even tell you. Hakuna mtu atakuambia hata wanamjua, lakini sasa si unajua
what Ruto Rob, I thought he say muache kuipa ng'ombe ya wenyewe, muache kuipa mali ya wenyewe vijana ya Wakalenjin.
Who?
Gachagua.
Yes. So I think he was
muache kuipa vitu ya wenyewe, muishi na communities wengine vizuri.
And then he had to say, akaongezea kusema nitakuja kuwafunza jinsi ya kupata pesa.
Yes.
You remember that's what he said.
Alafu so kama mutapigia Jubilee kura, amwezi enda ami tena.
Yeah, so I think Ruto chose somebody who is so arrogant. Hiyo naye anaweza kusema ukweli. He is very arrogant. So, and what Ruto was looking was the numbers. So he really wanted to penetrate the Mount Kenya well. So I think the only reason why Ruto chose Rigathi Gachagua is he saw that he can bring the numbers that are in Mount Kenya, and he wanted to appease the gamer community that he is with them. So unfortunately, I can tell you, Njiru, our people in Nandi and Rift Valley, let me say the Kalenjin community, will be hard for them to see that. I can tell you that, because what we are saying is, Nandis are saying, so long as we are in the government, the rest itajipanga. Bora tuko kwa serikali, hatuko opposition. So itakuwa ngumu sana. Itakuwa ngumu sana. So unfortunately, that's the reality. Yeah.
Thank you, Kip,
Okay.
for that. I
Okay.
want to. I think Julia is also here. I know you.
Keep
Julia
tell
will,
us a little bit about Martha Karua. A little bit of Martha Karua.
Martha Karua. I came to know Martha Karua when she was the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. That was when I knew her being the Iron Lady, because, of course, Martha Karua has been so consistent, being so principled in the government. I remember there is a history that I had when that she walked out of the parliament during Moi's regime. So you can see the consistency and the principles that Mother has been having. So I think Raila made a very good choice. And if today even I was watching what Mother Karua was talking in when she was talking in Bomet, in Kericho, her speech was substantial and solid. I even all the other people who were talking, they were just like celebrating and trying to create like crowd joy and what. But what I can say, when Mother Karua was talking, everybody was very attentive. Everybody was very attentive. You cannot compare. You cannot even compare. Let me just say, sorry to say this, you cannot compare even Raila's speech and Mother Karua. Mother Karua's speech is so solid, full of content, and straight to the point. So I think Azimio are really proud of having her. That one I can say. Azimio are really proud of having Mother Karua, and that Mother Karua's choice will bring a lot of votes. I can tell you that. Raila was not able to do this alone. I'm sure Mother Karua will really bring more votes on board. Okay.
Jiru, let me give you guys one story of why Martha Karua today say she cannot imagine she is in Kericho. Can you guys remember when Martha Karua was in a funeral for Lorna Laposo? And the challenge in that time is when Martha Karua and Raila, you remember they say, they call her Chepchilkong, they say Martha Karua recollection for Kibaki, she swear in Kibaki at night. So Lina Laposo was a friend to Martha Karua, and then she attended the funeral. So the Kalenjins were like, oh, they wanted to fight. And then Martha Karua stood, the people ran. You cannot imagine the tea farm. You know, they had to put tear gas because, you know, like they wanted to fight Martha Karua. And Martha Karua was told not to talk. And she said, me? I don't know you people. I come here because of Lorna Laposo. So when Martha Karua was speaking, if we can get that that video of that time, you cannot imagine. So she had a history with those people today. She did not even imagine. They welcome her, they sing for her, and she remember that land, that farm, that family. All the maize plantation was down by the people because of tear gas. Ilikuwa mbaya sana. So vile Martha alicheka, I was laughing because tulikuwa kwa hiyo funeral, ilikuwa mbaya sana. The way Wakalenjin walikuwa wanadharau Martha Karua kwa kuipa kura ya Raila. I think wakiona Martha Karua na Raila wanashangaa. That is it I wanted to say.
Okay, sawa. Mimi Mama Selina, hata mimi hiyo nimekubali You know, Raila might be an exciting speaker, but we have also to credit him because of the fact that he was able to choose his assets properly. And now that I appreciate what Kipropa said, that she has seen a lot of content on Mother Karua,
campaign. So one thing which I know is that, like as a business person, if you can be able to combine your materials and everything properly and you make a profit, we always say that you made a good decision. So what I'm trying to say that the fact that Raila Odinga was able to make that unpopular decision to go to somebody who was deemed to not have a constituency, somebody who people were even saying she only has 43,000 votes. That confidence of going for those 43,000 votes and hoping that those votes will multiply, that is the gist in it. Forget about all what is happening. That concept of being able to know who to do what, that is where the genius of the everything. And I believe now they are working as an institution. And one thing which we have to appreciate is that people are gifted differently. We know there is what Mother Carol will be able to do, especially instilling trust and also bringing and redefining the new political space in Kenya. So Mother Carol is not only working with Raila Odinga just to win an election, but she is redefining our politics for the next 20 years. Why? Now, at least we now have a woman who is almost becoming a deputy president. So next time, we will not be talking of that. Now, next time, the thing will be, we now need a president. So at least we have moved the peg a little bit closer. And it is something which has been done by the devotion of one man. William Ruto himself, he couldn't give a chance even to Waiguru to even become like a deputy. So the fact that Mr. Raila Odinga did that, went for somebody who at that time looked as if she is not popular. She chose character, principles, and hoped that this thing will yield. And hii ng'ombe tukipea maji, tuipee dairy meal, na tuipee hii coriander, tutakamua ndoo tatu. That concept of having hope, that is the gist and the genius of everything. And I can agree, Raila Odinga, the concept of bringing Mother Karua will easily yield more than any other political person he could have brought. And then it also brought another advantage. She also happens to come from Mount Kenya region. So it came with many bundles together. Character, women, Mount Kenya. So it is just something which was the best thing and the right thing to do. And it was a risk. And he did it just like the same thing. Mr. Raila Odinga brought the constitution for us. He did it. Mr. Raila Odinga has been doing very unpopular things in Kenya. But we usually came to appreciate them when we have already reached there. At least, I'm just trying to tell you, because you say that you are little bit don't know much about Raila Odinga. I was just wanted to show you the amount of sacrifice which Raila Odinga can do so that at least Kenya can get something they didn't have. You can remember even the time when Mau people were evicted, some time back when we used to have issues in the Mau. Raila Odinga stood and said, if this Mau thing is going to make me not become a president, I'm ready for it. And today, the most popular situation about Mau is people should leave that area. That is the most popular and the right thing to do. So Raila Odinga is that person who will always look at future before he looks at the popularity of today. And Raila Odinga had seen that sense of having a woman in the political class of Kenya. And he had to define it, and he was the only person who could have done it. Mr. Ruto couldn't have done it because it could have been a killer shot for him. But the only person who could have been able to explain this thing to Kenyans was Raila Odinga, and he made it. It is even something which, even somebody like Uhuru Kenyatta, I don't know if he was a presidential candidate today, if he could have risked it. But I know Mr. Raila Odinga as somebody who can make an unpopular decision for the betterment of Kenya. That is in brief who Raila Odinga is. So, Julia, welcome on board. I think you are taking over from me. So, you know, mtu hajaongea ni Raban. So,
You will give your presentation and then you will come Laban.
Okay, asante Jiro, asante Mama Serena Kiprop Lamban. Jiro, before you go, I have some questions. Nashukuru Mama Selina na Kiprop. That is, and Kip was here. That is good information that you've given us about the Kalenjin culture. I think this is really nice. Tunaanza kuelewana. We're beginning to understand each other. I mean, where we come from, our cultures, how we operate. And then I think this, going forward, this will kill these prejudices that we have about each other. That was really a wonderful conversation that you people had, and I liked it. I was listening from the background. Looking at today's agenda today, I'm seeing something about Raila Odinga and Azimio La Umoja in triumph in Kericho. I saw that clip, and that was good. That is also another thing that impressed me, that we are now beginning to accommodate each other politically, irrespective of our political differences, because I think Kericho is perceived to be a Ruto's stronghold, and still we saw the way they received Baba. That was really good, and that is how Kenyans needs to do. That even Ruto needs to feel free to go to any part of Kenya, even in Nyanza or Western, without feeling that somebody is not going to welcome him. I think that's the way we need to do, and that was encouraging that we saw that kind of meeting in Kericho. I think that I was impressed with that. Now, Njiru, I don't know. I didn't see this clip that people are saying that Ruto asked for forgiveness. I don't know if come out your clip. Do you have that clip, Njiru?
Unfortunately, I don't have. But if Kim has, if we can share with me, we can hear it along the way. So Kim, sijui kama kuna hiyo clip, unajua wewe ndiye custodian wa hizi vitu saa zingine.
Nipatie dakika 5, 5 minutes.
Okay. Asante Kip. So I saw something about Chebukati. Chebukati said, I think the names have been published. Is that so, Kuseo?
I think you mean gazetted.
Yes, gazetted. Mm-hmm.
I think the government printer finally found the right button.
Yeah, that's the way to go. I didn't see the way why Kuseo we were waiting for that. I didn't see why we were waiting for that. We were waiting for the court cases. You know, previously.
No, it is not so much about waiting.
Mm-hmm. What was it?
You see, there are very many issues around this that maybe you have not been following. What's happening? There is a school of thought that this was deliberate. As we have been saying yesterday, that some people want this thing not to go strictly according to the law, so that there are loopholes to challenge it. The issue about having the ballot papers without gazettement is a serious one. That is why you see Paul Mwangi was raising it. Essentially, what are we doing? But remember, there is no law that you cannot print before you gazette. Hakuna. It's just that if you want to be logical, what exactly are you saying? There is no categorical law that unless you gazette, you can't print. But remember, yesterday I did say that the printing, the IBC have got a commission. The committee which is tasked with this in procurement. And they had a 1-month contractual agreement starting from June 22nd. Now, you remember this printing started on 30th. So already they lost 1 whole week. They were thinking that they were going to lose to default in that agreement because they had strictly 30 days to deliver on everything, the printers. And that is why they did things like that. And as we said, for them, since the IBC already submitted the list for gazettement, that was enough, good enough, because it was a finality. But why the government printer did not give this a priority, that's why we are suspicious. Something so serious like that, why would anybody be sitting on it, trying to make up issues that the printer broke down, there were other pressures, they had other jobs? What is that? What could be more important to Kenyans this time round except for the gazettement of the candidates? Thank you.
Thank you, Kusea, for that clarification. Yeah, you're right. What could be more important than our election right now? This election determines how much united we are going to remain. I mean, I think elections, until we move to countries like Britain, where elections no longer matter. Ukukusea huwa naona people here don't care about elections. You just hear that someone was elected. Hata ujuangi ati kulikuwa na uchaguzi. So I think the days you'll get there will be fine, but we are yet to get there. So I think we have a task ahead. So I'm like you, why the government printer could not gazette the names. But I also noted that Sonko was not in the list and Sakaja was in the list. So I don't know what are the implications. But me, I think I would take the attitude of Uhuru. If unajua kuna mara nyingi tumesema Uhuru amedefy court orders na tunamshtumu, tunasema nini. These court orders, because if the issue could have been that we have a case for Sonko or Sakaja, I think IBC should just go on with the plans.
See, Julia,
yeah,
the fact that Sonko is not there
mm-hmm.
does not mean that he won't be there.
So
what IBC did, they went by the list which was approved on 30th. But remember, the same Chebukati has surprised us by saying they may be forced not to hold elections for the areas where there are issues. So the fact that Sonko is not on the list does not mean he will not be on the ballot. Remember, these affected regions, the ballots will not be printed, at least not in the next week.
Okay, question, Kuseo. Yeah. If his name is not gazetted, is he legally right to be in the ballot?
Yeah, he will. If the court orders so, he will. The gazettement is not a finality as such. If the court orders that,
what is the need of the gazettement? What is the need of the gazettement?
Let me ask you. Today, if the court orders that Sakaja, who is on the list, should not be in the ballot, and remember, Chebukati is not printing the ballots in the affected areas. Not yet. Not yet. You would have broken no law, you know. Everybody can follow what happened through the courts. So why would you blame him? And the court seems to be a power on its own these days.
Yeah, I think we have.
If they order your election is invalid, it is invalid.
I think we have a rogue court, rogue judges, rogue judiciary, and we shall. I will say like Uhuru, we shall revisit that. We shall revisit that after the election. We shall go on the street if they are not going to pay us attention. But it's good, that was a good step. The names were gazetted, so we've seen some progress, and we hope that if anybody was planning anything against this election, is not going to succeed. So I think we are on the right track. So having said that, there are lots of comments about the discussion that was here about Ruto taking kingship in the Kalenjin, Kip and Kiprop and Mama Selina. I think he took advantage of the vacuum, I don't know, the vacuum or what I need to use, that Moi had gone, and I think the likes of Gideon and the others were not taking the chances. And I think he had been working for Moi. So here he is. But I want to agree with Mama Selina. I talk with some Kalenjins. In the US. I have a friend who's from Mergeo Marakwet, and he tells me that in the Kalenjin land, the Kalenjin people, we seem sometimes to point fingers at them. Why are they the ones supporting this man? But some of them, I think they feel held hostage, because especially he tells me the elite in the Kalenjin community, now when you are mesoma and ones who seem able financially and maybe especially academically, when you're kona masomo kiasi ama masomo, he doesn't want to work with such kind of people. So those people, because they feel intimidated, and sometimes they even feel their lives, they are not safe, their lives are at risk, wananyamaza kimya kuseo. Hata wakienda home, kuna najua ameenda nyumbani sasa hivi wamenyamaza kabisa. They won't open their mouths to say anything again, because they even think their homes and their property may be destroyed, and their lives are at risk. That is how much the Kalenjin community feel hostage.
Julia, all of them are UDA. All of them will say they're UDA. Ukifika nyumbani unasema uko UDA. You keep quiet. You say it. Hata mimi nikifika nyumbani tasema hivyo, because you cannot risk your life by saying that, because Ruto is very evil. And it's a shame that we have to, or we just keep quiet, because you cannot just pop your head up and say, oh, I'm not UDA, because it's risky in some areas, very risky. I think even Kiprop knows that.
Wow, that is really sad. I think Kenyans, we need to get out of that and tolerate people with divergent views. Because now that man tells me that it is so bad that Kuseo in the Kalenjin land, come up, you are informed, and especially kama umesoma. I mean, he doesn't want to do with somebody like that. So afadhali unyamaze na watu wasikujue kwenu, kwa sababu even your own life is at risk. While I was thinking, these are the people who can help their people. You know, I was thinking that he should make use of these people. These are the people whom he should utilize to uplift that place and the people of the Kalenjin community. That is what I was thinking, Kip. That Mr. William Ruto should tolerate this kind of people and use them to uplift the community. That is what I was thinking.
You've noted.
No,
Yes,
no,
Kip.
you okay. Keep you go first.
Keep your mute.
You can unmute.
You've noticed from the beginning of this show, I've never used my real name, and that is the reason. It's just we
Correct
can't.
the unmute. Keep off. Sorry.
Yeah, you've noticed I've never used my real name, and that is the reason. We cannot do that. There are areas that, especially people from political families, we cannot do that. It's just very risky, and we have to. You can see Kiprop direct. Thank you. You have to remove your real name, because until after the elections, we have to be on blackout. And it's not just about the hacking. For me, it's also to protect my identity until after their elections, because of Ruto. Ruto has alienated and destroyed a lot of families like that. Immediately he sees that, and it comes out even down to some nefarious reasons, where you'll see a very beautiful house, a very beautiful piece of property, and he will snatch it from you. He will snatch. I know many families that their properties have been taken from away from them by Ruto. Personally, Ruto has taken, and you cannot you cannot mess with that man. So there are very many Kalenjins that have been supporting Raila, and I'll keep saying this. 10 years ago, that was our man, and that was the man we're going to vote in. And I'm going to throw that. Kalenjin people do not talk about going inside. When I say going inside, going into manhood, we don't talk about that. That's why I can't even say it out loud. Hiyo nitaachia nyinyi wa Kikuyu, ndio mnaendanga kusema Raila hajafanya nini, ndio mnasema.
Keep. Are you saying keep? Keep. Let me ask you. Are you saying that this idea of secret ballot is really very critical in the Rift Valley?
Yeah, we'll keep quiet about it and we'll vote for him. The unfortunate thing is, we know there are some people who are not going to go to the ballot because they know they are going to.
What I mean, the actual voting is secret ballot.
What do you mean secret ballot?
Yes, it's secret ballot, Kuseo, but you see, these people are terrified. You know what I'm saying? They are terrified. You cannot even come out with your views. That's what they are saying. They are saying they are terrified. They are intimidated. And then the picture I see, Keep, is that according to Ruto, no other person should come up. You should not come up economically. You should not come up even with your family. Amakimasomo. You should never. It is him.
And he's doing that to your community, and that's what Kikuyus do not understand. Unaona, ametufinya hapa, ngoja Njero, ametufinya hapa, ametutolea all the great leaders we've been talking about Henry, we've talked about Sally Koskei, we've talked about Nick Salat. All these great leaders that we've had in the past have been eliminated. When I say eliminated, destroyed politically, that they cannot come back. And then we're having very stupid people like Sudi being our representative, educated people who've been reduced to stupidity like Murkomen. And he's doing that to the Kikuyu community. The Kikuyu community have great leaders, but then all Ruto is focusing on is loudmouths and educated fools that are going to represent your community. Yes, men only. You have very intelligent people. Why doesn't he do that to the Luo communities? Because Raila values educated people. Raila values people of great thought. You know, people that would take over committees in parliament. This is what people do not understand. And I had this discussion with Alex the other day, which was about how powerful committees, why you see a lot of Luo people are in many government committees that run the country. Committees run the country. Committees put budgets for these departments. You know, you think the boss of the country is Matiang and the other CSs. The actual bosses are the chairman of these committees. And then unaona ni Wajaluo wengi ndio wanafanya hivyo, and I congratulate Luos for doing that. Yet us, we've got idiotic people who do not have any degrees. How can you put somebody who does not have healthcare experience to be part of the healthcare committee? We'll get an educated MP. We can't put a justice chairman in the justice committee that does not understand anything about law. Yet Ruto insists on getting these useless Kalenjin leaders who have no education. We can't tell me a committee that Sudi is in. None. So that's what I'm saying. That's what Ruto is doing to the Kikuyu community.
Nani, keep let.
It's a shame. Kuseo, let's finish this. It's a shame that that we even have such people like Kuria working with Ruto. It's such a shame. I was just trying to note that. Now let me allow Laban to talk, because that's a discussion that we really need to exhaust Kuseo and keep up.
Julia, can I make a
sorry before Jero goes? I wanted to ask Jero a question before he goes. Jero had a question for you before you go. So Njeru, I came in because you said you're about to disappear. There's a very important question I had for you. I'm a Kalenjin man. You're a Kikuyu man. And in the past, since independence, since the Kenyatta era, I'm talking about Kenyatta 1, we had a situation whereby the DOs and DCs would be moved from one community to the other. That is why Natembea was was a DC or whatever it is in Nakuru. What I'm asking is, why can't we do that for governors? Why can't I be the governor of Embu? Why can't we get to a state where that in Kenya, I can be the governor of Embu and you can be the governor of Uasin Gishu? Why can that be done in law whereby I know it's a bit forceful, just like the women's rep, whereby different communities can have a chance to lead another county? That is the question I had for you. I know it's a bit forceful and you don't want to force the hand of choice for the community, but I thought it was an important question so that we can at least fast forward this situation whereby a Kalenjin can be able to lead Kisumu as a governor.
Okay, before I respond to you, Julia, I wanted to tell you something nimeshtuka. Unajua some of our friends wamekuja hapa, unajua kwetu, I was telling them kumekuwa kukijengwa makanisa ati na kwao hajajengewa. So I just wanted to let you know that in their home ground where the deputy president comes from, kanisa hazijengwi huko. So I don't know if Mount Kenya people sisi ni vile tunaamini sana, or I don't understand the reason why, ama ni ile kakeki kwa mtoto ilibidi tukuje tujengewe pahali ya kuomba ili sasa tuweze kuenda in droves. I don't know why, but hajajenga makanisa kwao. I just wanted to comment to you that because it's a very key thing nimesikia. Maybe you'll comment it as you talk.
Okay,
So
yeah, got you. Thank you. Yeah, that's a thing to discuss. Why more churches? Why he's building churches in Mount Kenya? I think he was just bribing Mount Kenya. So maybe now let's have Laban making his.
Wacha nijibu Kip, wacha tu nijibu Kip alafu labda nakuja tu in 1 minute. So bwana Kip, hiyo unasema it will be a tall order because of our ethnicized nature of our politics. So that one can only happen if governor position is a nomination one. But as long as we want the Kisumu people to elect their governor, Embu people to elect their governor, Meru people to elect their governor, they will always elect their own. Because we don't have a ways a way of dehumanizing our communities. But if it was a nomination, or if the governor post was maybe like something which can come from the president, and then maybe you go and get approved in the parliament, it can happen. But with the status quo, impossible.
That is what hold on. That is what I'm saying. Why can't we make it the way I know you're talking about nomination. Why can't we make it a provision like we've done the women's rep? That we do it like we do it with the DCs, even if it's an elected seat, that we do it that way. It would be very nice that I could one day be the governor of Mombasa.
Can I suggest to you how it can be done?
The time Julia, no, I know Julia wants to give Laban time, so
yes, I want to give Laban, Mr. Kuseo, maybe during your presentation you can respond to that, because Laban has been here for a long time, even before I came in.
That's in order.
Okay.
Habari zenu nyote, nafikiria mnanisikiza sasa vizuri. Imekuwa long of course, na nimejaribu kufuatilia, hata saa zingine nimesikiza a lot, mpaka hata naweza kuwa nimepoteza programming vile nilikuwa nataka kusema, lakini I will go roughly. Kwanza kabisa, Mr. Kiprop, according to the percentages zenye umepeana, Nandi County 85%, I will reduce it to 75%. Elgeyo Marakwet, I reduce again to 68%. Uasin Gishu, hiyo sasa ndio nataka niharibu kabisa, niwekee 67%. Kericho ndio ninaweza nikakupatia 80 na maybe Bomet 82. Lakini nikirudi kwa mjadala, kulingana na vile Ruto aliingia kwa leadership ya Kalenjin community, unajua hata mimi natoka area hiyo, mimi natoka pande ya Trans Nzoia, so huwa sometimes huwa tunashare kidogo, lakini kwa sana nafikiria Ruto alitumia sana uwezo wake wa kibiashara, ninaweza sema hivyo, not really mambo ya leadership, na uwezo kidogo ambao alipata kutoka kwa mzee Moi wakati alikuwa kwa ofisi yake, so aliweza kumanipulate some leaders, and through these leaders aliweza overstep leaders wenye wangekuwa wanatoa hiyo direction on behalf of the community, kama mzee Henry Kosgei, Franklin Bet, na wengine ambao walikuwa his seniors. Hao wazee wako and they are silent for now, lakini soon mtawaona and you will read inside their mind, na ndio mtajua ukweli vile mambo ya leadership huwa inaenda. Sasa kuna mambo mawili ambayo ningetaka kuongea about this following leaders ambao nitataja. Joshua Kutuni, huyu ni mbunge wa Cherangani. Stephen Tarus, huyu amekuanga ambassador. Engineer Stephen Tarus, I think alikuwa ambassador Australia. Na Kipruto Kirwa alikuwa anataka kuwania useneta, sijui kama bado anataka kuwania hiyo useneta. Nina Chedi Kirimo na Margaret Kamar. Mwingine ni Alfred Keter, huyu amekuwa ni mbunge wa Nandi, I think so. Alafu na kuna this young I can call him young senator mwenye alinyang'anywa ticket ya useneta wa Uasin County, ambaye ni wakili, very brilliant, Mr. Karori. Karori anataka kutumika kwa sababu ya akili yake ya uwakili, na sio eti atajengwa kama kiongozi. That's one. Stephen Tarus amekuwa mtu ambaye ako very much against William Ruto na harassment yenye anapata katika jamii, ile yenye vile nimesikia vile Ruto amekuwa akibring down leaders ambao ni very brilliant from the community. Stephen Tarus is one of them. Mwingine ni huyu jamaa anaitwa Alfred Keter. That's why you see mostly huwa wanadifa, sio eti ile ya kuficha, inakuanga very open. Na mtu mwingine ni Joshua Kutuli. Hawa they are very able in mind na wamekuwa replaced na watu kama akina Murkomen, akina huyu mbunge wa Kapseret Oscar Sudi. Hao ndio sasa watu wenye wanaweka cloud over these very brilliant leaders, lakini sana sana watu ambao huwa wanafuata mambo ya jamii vile inasema ni watu ambao unapata wako na leadership skills kama mama huyu Margaret Kamar, Lina Kilimo, na huyu mama tunampata kutoka, huyu alikuanga mbunge wa Aldai. Mbona nataka kusahau jina yake na naona picha yake hapa nyuma, Dr. Sally Koske. These are visionary leaders from the community of the Kalenjin people ambao given time only that wanakuanga outshined na watu ambao ni retarded politically, kwa sababu huwa wanatumika. So far hayo ni machache ambayo ningetaka kuongelea, alafu niingie kwa mkutano wa leo. Unajua hiyo mkutano nimeiangalia, I didn't believe kama ilikuwa kilicho, lakini ni kwa sababu watu wanajaribu kuelewa ukweli vile hali ilivyo, hali ilivyo na vile mambo itaenda mbele ikibadilika. So kwa ufupi, wacha niseme ile mambo ambayo tumepata kutoka hawa wenzetu wa kutoka upande wa Rift Valley ni mambo ambayo ni ya ukweli, lakini hawawezi wakayaongea hadharani on the ground, watafinywa. So mimi ningetaka Mr. Kuseo uendelee. Mimi nilikuwa tu na highlight na mambo ambayo ninaweza kuwa najua kidogo tu kwa sababu, lakini kabla hujaingilia hilo swala, kuna mambo ya makanisa. Hapo ndio nataka hili issue tuweze kuielewa vizuri, kwa sababu kanisa zenye zinajengwa sana zinajengwa Central Kenya, lakini na zinajengwa na pesa mingi. But kuna kanisa moja ambayo inajulikana ulimwenguni na iko Uasin Gishu. I think ilikuja kujulikana vizuri sana 2007 2008, kanisa ambayo ni ya Kiambaa. If it really meant mambo ya reconciliation, hiyo angefanyiwa hata renovation peke yake, ndio zingine sianze kujengwa ama kuchangiwa upya. Hata hilo ndio lingekuwa swali langu la mwisho.
Okay, Asante Laban, that was a good observation. That one is telling us that going forward, atakuwa tukisema nyinyi Wakalenjin hawa, Wakalenjin hawa ndio mnapigia Ruto kura, ama nyinyi wa Kikuyu. I think that observation by Laban, by Kip Koril, I think Kip Koril, I think that was his name, and Mama Selina, is a really wonderful observation to help us understand that even in this show, we should not stand here and start judging communities and saying that nyinyi wa Kalenjin ndio mnapigia Ruto kura, ndio mnaharibu nchi, nyinyi wa Kikuyu, ama nyinyi wa Jaluo ndio mnatuletea Raila, ama nyinyi wa Kisii. I think that is really helped us tonight. Thank you so much. We appreciate to remove our prejudices against communities. First and foremost, we observe that even as we feel that someone is doing a wrong thing or is not the right leader in this country, and we may be thinking that certain communities are the ones propelling them, it may be unfair to condemn them wholesomely by saying hao ndio wanasaidia pengine Ruto kuingia. I think that was really wonderful information, that the plight of the common Kenyan is the same plight in Rift Valley. The plight is the same plight in Elgeyo Marakwet, is the same plight in every part of Rift Valley, even in the Kalenjin land. So we really appreciate that information. Thank you so much. So I want to ask Kuseo to give his presentation and possibly answer Kip. He was trying to respond to something Kip had asked. Karibu Kuseo.
Thank you, Julia. Njiro is moved. Mama Selena, Laban, Kip, Joshua, Alex. Well, thanks a lot for the chance. There was something Kip was trying to. I don't know whether you'll get it before I finish regarding the forgiveness. Did you get what exactly was the forgiveness about? Because I had a comment on this.
Kip was to find us a clip for us. Did you find the clip, Kip?
I found the clip. It's about 27 minutes from Tembe TV, which we're allowed to do. So I'll need to watch the whole clip and then.
No, what was it about? Forgiveness for there's a list of the wrongdoings.
No, there's basically a whole video that is on Tembe TV that I need to watch from Turkana. So I need to see the exact, because we cannot watch the 27 minutes of it. I have to cut it down to. So you'll have to give me time about that if I have time to do that. But the only forgiveness I had is the breakfast meeting, which is too old. I don't know.
Well, I think for me, as I said yesterday, I don't know whether I'm the only one who is seeing, but it appears that day by day, every time Baba has the next rally, the vigor, the vigor and the excitement is always more and more. Like yesterday, I thought we had reached almost the ceiling of the excitement. Now, this one is again much higher than what we had witnessed yesterday. So it looks like as the election time draws near, I think we are just getting nearer and nearer to State House. Now that the keys, the keys have even been handed over. I think the campaigns are really very impressive. It was, the turnout there was so massive, but beyond that, the crowd excitement is what personally I'm seeing is really on the rise. I thought yesterday that crowd was more excited. The Bukungu, Kumbe today is even worse. It is much, the excitement is very, very high. And that's what I can say on that. Regarding the second issue, which is to do with this forgiveness. Now, as you have mentioned just a little, I wanted to just remind ourselves about the forgiveness that the DPA tried to bring up during the breakfast meeting. Well, I remember some of us commented that he didn't say exactly. It was such a general request for forgiveness that, and it was framed with the word if. Kama nimekukosea, isn't it? In other words, it was like he was not even sure. But he started by saying that he is aware that he has fallen short of some of the expectations that the boss had expected from him. But then concluded by saying that kama alikosea, he was to be forgiven. But I think that was, for me, I think that was just an intention to provoke the president. He was hoping that President Uhuru would make a repeat of the Moi. You remember President Moi, when he was about to leave office at Nyayo Stadium, he did say something to that effect. He said that all the people he had offended, he asked for forgiveness. And even those who had offended him, he forgave them. So to that extent, I don't know whether that was a lesson the DP had learned from Moi, so he was trying to employ it now that he's really in need of it. He's really in need of it. Now, to touch just a little on this church issue, for a long time, when the DP started his crusades in Central, most people are asking that does it mean that it is only in Central where these people don't know God or what? Because reliably from where it comes from, equally people the impression was that the people in Rift Valley did not need churches. The churches were only required in Central, so that what crimes that they committed, that they needed God's forgiveness so much. But that, of course, came together with the monies. And today, I think almost more than 50% of the churches from the DP, have something in terms of a rambi of sorts from the DP. And of course, then that also informs why a good proportion of those churches even give him, he's always welcomed there. And unfortunately, when he goes there, he says that some of us don't give sadaka. But why do some people get annoyed when he gives sadaka? Sadaka, as we know it, normally you don't have to declare, because you are giving to God. So when you declare what you have given to God, well, traditionally in a number of other areas, it is not practiced like that. Now I'll finish with this elections countdown and the 29 days. Now, with these elections countdown, there are these issues in court. Interestingly, these issues are arising from the Kenya Elections Act 2020 and Act and Regulations 2022. Now, the proposals could have originated from the IEBC, but remember, they are not anything until they go to court. Until they go to Parliament. So Parliament have to deliberate and to debate them and find out exactly what they are supposed to achieve and whether they are good for the country before they are passed. And once Parliament has passed them, they become part of our laws. Now, this Constitution allows anybody that if Parliament makes a law which you think is not good or is unconstitutional for whatever reason, you are supposed to go to court and challenge it. And if the courts find that it is unconstitutional in whatever way, they will give us the way forward. And if they want it amended, they will return it to Parliament for amendment. But if they have been passed and they have been signed into law, and we are heading to the elections, those are your own laws. Those are the Kenyan representatives are the ones who passed those laws to help in managing the coming elections. Now it is election time, and the laws which your representatives have passed are being used. So why take them to court at this time of the day? It is not right. It is not right. It is like assuming today in a football match, we say that if the goalkeeper handles a ball outside the box, normally if it happens now, it is a free kick. If the Football Federation changes that now, if it is handled, the goalkeeper handles a ball outside the box or handled a back pass outside or inside the box, it is a penalty and it passes. When going forward, matches played and the foul occurs, it will be a penalty. That is what should be the case. Now, if the law as amended says that you need 2,000 supporters in at least 24 counties, and we are already in the election mode, people are being cleared to contest elections, how the courts would entertain that kind of thing for the current elections, I don't understand. I don't understand how the courts would turn around and petition the same law which has been accepted and approved by Parliament. They know very well the same Parliament is not there anymore. The fellows who have taken these issues to court are just time bad. The time they needed to have contested these things was when Parliament passed them and they were signed into law. That is what ought to have happened. And anybody who wants to contest under the new who want them out can only do so, and then they can be implemented, whatever the court says, in the next future elections, not on the current elections, because it amounts to changing the rules of the game when the match is on. So as to why now they are threatening to delay the elections, I don't understand how some of our judges arrive at these things. Maybe one of these days, if ever they come to try and review the issues raised by the BBI, these are some of the areas that the law needs to look into. So that in future, I would propose that cases going to court, we need an arm or a commission which should be reviewing all cases which are passed through the courts. And some of them which are so suspect like this, we need to have them reviewed. And the judges who are making judgments which are favoring others unfairly, it is not right. As I said in the beginning here, we did ask whether the elections can actually be postponed. And we do realize that there are very many parties in Kenya as we speak now who are facing the elections. Some people want them postponed. You remember some were saying that some of these are intended to extend the presidential term. Because any delay, and if elections are not held on 9th, that is basically what it means. Some people want to imagine that some of these things are technicalities which are being introduced through the back doors to extend the terms of the president. Well, I'll end that on that at that. Now, I just want to conclude by talking a little about what is it Njiro Ama? It was Kip who was suggesting that would it be possible to ensure that anybody, any Kenyan can be a governor anywhere. It could be possible if we make the elections a parliamentary matter, so that if the parliament has 290 MPs, we just vote for 200 MPs without giving names, so that once the number of MPs like they do in South Africa, once a party has got, say, as 150 seats, they are the ones who decide who is going to represent the people in parliament. And you do not have to be representing a particular area. If you are a member of parliament representative, you are a member of parliament representative. You represent people in Mombasa or anywhere else. So long as you are a member of parliament, yours is to legislate, and you legislate for the entire country. Then secondly, something else which I think would help us with this tribalism thing. Next time we go for census, we do not want tribes on those things. We just want numbers. This idea that how many tribes are where, we should do away with it. It is a radical change, but I think it can help to do a lot of improvement as far as fighting tribalism is concerned. Let's not have anything like this tribe in the census. We just go to Nakuru, count the number of people. We say Nakuru County, so many people. End of story. Not that how many Kalenjins are here, how many people. Thank you. I'll stop there.
Asante Kuseo. Maybe about the tribes thing, maybe we should. I don't know how Tanzania succeeded, because they were very successful in countering this tribal thing. I don't know how.
That is how it is. You are a Tanzanian.
Yeah.
And if we need a population for purposes of development and planning, that's why I was saying that in Nakuru, for example, it is Nakuru County. How many people are there? And that is it.
Because that is the thing that we need
make that radical change. I'm telling you, tribalism will die within 10 years. There will be no tribalism. the people born, people by now, the people who are born now, by the time they are 30, be rest assured there will be no tribalism in Kenya.
But did you know that Kuseo, Kenyans are not really tribalists? Did you know that Kenyans really don't have that tribal prejudice? That thing only pops up when we have politics. Did you know that? Let me ask you, Kuseo, when you come across another tribe, how do you normally feel that these are different persons? Do you really care?
No, you see, my generation, it doesn't work. You realize, like some of my children, for example, they don't know any other language.
Yes, they not even that. We really don't really care.
That
It
is
is
it.
it is the politicians who begin to play around with our minds and begin to say kabila hii na kabila hili na hii kabila hii iko hii na hii kabila hii. But really, deep inside the hearts of Kenyans, they don't really care. What they want is their livelihood to continue.
But Julia, it depends on which age they are. It is the ones who are now going below 20. Those are the ones, I believe those are the ones we are talking about. Below 30, okay, if I go a little higher. The ones above 30 understands very well this tribalism kind of thing. That is where most of these political leaders also, that is the crop where they are.
But okay, let me ask you, I'm talking
Look
about
at what happens in school. Look at what happens in school. Those people they may not even know who is which tribe.
I'm saying this, Kuseo, because I had the opportunity to work in Nyanza province, and my relationship with my colleagues was so cordial. They knew I was a Kikuyu, and the children knew that, but it didn't seem to affect their thinking about me. Even me, I didn't even think that there was any big deal with being a Luo or not being a Luo. And it came to my realization that it is the politicians who exploit that. And then we allow them. We join the bandwagon, we join the bandwagon. So if one day Kenyans also could stop these politicians if we stop joining that bandwagon of the politicians, I think we could be successful.
But Julia, how would you stop them? You remember, all that is die hard. That's why I'm saying today we start doing census. The next census, no issue of tribe there. Now what we like,
I think
there's not too much noise.
I think
Julia,
yes.
Julia, you see, Kuseo is forgetting the definition of census. Census basically, if you go to the dictionary, is taking into account the number of children in a household, the region where you were born, your occupation. Census means, in other words, is census. So you can't take census without tribe. I mean, no, wait, I'm explaining, Kuseo. You have this negativity that anything you just have to inject. I'm giving you a basic definition of census. Then call it another name so that we can know what you are.
I said, you misunderstood me. I said
Kuseo,
that there is a place for tribe.
Mr.
And that
Kuseo,
is what I'm saying should be dropped. I'm not saying that the other data should be left out.
Now debate with yourself, Kuseo.
Well, Alex, you misunderstood me. I didn't say that you don't take the number of children, you don't take which area they come from, where they live. If you check the census paper, Alex, have you seen it? There is a place for tribe.
Okay, maybe why Alex is saying that, I think we can still overcome this, Mr. Kuseo, because we won't want, because if in America, people still ask you, what race are you? Indicate race.
Exactly.
And they are just
and that is the whole notion. That is where we come with affirmative action. You must see communities that are lagging behind. You can't say that now you're not asking. How will you know that some communities are lagging behind? And that is what helps. That is what helps. Let me talk. You are talking and answering yourself.
Okay, order. Let's have one person talking at a time.
Alex, I think you are misunderstanding what I'm saying.
Okay,
Look at the census captures. There is the economic status captured there.
I'm explaining something and you are rationalizing it. We are telling you that census can't be without taking into account many other factors. And those factors are the ones which help in many other issues, especially in national. When we have a Minister for Finance and National Development, there are specifics. When we are having education money going to a certain sector, there are some specifics. So when we are taking census, there is a reason for census. Census is taken so that we can have specific amount of money going to specific people, to specific areas, to specific interests. So when you are taking tribe out of it, I mean, you see, that is your wish. But overall, everybody could have wished that tribalism could end that way. But it doesn't end. It doesn't end that way. Let us say that the politicians have used it in a negative way. But you can't refuse to say a certain community is distinct. For example, a certain community living in a certain area need, for instance, there was a young man who died in accident who was a senator from a certain small community in, was it in Baringo or in Nakuru? How do we know a certain community is going to be distinct? The reason we do census is to set specific measures in statistics so as either to help here or to help here. You can't take community and tribe out of it, Kusel. Then it loses the meaning of censorship.
Okay, asante, Alex.
I think, Alex, you
Kusel, do
completely
you want
missed
to
the point of
conclude
what I was saying.
so that I give Joshua a chance?
Alex, let me tell you, census is for planning how to manage, how to distribute and do the equitable distribution of resources the way you are saying. If you want to know which communities are lagging behind in terms of development and what have you, there are aspects in the census document which captures the economic status, and it is regional, it is not tribe. Believe me, you drop the name tribe and you get everything perfect. And census focuses on regions, not on the people living there.
I think I've lived in this country long enough to know that how census is done. We do census all the time. And like last week, they came to my house and we did census. And some of the things I did was to ask them in specifics, why do you take the race? I asked that question. And they told me exactly what I needed to know. I didn't know. And if that is not being done to us, for us to understand why it's being done, then I think, Kusel, you are sitting here pretty easy trying to tell us that it is not important for us to know, you know, the census of a tribe. I mean, that one I will disagree with
Alex,
you.
Let me ask you, do you know, as you have rightly put it, since race is a problem here, is it not?
So what? We should stop. So we should stop because it's a problem. We should stop counting the people who are blacks and whites and what? We can't do that.
I'm saying don't welcome it as if it doesn't have the negative side. It has.
1 minute to say. 1 minute to say. Let me allow Joshua to say something. Joshua, you have something to say. Go ahead.
Yes, it's unfortunate that Kusel and Alex are bringing the argument. They're now bringing the topic. Our topic was not about tribe. Let's go to the topic of we're about talking about issue of politics. Mambo ya siasa, mambo ya tribes tuweke can, because if mambo ya tribes are easy. Because I'm still now we are just like arguing. You're not even even bring a point. Let's have a topic that we are discussing today. It was about politics. Issue of tribes tuweke kando. Kindly, I'm just requesting.
Joshua, Alex told us that politics is tribal.
Nikama, now you are now exchanging words, but you know
okay, Joshua. Now please go to your presentation. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Now I just want to react over what Kip said about churches. He was asking about churches, that churches are building in Central as compared to Rift Valley. It's unfortunate that Ruto took advantage of church leaders, and there's something is called state capture. Now Ruto is now doing what's known as church capture. he realized Ruto is a schemer. He wanted to use the leader who are loyal to him in Central. At the same time, he wanted to use church leaders because, you know, church leaders, they have a lot of influence to their congregants. If I'm a pastor, I can give a direction to my members of whom should I vote to or whom should they vote to. So Ruto realized that the best way he can use this thing is to capture churches by capturing leaders. And he tried it very well. But now that's why Uhuru came last time. It was in the course of this week that he brought all church leaders to State House. He invited them because he has realized that the people Ruto is using so much this time are church leaders. He's coming to church. He's given podium. After that, he want to donate some cash, and he want the church leaders now to give direction to the members that the best person to elect is Ruto. So Ruto tried this very well, but Uhuru realized that the people Ruto is using are church leaders. He invited them the other day, and he was categorically and he said very well the reason why he decided to fall out with Ruto. And if we're really a church pastor or a bishop, from the point of Uhuru, he tried to tell the church leaders that the person whom sometimes you always invite in our churches, this person is very hungry for power, and he was trying to respond towards the issue of slap. He told them that if he could have slapped me, I could have given him the other side of my cheek. So as a Christian, he was trying to tell them, I have a match. This person is very hungry of power. And Uhuru went ahead and told them that indeed I wanted to go to Mchemberi because I didn't want the bloodshed. So Uhuru is trying to bring to the people whom Ruto has taken advantage over them by dishing out money, by when they invite him to churches, because sometime Ruto was invited to one of the churches, and there's a poster for Ruto in the pulpit. So that's why Ruto has built so many churches in Central, because he was trying to capture churches through the leadership so that the churches can give direction that let us vote for Ruto. That's my answer towards the question for Kib. And then issue he asked about governor, can it come from Kalenjin, can come to Kisumu and be a governor? It's unfortunate that our election the governors are being elected. They're not being appointed. If they could be appointed, then we could say that today so and so you're going to be a governor, like Kitambo Katwa Moi, the PC, provincial commissioners. They're being elected, they're being appointed, and they could head other regions. So saying that a Kalenjin can go to Kisumu and be a governor, it's a little bit impossible, because according to our constitution, they are elected position. Now to the topic of today, I saw the way the rally was there today. It was a bit, there was some sort of jovialness. As you compare with the rally ya Ruto, ni kama watu ambao kwa matanga. But when you watch at the rally for Raila, this is the second rally I've really enjoyed the way people are acted. The rally I saw in Narok and the rally I saw yesterday in Kericho. They are so much job. They have that thing in their heart. Mjua wale watu ambao wamekuwa transported are different na wale watu wameenda wenyewe. Wale watu ambao walikuwa Raila, and most of rally for Raila realize that people wameenda wenyewe. People wanaenda wenyewe, mtu amechukua fare yake, amelipa fare yake, ameenda kwa rally. So ukienda kwa rally ambaye wewe mwenyewe umeenda mwenyewe, utakuwa una ile msimuko. You are very happy. As compared to rally ambao umekuwa transported, maybe una njaa, the idea for that person, umeenda tu pale because maybe you want something to eat, umeenda pale unangoja tu time ifike, muliwe pesa zenyu, go back. So when you look, niliangalia rally ya Ruto Turkana, and then I was comparing it with the Kericho. I saw Turkana guys were a little bit dull. Not that Turkana they're always dull. Even I've seen when Raila ameenda huko Turkana, they're always jovial, they're always happy. So the problem with Ruto, that's what, Ruto anaeka rally yake iwe boring because Ruto is like someone who's fighting. The speeches zake, they're just like you realize that Raila brought the issue of rigging the other day, almost 5 days ago. Still jana Ruto bado anaongea mambo ya rigging. That topic is ilipita kitambo. Raila wanted to stimulate Ruto so that Ruto aongee. Sometimes problem with Ruto kuwa yeye anataka react over everything. Everything you want to ensure that amereact. So Ruto each and every day his statement they're just like the same rigging. You cannot speak about rigging in Turkana. Ukienda Narok unaongea mambo rigging, ukienda Kisumu unaongea mambo rigging. Yet the topic was said 5 days ago. We need to move on. And then ukiangalia the way Ruto articulate his issue, since Ruto bring his manifesto, I've never even not a single day Ruto ame try to bring out his manifesto in a simple way. The way ukienda kwa Raila always tell the people who have come there, issue of Baba Care, issue of single mothers, issue of 6,000. He always trying to bring this is a simple thing that you can tell people to waelewe. But to Ruto, hakuna siku Ruto ameelezea watu wakaelewa. Just simple thing about his manifesto. There's some things that you can just grasp. Hata mtu mdogo saizi anajua kuwa Raila kuwa president kuna 6,000 atapewa. Hata kama it was just something that he said ile kuleta kura. But even a kid anajua kuna kitu na Baba Care. Mtoto but can you look at manifesto ya Ruto? You cannot even point one thing. Useme kuwa Ruto ataleta, that's a simple thing, kuwa ataleta Baba Care ama ataleta something that can attract people. So this time Ruto angetakana relax. Akisha relax, he bring out his manifesto so that people can understand in a layman language. Kuna some people who did not watch when he was launching his manifesto. So now is the time that he could bring that message down to a layman person who doesn't understand, who doesn't have a TV, so that he can understand the manifesto. But now Ruto, instead of bringing out, but it's good. This side is really advantageous to Azimio because wakati yeye anapigana na issues about rigging, anapigana na issue about Mamba Slab, anapigana na issue about what Raila said, baada anaita Raila jamaa kitandawili. Raila is busy articulating issues. Angetakana hii propaganda awachia au watu wako mkono, the way Raila siku anafanya, ameachia Joe na Junet au ndo pige propaganda. But now him angetakana saizi atulie, bring out his manifesto well, watu wanaelewa his manifesto yake. But now he has lost it, and I'm sure the way bado tunaendelea propaganda za kuja, the Azimio guy will come with so many propaganda na watamwacha ile aongee. Like this issue of slab, I'm sure this issue of slab, Uhuru knew very well about that audio, and it's even Uhuru who allowed that audio to come out so that Ruto could react. Ruto waste time yake, I messed up because when the issue of this slab came out, I thought Ruto could be a wise man and he assumed this thing and let it go. Angechana nayo, angeassume kuwa imesemekana. He could not even respond. But Ruto had to respond. He said that, well, I wanted to slap president, and it's better a slap from your friend than a kiss from your enemy. Later Uhuru anakuja na confirm kuwa kweli kama Ruto alikuwa anataka kumslap, then I could have done this and this and this. And later after that naona Ruto hajaongea, baada ya Uhuru kumjibu hajaongea because alikuwa anafikiri kuwa he wanted to please the central guys that it's me ambaye nileka Uhuru kwa power. Uhuru alikwenda nyumbani, but little did know that Uhuru could come out and respond well. And juzi I was very happy the way Uhuru talked. That was a best statement as a leader. And Ruto, when he realized that Uhuru talk like alimjibu namna hiyo, he had to calm down and quell himself. Now that issue of slap aliachana nayo. Saizi anatafuta another thing, and I'm sure Mali tunaendelea. Bado kuna so many allegations like jana Livondo came with the issue of mambo bunduki. I'm sure bado ata respond. Bado nangoja tu ata respond. So Ruto amesha lose his focus and is continue losing massively. And I want to talk about mambo ya Kiambu. Kiambu unapata Wamatangi na Kuria are fighting. This is very useful and very important and to James Nyoro. When these people are fighting, they're giving James Nyoro a mileage. James Nyoro will be a governor wa Kiambu. At first, Wamatangi alikuwa juu kidogo kwa hao jamaa wengine hawa. Alikuwa juu. But now ukienda Kiambu, James Nyoro is coming out well. Because already watu wa UDA wamesha mess up. The kitu ambaye Uhuru hata kubali even a single day. Homestead ya Uhuru is Kiambu. Uhuru will not want a governor wa UDA because if Ruto could manage to get a governor wa UDA in Kiambu homestead ya Uhuru, he can really boss asema kwa I managed to stamp my authority. So the governor wa Kiambu right now atakuwa James Nyoro, and it's James Nyoro. Wamatangi already has messed up, and I don't think that Wamatangi will be a governor of Kiambu. He had an opportunity by the time alichaguliwa kuwa chief whip, wakati alimreplace huyu jamaa wa barua huyu Kang'ata, but he thought that maybe running to Ruto will give him advantage, but little did he know that running to Ruto will mess him up. Now Wamatangi is even regretting why alienda kwa Ruto, because right now the ground imebadilika, things have changed, and even Wamatangi hatumii jina Ruto akicampaign. Wamatangi not even a single day he has been amejaribu ku mention the name of Ruto kwa rally yake. You want to play smart so that supporters wa Azimio ambao watampigia Raila kura wampigie kura. So I'm seeing the ground in a shift in central and things are changing. I don't have much to say. I'll come back later.
Joshua, did you see the conflict? Did you see what happened today? Is it today when we had a rally when Kuria was there, Wamatangi akakuwa hapo? Then I think they jeered Wamatangi, they disrupted his rally. Did you see that?
Yes, I saw that. And unapata kuwa hao watu walikuwa wanaongea mambo Azimio. I was wondering why they were cheering about Azimio, yet they walikuwa wafuasi wa Kuria. So that one was telling the when you bring a propaganda, I mean when you want to cheer somebody and you are using another opponent slogan, it is very dangerous. So that's why I'm telling you that UDA in a lose Kiambu seat to James Nyoro.
So what do you think? We have how many? We have Kabogo, we have Kuria, we have Wamatangi, we have Nyoro. What is the effect of that conflict?
It's advantages kwa James Nyoro. It's mtu ambaye anamsaidia hiyo conflict, anamsaidia James Nyoro.
Juu saizi hata hatujui Kabogo wako wapi. Ametangaza where is he? Where is Kabogo, by the way? Is he supporting Azimio or is he supporting UDA?
Kabogo is supporting Azimio, lakini chini ya maji ataki atoke aonekane, but Kabogo is supporting Azimio but is doing it silently.
So the fact that Kabogo is supporting Azimio, it seems the tides are flipping in Mount Kenya region. Why Kabogo has the audacity to support Azimio? What do you think, Joshua?
You know Kabogo is coming out pretending that ana support Azimio so that he can get votes za wale watu wa baba wampigie kura, kwa sababu anajua ground now is shifting from Ruto to Raila, because wamegundua kuwa Ruto ni mtu anapiga their sons. So Kabogo is trying to kujifanya ana support Azimio so that zile kura za baba zile ambao watampigia baba kwa kura wampigie kura for his advantage. That's why he's supporting Azimio.
Okay, thank you so much, Joshua. Maybe you can mute your mic for that observation. So I think now we are seeing some flipping in Mount Kenya region, something that is kind of surprising to many. About the issue of tribe, what Kuseo was saying. Kuseo, you have a point. You have a point about the census thing. But maybe we need to ask ourselves why even the Americans, even with all the problems they have of racism, why they have not removed that from their data. They have a reason for that. I think we just need an affirmative action when it comes to tribe. And me and you agreed that, like the way we are talking here, we're not even conscious of our tribe, and we don't even care. We're not feeling some prejudice against Christine or against Joshua. We're not feeling any. We're okay. We can even hang out and have a party. We just okay. Kenyans are just okay with each other. Even when we had these people who are telling us about the Kalenjin, we listen to them. And we appreciate what they told us about their culture. That tells you, and even if you look at the intermarriages right now, even from our generation, Mr. Kuseo, between tribes, that can tell you that Kenyans really are no longer conscious about tribes. So it is just that our politicians take advantage of the word tribe when it comes to politics. So I think what we need, Kuseo, is affirmative action. And I think that is what happened in Tanzania. I don't think Tanzania people ignored tribe even in their census. Mimi nafikiria it's affirmative action. It is not we can even do that thing, Kuseo, we can do without the census, the tribe, and the politicians still practice this tribal thing. So that's my take. You had something to say about.
Let me add something to talk to. Oh, he has gone.
Yeah, he's gone. You can still say, I think he's listening.
You know, the reason why I came up with that suggestion, I looked at the census form. I checked there what they are recording. They want, first of all, let's say even you have a family, they want to know if you have children, whether any of them is disabled or what, that kind of, which is okay. But you find that one of those many things being captured. That's why I was telling Alex that even if, let's say, some communities are disadvantaged, there is that census form. There is a side where the economic status of the people are captured. So that will still tell, let's say you have so many of people like that in Nakuru, you can tell how they rank. Now, I realize that the issue of tribe serves no purpose on that, except that when it is now blown up, people who are capturing the other data, they want to know how many Kalenjins, how many this, how many that. And you see, remember, this tribe called Kalenjin, do you know, initially, it was not on the census papers. It wasn't. It was introduced during Moi's time. So that time, I think Moi had wanted the entire Rift Valley to be taken to be a Kalenjin place. Now, it's still subject for discussion, but according to me, if the tribe was dropped, what we can look at the pros and cons. What will we lose and what will we gain? And according to me, in 30 years after it has been dropped, maneno ya tribe itaisha. Look at the intermarriages.
Kuseo, I think there is nothing wrong with that tribe thing. We have unity in diversity. There's nothing even wrong telling us about your tribe and your culture and then how you do your things. It is beautiful.
In Kenya. Not in Kenya. In Kenya, there is.
It's beautiful, Mr. Kuseo. Mr. Kuseo, that is your thinking. But it's a beautiful thing for you to tell me about your tribe and how you do things. There's nothing wrong with that.
Not the way things have gone, Julia. Well, how come even in Uganda they have tribes? You see, the level at this thing is heated in Kenya is so different.
Okay, are you trying to say that Uganda and Tanzania, they don't do their census with tribe?
They do, yes. But they are not as polarized. They are not as polarized as Kenya.
So that tells you it is not the census that is polarizing them. It is not the census. It is us. We choose to do that. It is not. It has nothing to do with the census, with the data. It has to do with our
Julia, now that we are suffering from it,
Julia, can I respond? Kidogo.
Can't we do something?
Okay. Let's hear what Joshua wants to say about that. Yes, Joshua.
Oh, Joshua has come. I would ask him what I wanted to ask.
Yes. It's your tribe. It's your tribe. You see like Tanzania, even them. You know, in Kenya, if I'm Otieno, you know Tieno is from Central. I mean from Nyanza. Karaoke is from Central. Kipkorir is from Rift Valley. So the issue of name, for them to kill issue of tribe here in Kenya, the way it has been killing Tanzania. Tanzania hakuna Hassan can come from any region. So for them to hata wakati una apply for interview, wakiona tu huyu Otieno najua huyu ni so and so. So for them to kill issue of tribe, they should start with the names. Wala tu ambao wanazaliwa, their name should be the national name. Hakuna mambo ya Otieno, hakuna mambo ya because name is a name. Even if I'm called any name, I'll be still remain the person I am. So for them to kill the tribe here in Kenya, the remedy ni kwanza na jina. Waue jina. Any person ambaye anaandika hizo tribal names, they should kill it so that today I can be called John Peter, and I'm still a person I am. But the problem is Kenya, not even with our leaders, even where we work, there's that tribal. Kuwa huyu anapata promotion kwa sababu ni so and so, kwa sababu ni so and so, so kwa sababu so and so. So the problem in Kenya sio mambo ya census kuzee with the tribe. The problem is Kenya, the tribalist imekuwa rooted even where we stay, in the village, in the estates. Friends,
I agree with you. I agree. It's just that the tribe also contributes. The tribe also contributes.
Joshua and Kuseo, but I still disagree with you. We have to grow that, because you're not going to tell us to drop our names. And I don't believe what Joshua said, that Tanzania, they don't have tribal names. I think the Hassans are the Muslims, but I think the Christians also have their tribal names. So the thing is, we're going to outgrow that. And I'm going to reach a point, and I accept Kuseo with his tribal name. I accept Christine Adika with her tribal names, and I accept her way. It doesn't matter what her name is. We cannot hide from that, Mr. Kuseo. That, I think, will be taken as another level of hypocrisy. Mr. Nyumba has something. Nyumba, if you are contributing on that, briefly, maybe 2 minutes, and then we can have Alex. He has then made his presentation. Yes, Nyumba, say something, then we go to Alex. Unmute Nyumba.
Thank you, Julia. I salute all of you, members of the panel, ladies and gentlemen. Joshua, some culture issues never go away. Me, I'm named after my mother's father. In Kikuyu, that's how it goes. You're either named after your father's father, or it goes like that. There's no way we can lose that. Why? Some cultural things we lose, or we leave them out, like circumcision of ladies. That one is out. It's nonsense. But some cultures, we have to say there's richness in culture. So don't tell us we do away with our names. Don't work. Yeah, I've taken less than 2 minutes. Thank you.
Asante, noted, Nyumba. Mr. Alex, go ahead.
You know, my problem is and very specific. You know, we are educated people. We are not sakajas. And one of the things, you know, when census is being done, you take what census means. Don't skew it so that you do it for your own expediency, or because you have some emotional feelings about something, so that you can detach yourself from the reality. I will read you all the definition of census. One of them, which is common, an official count or survey of a population, typically recording various details of individuals. And one of the biggest is your tribe. Secondly, if you're married or you're not married. Thirdly, you know, your region. Fourthly, if you are employed or not employed. These are the reason we take census. We don't take census on counting just to say, oh, we have 50 million Kenyans. What does that help? Census is geared in helping an economy so that we can understand how an economy is populated. If you have done economics, there is a big subject called population. Kenya has something called population explosion. And on it, why do you take census? To understand the specifics of these details. So that you can, because in the end of the day, why are we doing one man, one shilling and one vote? Why? Because on having a second thought, you're realizing you can't have somebody get a bursary of 500 and another person get a bursary of 50,000. And because traditionally people are in certain areas because it's cultural and also because that is how our counties are. So by trying to take your tribe away, you're also taking money from somebody. You're also taking so much from that person. So census is not a head count. Census in its definition, it is taking the head count, but at the same time recording various details of that individual. And those details must be specific. And the greatest among it is your culture and your identity. You can't take somebody's identity out of it. Don't be emotional about it because you think that census has nothing to do with so-called tribalism. Tribalism is something that is practiced. It is not counted. It is practiced. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Tribalism is a decision we make. Practicing tribalism, Kuseo, that's a decision we make. We decide, we make a deliberate decision to practice tribalism. How come you see a girl from Kikuyu land and you marry them and you know they are not from your tribe and you have such differences in your culture? It's because you decide the tribe doesn't matter here to me. That's what you decide. You make that decision. So tribalism is something we have to use affirmative action, Mr. Kuseo. We got to do that. We got to do that. We got to decide somebody. In fact, my suggestion, Mr. Kuseo, is that even the tribal languages should be taught in schools. Children should learn to speak Luo. Children should learn to speak Kisi. Children should learn to speak Kikuyu. What is this thing that my children cannot speak Kikuyu? I think it's a shame on me. My children should speak Kikuyu and should understand why they are named after their grandmother and not the other grandmother. They should understand. But in that case, we'll be overcoming something and we'll be practicing unity in diversity. We'll be admiring our cultures and we say how beautiful our Kenyan culture is, but we'll be practicing unity in diversity. I know you have questions to that, Kuseo and Joshua, but allow me to give Christine a chance to speak and then we can come back to you because she has not spoken.
Before Alex goes, please.
No, Kuseo. Christine is gonna speak next. Yes, Christine.
I'm not going, I'm here.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Nyumba. I'm glad to see you. I'm super excited to see you, in fact. Thank you, Joshua. Mama Selina, I believe she's somewhere Kuseo. Good to see you. Alex, good to see you. Before I make my submission, I just wanted to tell Kuseo, just like the way some battles, we don't have to respond to everything and argue about everything. I believe Julia and Alex have brought out the tribal aspect so well. We do not have to lose our culture, this beauty in diversity. And we have been coexisting peacefully. It's just that sometimes there are institutions that we need to put everything system going for us in the various institutions so that we don't feel like for me to be employed, this name is, anyway, me, I thank God because my last name, nobody knows whether I'm a Luya or a Luo. But we just need to work on our institution, regardless of which tribe you come from. I believe whatever we are getting, we should get on merit-based. So talking about tribalism, unfortunately, our politicians propagate tribalism so much because apart from employment, we find that we've been coexisting peacefully, except during election. That's now when we go to our tribal cocoons. And I don't know, Julia, whether you saw, talking about tribalism, I just want to say something about the nomination that both UDA and ODM presented. It's just unfortunate that in UDA list, we could only get Maasais and Kikuyus, 2 Maasais and the rest are, no, I think we have 3 Maasais, 1 Kipsigis. and 3 Kikuyus. So that makes us now, this is at the time we go back, where are we? The Luos, the Luyas, where are we, you know? And it is just unfortunate. So for ODM, they try to balance the position are less, and I'm even surprised the Kisses got a bigger chunk of it, you know? And I feel so sorry when it comes to nomination. I don't have a voice or a say in the UDA nomination, but I feel so sad for this nominated member of parliament who lost his child. Unfortunately, no UDA member, those outspoken UDA members went to condole with him, and he's not also in the list. Another person is Mwaura, so it begs the question, where are the Mamambogas, you know? We expected to see Mamambogas in this list. If not Mamambogas, the disabled like Mwaura and Sankok, who have really been vocal about Ruto. Okay, that one aside. So on the issue of Raila's reception in Bomet, I know many people have contributed. Many people have said a lot of very good things. And whatever captured my attention was Junet and his slogan. He went with it again in Kericho, and I was just mesmerized that even the Kalenjin could name Nani Mwizi, Nani, you know, it was just, yeah, that one captured my attention, Julia, and it makes me feel that people are sobering up this 1 month. People are seeing Mbivu Nambichi. People are seeing who is giving us better promises and who is not giving us better promises. People have talked about the Kiamba Church. I'm not going to talk about that. The churches in Central, yes, churches have been built in Central. And this other part, there has never been a Rambe. So people have contributed, and enough has been said about that. Then what else, Julia? Let me see here. Trump in Bomet, DP Ruto asking for forgiveness. Yeah, so DP Ruto asking for forgiveness, just, I don't believe his forgiveness is very genuine, because he's speaking like today, when you're asking for forgiveness, let it go. If I've wronged you, I believe if I come today and ask for forgiveness, whether you accept to forgive me or not, I don't have to go again tomorrow somewhere and start bashing you. That is not forgiveness. And these churches has been going, these churches has been bragging how he's a Christian. He tells us to forgive 70 times, 70 times, if I'm not wrong, you know? So yes, he might be asking for forgiveness. I'm not in a position to judge him, but now his actions don't rhyme with his words. So for now, I beg to stop it from at that point, Julia, maybe another chance, or if I can come in to interject about Wamatiangi being thrown stones at. I believe it happened yesterday. It wasn't today. So the tides are changing, and it seems this man is really gonna get it so easily. Is it the one who took after Waititu, the Waititu deputy? I think, you know, that when the gods are on your side, things fall in place. So I think things are falling in place for him. For Kabogo, him coming now to get votes, beg for votes from Azimio, we've known him. He knew where he was going to. He was played the other time. We expected that he's gonna be played, and he's gonna be played. He has been played. So I believe people should just stand firm, and we vote for people that have a stand from the word go. Sio wale wa kuyumba. So thank you, Julia, for giving me the opportunity, and other panelists too. Thank you.
Asante, Christine. Yeah, I think the Kericho crowd really opened our eyes to see how much we can now tolerate each other. That's the point I'm still driving. That now we are moving to another point where we should tolerate each other, whether we agree with our political stand. And I'm disappointed at what happened to Amatangi. He's our opponent yet. But we can see, you can see how the crowds around Kuria behave. And these are the kind of politicians in UDA. I think you won't blame me if I call them hate mongers. That is their behavior. You look for Kuria, you find people stoning each other or yelling or shouting. I think we can see that. So Kuseo and Joshua, you had something to say. Did you still want to say it?
Yes.
Yes, Joshua.
I just want to echo what Kuze said. I think maybe we misunderstood what Kuze said. Our problem in Kenya is issue of tribal, and we need to find a remedy of how to kill this tribal. And that's why I came with the issue of name. I work in an organization, and I stayed there for almost like 2 years. And so many people knew that I'm a different tribe. So there's a day I introduced myself with my name, and that's the time the people knew that no, Kumbe, you are so and so, you are from this from this tribe. So if that my name could have not been known, then automatically this person could have known me that I'm just like any other Kenyan. But now Kumbe, wewe pia ni mtu kutoka from sehemu fulani. So sometimes we should find a remedy of how to kill tribe. It doesn't mean that like Tanzania, if you are found speaking a native language in office, it's unlawful. And that it should be like that. It doesn't mean that they don't keep their culture, but if you are found speaking a native language in an office, in a public place, the only language they recognize in a public place is only Kiswahili. So we should find a remedy of how to cure this tribe, because especially in a company, it's even serious even with our politician, because you are going to be hired depending with your tribe. Who is the boss? You want to hire somebody because it's going to look at your CV. Your name alone will tell you that this is a Luo, this is a Kisi, this is a Baluya, this is a Kikuyu. Only a name alone. So I didn't say that using a name is bad, but we should find a remedy of how. Kuze was just giving a suggestion that we can try even during consensus, we should not put the issue of tribe, because utasema kuwa Kikuyu there are 4 million, and then we have Teso 100,000. So it doesn't bring a good picture. He was trying to say kuwa tutoe hiyo issue ya tribe, and then tuweke tu iwe blank. And then I want to react on what Christina said, issue ya Mwaura. Personally, I don't regret on Mwaura. Mwaura amejikoroga mwenyewe, and Ruto could not nominate Mwaura because he saw Mwaura was nominated by ODM. Kufika 2016, Mwaura changed and started abusing Raila, the person who Ali nominate. And then he was nominated again. There also that sympathy Jubilee gave him. On the middle of the journey, he started abusing same President Uhuru, ambaye had an upper hand ya kumnominate. Now Ruto anaona kuwa this man however much because Mwaura now is not even mambo ya disability. Alitoka kwa mambo ya disability kitambo. Sasa yeye ni politician. That's why Ruto akasema kuwa this man is a politician. Alienda akajaribu nomination, akanguka, and you have seen Mwaura betrayed Raila, who nominated him to parliament, because the person who brought Mwaura kwa politics is Raila. And you look at how sometime who anaongea about Raila, and then the person ambaye kitaka kumsaidia tena because it was coming from central, mtu ambaye alimsaidia tena was Uhuru. Sasa Mwaura kama abuse. So even today, if Mwaura to be nominated, he will still fall out with Ruto. He'll abuse Ruto. So Mwaura kukosa kuwa nominated, that one is upon him, because ye mwenyewe alijiweka kuwa politician. Hakujiweka kama mtu ambaye ni disabled. He brought himself at first he was being nominated in the ground of disability. But as he's moving along his politics, he doesn't portray himself as somebody who's disabled. He portrayed himself as a politician. And if you're a politician, you go and square it a ballot paper. So he tried it for nomination, akapigwa chini. So Ruto say that now this person has been nominated twice. So haitakuwa kila mwaka to nominate the same person. We also need other people to be nominated. So I don't sympathize with Mwaura. At the same time, I don't sympathize with Sankok. These people, the way they behave, even in parliament, look at how Sankok do behave in parliament. Even the way he argue in parliament, I don't sympathize with this guy. This guy is very arrogant. Instead of them going to parliament, na watetee wale people who live with the disability. They go there and they become sycophant. Sankong is a sycophant, and that's why Ruto akaona huyu jamaa huyu this man is not somebody ambaye ana represent these people with disability. It's a sycophant. That's why they were thrown out, and they should give other people opportunity. And then on the list ambaye Adika ameongea, I also support Adika. Ukiangalia list ya ODM, there's some sort of balance. Even when you have somebody from Rift Valley, it's a little bit balanced. But ukiangalia hii list ya UDA ni kama it was just from one region. But I'm worried with what Chebukati said. Chebukati on the list alisema kuwa he look on that list, and if the list does not meet the merit, he's going to throw it out. The merit ilikuwa gender, 2 was region balance. But I'm worried with him because the Azimio guy brought issue of returning officers. When out of 290, 100 are coming from different regions, and they try to question why is it this returning officer there's not that balance, because in Kenya we have almost 42 tribes. Why could you try to balance? Chebukati, he didn't respond to their question. So Chebukati is not sincere, anaongea mambo ya list in balance kwa mambo ya balance kwa list ya nomination, yet in the returning officers wake there's not that balance, regional balance in his appointment of returning officers. So it's very insincere when akisema kuwa hiyo list kama ita meet the requirement, what I throw it out. Thank you.
Asante Joshua, that is good. You've noted. Christine, somebody commented here that Kuria is appearing on both lists. I don't know which lists are those. You UDA na ya nini pia?
What I know is that he chose himself twice for nomination, I think as governor in his Kazi ni Kazi party, and I think he nominated himself as an MP. He nominated himself twice, not on the UDA one. That's what I saw a while ago, unless there's a different information. But he nominated himself twice kwa chama cha Kazi.
Wow. Kuseo will tell us as he speaks. He wanted to say something. Then after Kuseo, we shall have Alex, then Nyumba. Kuseo, comment on what Christina said. Can someone nominate themselves twice? And also maybe what you wanted to say.
Yeah, you know, the other day when we had, you realize how Sakaja, for example, ended up being in UDA. And yet he was in Jubilee. During the so-called revenue deliberations in Parliament, some time back, that is when these things happened. And it was even rumored that even the same group, you saw them in Parliament during the revenue discussion, they were wearing similar ties. All those people who are wearing similar ties, later on that group disintegrated, but the core of it still remained. And they used their, to be a member of a party, you can use your ID and you can use your passport. Now, that is what these fellows did. And since the law is not very, very strict on if somebody is 2 members in 2 parties, what happens? All they'll do is to tell you to maintain one, and you have to choose which one you want to drop. So if somebody is scrutinizing their party list, and I see your name there, then I scrutinize the other list, I see your name there, you find that the other name is with a passport, the other name is with an ID. So that is the time they joined the UDA. It was also the same time the UDA was coming into play. UDA was not there before that active. So that is the time they used their passports to join the other, as just like being a bit cautious. So because remember, the new political parties was trying to put some limits to the period within which you must be a member in a party before you can even be there for nomination. So that is how he put himself on the UDA side. Basically meaning that he has abandoned his registration on Jubilee side. But still, you don't even need to physically remove it. You let the law take its course. When it suits you, you go whichever side you like. That is what he did. And that time it was even rumored that even the Mudavadis and the Wetangolas, There's Malalas had used the Mudavadi's names with their passport numbers and entered them on the UDA side. Yeah. Whether it is true or not, I don't know. But based on what Christine is saying, you may well find that the names are similar, but they are different people.
Kuseo, the question is it legal? Can someone nominate themselves for MP?
And it cannot be legal. In any case, the nominations, as much as I know, they are normally for special groups. If you are somebody like Kuria, I don't know whether he falls in the special groups in the context of the Kenyan setup. The nominations are supposed to be reserved for special groups. Like, remember when Cheson was the former NAT Secretary General was nominated on the ODM ticket. The special group there was the teachers, I think, union. So whether Kuria belongs to any special group so that he can qualify, I have no idea. I wanted to say something regarding the ROs and the POs, which are too many in the IEBC. You see, these things have come from a long time. During the 2013-2017 engagements, this is when these people were brought on board. Now, IEBC finds himself whereby you already have a workforce, which is that imbalance. And that is where he wants to get his presiding officers. So, Christina, I hope you understand.
No. That is, Kuseo, you are wrong. They are not getting their presiding officers from the returning officers. The presiding officers are being hired now. Usually,
they hire to top up. They can get them from within as well.
No, they don't. I've been there. I've been on the ground, Mr. Kuseo.
So are you saying they're outsiders?
If you go to the IBC site, they advertise jobs. They advertise jobs for POs and for the clerks. They did that. And people applied. And they are going to interview them.
But that is to top it up, Julia. It's to top up the shortfall.
No, Kuseo.
No, Kuseo. I mean, honestly. I mean, Kuseo, you're wrong.
Presiding officers, Alex,
if PK, is it PK who comes here? He knows one of the the presiding officers who has been an employee of IEBC.
Kuseo, please, can I explain to you something? Kuseo, may I explain to you something before you go on, because you are giving the wrong information here. In IBC, we have returning officers who are in charge of every constituency. Then we have presiding officers who are in charge of every polling station. And before every election, they advertise the jobs of presiding officer and the jobs of the election clerks. So the jobs of presiding officer is not permanent. They apply for them, and they applied, and they are being interviewed. Both the presiding officer, the assistant presiding officer, they are called the deputy presiding officer, and the clerks. So that one does not fall in the category.
Let me ask you, have you heard on this platform?
Kuseo, you are not listening. Kuseo, you are not listening. You are asking questions on top of another. You are not listening. You are not taking into account. And that's what happened last time when we were doing the same definition of the same thing. We are repeating to you the same thing we repeated to you last time, and you failed to understand because before somebody finished, let me ask you. Man, there is value in listening. There is civilization in listening.
Listen, Alex. You see, I'm just asking Julia that there is. I'll get the name and bring it here next week.
Okay,
an existing employee. Just listen. An existing employee of IEBC who has been now named a returning officer.
Okay,
returning officer.
Can I respond?
Okay, may I say something? Everybody, please mute. Kuseo, pay attention. Pay attention. The staff of the IBC have several categories. We have the returning officers who are in charge of the constituencies. Then we have presiding officers are in charge of the polling stations, and they have deputy presiding officers, and then the clerks. The presiding officers and their deputies and their clerks are not permanent employees. They are interviewed every time we have an election. So you said a wrong information here. That is, the presiding officer are from what the data Christine gave us. No, those ones are going to be interviewed, or they're already been interviewed. But the returning officers, those are the ones that we could say that some of them may be permanent employees, returning officers. So don't mix up returning. There is a difference between returning officers and presiding officers. So you got to note that. And presiding officers are in charge of the polling station.
Kuseo, just agree. Let's not go around this. Julia is right.
Julia, what I was saying is that I know of a
Let's
presiding, I know of an
around it,
IBC employee
we raised a lot of
Oh,
points.
God.
who was named a returning officer.
Kuseo, Julia, and Alex are right, please. And I'm also of the same
Can
opinion.
I respond kidogo kwa hii Kuseo? We have
Joshua, mute, please. Joshua, mute, please. Let's have Alex, one person at a time. Yes, Alex, you have something to say?
No, what you have said is what I was going to say. There is no need of repeating.
Thank you. Christine?
Julia, I would just like to say just the way Nyumba and you have said that Kuseo should learn to be a good listener. You've said that right now there's a difference between presiding officers and returning officers. Even after clarifying, Kuseo still came and said that he knows of an IBC staff who is now the returning officer, which means he's not getting what you're saying, Julia. Kuseo is not in the same page with you. So he needs to listen. Be a good listener, Kuseo. Secondly, about the nomination issue, Kuseo, you are confusing us because you said that nomination is normally reserved for special categories of people. Because nomination is within it's a decision that parties make. Of course, they might decide to take a group like, what is so special about NAC? Secondly, right now, Mbadi has been nominated in the ODM list. What is so special about Mbadi, you know? So it is the parties themselves to decide who do we want to nominate, you know? Chebukati has nothing to do with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Christine. We can have Nyumba, then Joshua had something to say. Yes, Nyumba, then Joshua.
And on the same, I wanted to, Kuseo is a good friend of mine. And sometimes it's good to give in. You don't have to keep on fighting. Yesterday I was pinned down by Themba, and I agreed and withdrew. You know, sometimes you don't have to win all the time. It's factual. Me, I've been a presiding officer twice, way back when I was younger. So what I'm saying, Kuseo, let that one go. We may waste so much time on this item. Julia and Alex are right, please. And it's not actually a very heavy, it doesn't carry so much weight, that particular topic. We're talking of matters with, thank you, Bwana Kuseo. Now, Joshua, on tribe, we can't run away. Let's be factual. And me, I'm a Kikuyu, and I'm proud to be a Kikuyu. The only problem would be me to use the Kikuyu in a wrong way, or to suppress others, or to boast them a Kikuyu. No, you can't run away. This is the truth, okay? And nowadays, actually, there's a lot of intermarriages. You find Luos, Kikuyus, Kalenjins, Kikuyus, and all that. There's a lot of Baluya and all that. The young generation, they're actually running away from our age mentality, okay? Let's go back, even the Kikuyu system way back. There are some clans you could not marry from. You'll not be allowed. From the Kikuyu themselves. It was prohibited. But I mean, these things are going by themselves. Just culture is dynamic, it's not static. It's dynamic. And once now the way you're arguing, we force it to forget about the tribe. No, it can't work. Let's not misuse it. Because even we do look for a country like Somalia. These are almost one tribe. Okay, now they go to the clan level, you know, depending on that. Julia, I sent you a clip on the late President Nyerere. Yeah, he set a good pace to kill that one. It's the originality, but with time, again, with a good leadership, and we have embarked on it. You remember President Uhuru, when he was attending the late mother to Honorable Mudavadi, he said this. Of course, some people walimurukia sana. Kenya is not for Kikuyus and Kalenjins. You know, Uhuru is already getting out of that tribal mentality. Anybody can lead. And yesterday we had such a topic. Tazgino nasema ati watu wako huko pastoralist ni wajinga, they are not learned. Ebu ona mtu wako Turkana huko, and that's why Julia is in education. Somebody in Marsabit ama huko Lodwar, hata akipata marks kidogo chini kidogo, inakuwa balance, atachukuliwa alliance. Those guys is the facilities they don't have. Si ati ni wajinga, okay? You find somebody very bright somewhere in the bush there, but is not exposed to the lifestyle we have. So let's not run away. The tribe is okay, you have no problem with that, but let's not misuse it. As we are saying, sometimes you go overboard. Tunaandika kama mimi Mkikuyu naandika. Maybe I'm not like that. I'm out of that, although I'm an old man. I've grown in the Rift Valley, and I've been exposed to many other tribes. So that is not, to me, it's not a bother. I'm okay. Oh, my friend has come. I'm happy to see you because I'm leaving now, Bonavemba. Just about to leave to do a normal job. Yeah, so today, Julia, thank you. And I can't contribute much because some of these, I didn't watch the Bomet rally. Neither have I seen Ruto apologizing. Although I've not seen it, I will not agree. His is fake all the time. Yeah, in advance, before I see it, I will say, even if there's an apology, it can't be a genuine apology. Apology should come from the heart, deep in the heart, and genuine. You know, if it's just from the mouth, not from the heart, it is all useless. And I don't think Ruto is capable of getting something from the heart, just from the mouth. Thank you. I don't have to contribute much. Joshua, tuko pamoja. We kama wewe ni Mjaluo, furahia kuwa Mjaluo. Unaona sasa, ya kwanza hapa nilisema Themba si Mkamba. Unaona nini dialect yake, kila kitu. There's nothing Mkamba is in him. Neither is there something Kikuyu in me. No, let's be proud of ourselves, of what we are. Thank you, Julia.
Thank you, Nyumba. I think Themba doesn't have a tribe. I've been trying to investigate. Bado sijagundua kabila lake ni gani.
Alidanganya ati ni Mkamba, nikamkataa, hiyo nilikataa kabisa.
Nyumba, we will investigate. The investigation continues. Now, Kuseo, you just had Nyumba said he has worked as a presiding officer. These jobs are given to other employees. So don't talk, wait for me to finish. Are given to other people, even teachers, like teachers when they are on school holiday. In fact, most of the jobs will be given to teachers because they'll be at home. And usually it is given to the locals so that you also have the chance to vote. So please do your research and differentiate the difference between a presiding officer and a returning officer. And it was wrong for you to say that the data that Christine gave about returning officers from the same community are the same people who are going to be presiding officer. No, the presiding officers are going to be interviewed or have already been interviewed, and they advertise the jobs every time we have an election. So that's what I wanted to clarify. So I want to give Joshua a chance, then I will invite Themba, so that he can invite the remaining person who has not spoken. So Joshua, please say one more thing.
Julia, please, on the same presiding, I was a presiding officer where I was a public servant. It was temporary.
Yes, it's a temporary job. You can't, yes. It's not given to permanent employees. It's a temporary
Julia,
job.
I had a chance to ask Alex a question.
Okay, no, Kuseo, please, I think I will not give you another chance to ask Alex a question. Later on when you're giving your presentation, let's have Joshua talk. Joshua, go ahead.
Now can Kuseo listen to what I'm saying? We have 290 constituency returning officers. We have 47 county returning officers. These guys are permanent and pensionable. And then we have presiding officers who are being hired when election in approach. So our returning officers, they can be, during election ikifika, they can be employed deployed in any region. Our returning officers. Hawajakuwa located kuwa lazima kama ni mtu wa lazima awe returning officer by this region, but they are permanent, they're in office, they are being paid salary each and every month, they are pensionable. The 290 constituency returning officers and 47 county returning officers, they are permanent. But presiding officers, by the election, that is the end of them. Ikifika another election, even if you are a teacher, you can apply. They don't restrict who you can be a teacher, you can be a nurse, you can apply as presiding officers. But returning officers, you are permanent. You don't do another job. Unaamka asubuhi, unaenda kwa ofisi yako, unatoka ofisi, you are being employed. So that is the difference. So that's where the Azimio brought the issue kuwa out of 290, 100 are from another region. County returning officer out of 47, 10 are from another region. So returning officers, they are permanently pensionable, but presiding, they are being hired in a temporary basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua, for that clarification. I would like to invite Themba Roba has not spoken, but if you'd like to,
Julia,
Kuseo, I'm going to mute you if you talk when I'm speaking. Please allow me to continue to finish what I'm saying. Thank you, Kuseo. I appreciate that. Kuseo has a question that he wants a banning. I don't know how banning it is. So, Themba, I would like to invite you to make your presentation. And if you want to give Kuseo an opportunity, that's at your that's you going to decide that. But the only person who has not spoken here is Roba. So, Themba Karibu.
Thank you, Julia, and greetings to everyone. I have nothing of value to add to the comments today, so I will just moderate. So I invite Robert to speak, then we can address the other questions that will be arising. Robert, karibu.
Umesema Roba ama nyumba?
Roba. See, I was told Roba is the one who hasn't presented. So Roba, karibu.
I haven't. I was only commenting on the issues raised by the other guys.
Okay, I was standing advised by Julia. So Julia, you skipped Nyumba.
You know, Julia is usually biased against me. I don't know why. She's American.
Hey, Nyumba, you can go ahead. I can do that after you do it. Just go ahead.
Okay, Nyumba, give your in this platform, we said we don't fight the other gender. We always give them a leeway. Since Baba,
I'm complimenting Julia. Julia is a friend of mine, actually.
Okay, Nyumba, go ahead.
I joke. Sorry, I'm complimenting Julia. I can't attack Julia. She's a very informed and very good lady. Now, but I joke on all situations most of the time. I like feeling good. Like today, I've announced that yesterday you defeated me, and I had to submit and withdraw my statement. I was advising Joshua, Kuseo, when you are cornered, just accept, and then life goes on. Kuseo, that's the way life goes on. You know, them yesterday pinned me down properly, and I had to withdraw.
Nyumba, what I usually say here, and I think probably if we follow that kind of guidance, it will help us. We say that no one has monopoly over knowledge, over information, and we don't come here to win. All right, you just come here to make a case. Okay. Yes. There are so many people listening. You have over 240 people listening. So you don't have to necessarily be right. You just need to put a case and then you move on. Otherwise, you can mark time on one point forever, because everyone is trying to say that they are the ones who knows what is right, you know.
And some are even subjective, and they're not objective issues. If I say Julia is beautiful, somebody or Adika is beautiful, somebody may not agree, because that's subjective, you know.
And you see, Nyumba, the fact is, whatever information that is available to you might not be available to me. So I cannot say that you are wrong. I can only give my case what I know. You give what you know. Then the verdict is out there. The public opinion. Those people who care to go and research for the information, they'll go seek it. And I think that way we can always make some progress. So I wish that we don't struggle to convince someone to accept what I've said, but just make a case. This is what I know. That is what you know, and then we move on. Okay, Nyumba, continue.
Thank you. And state the facts. You know, sometimes when you're factual, it ends there. You don't have much argument. No. So today I'm lost a bit because I didn't watch the Raila Odinga Azimio La Umoja in triumph in Bomet, but I can imagine. You know, I can visualize, I can project. Me myself, I can see a situation even if I was not there. It must have been good in Bomet, and I hope that the other Isaac Ruto also comes home. Kenya Kwanza. So I'm saying I can't talk much about that. As you have owned up, Bonathemba, if you don't have information. What I was saying, I can project the apologies from Dr. Ruto. I'm not sure. I don't think. Some people are not capable of apologizing. And I'll take that on the pinch of salt. But let me leave that one at that point. Julia, why are you copying me? Unavaa miwani, sawa? Ni sawa tu. Endelea. So now we want this election to come sooner than later. The days, although they are going well, they're moving fast, then we shall be celebrating. The only thing I had some people commenting about Kinakuria, Kinjori, and all that. Those people, wakae tu huko kando. It's too late. They are doing those things for selfish reasons. I remember even Kionjori starting his party. There was a rush. Even came to my place here where I stay, trying to recruit us. It was not for the welfare of the population, just for his own self-aggrandizement. You know, we refused. I mean, Jubilee, I do recruit me suddenly to whatever at the service party. He was copying a party we started in 2012. It was called the national, the TNA. You can see he was copying that for nothing. So let them stay out. It's too late. And even they will not add any value when they come to Azimio. Okay, huko. Wacha waumizo ni hiyo Ruto. And you can see even the our nominees. Kina Mwaura munasema, kina Mwaura and kina huyu Masai. Anaitwa nani? Sankok. Those guys actually, it's Sankok in parliament. They're tricks, mara wanacheza na huyu anaitwa nani? Ananyang'anywa hii mikonjo yake, anabacha miguu, ana kutembea kwa parliament. They joke too much actually. Anaitwa Bobo Wino, anamnyang'anya hiyo crutches. He can't even walk. So I'm saying, let them stay with the Ruto, and they perish together, all of them, politically. No, I'm not talking of the physical thing, but political, they are going. Hata kina Mudavadi wote. Somebody raised an issue, I think it's Julia, about Kuria nominating himself for MP and for governor. Julia, sometimes could be an advertisement of an organization. They are looking for a chairman, and also they are looking for members of the same organization. There is no offense for one to apply for the chairmanship and also as a member. You apply for both. There's nothing illegal about that. Yeah. So if you don't qualify or don't win the chairmanship, you still can get into a membership. So I think Kuria, and I remember Nani was very smart way back, Wetangula. That's why he became a senator. He was smart. He could have lost even the senator. All the others, Kina Kalonzo, they lost whatever they were looking for. But at least Wetangula was smart enough. He did exactly, he marked the 2 posts, and then he went in as a senator. So it's okay. I'll do the same. He was similar position. Thank you, members. And with your permission, Bonathemba, I want to go and do the necessary, as I usually do in the mornings. Thank you.
Okay, Nyumba. I thought you hired someone. The person stayed for only 2 days and left.
Alienda, atake kazi.
Okay, thank you, Nyumba. Roba, it's your time.
Oh, okay. I see.
Let me thank Roba. Sorry, Bonathemba. Roba, thanks a lot for giving me that chance. Thanks.
Oh, okay. Hey, Newbert, thank you very much. I hope one of these days I'll meet you there in Naku, somewhere there. So I look forward to do that. Okay, everybody, I see Kose. I think I'm familiar with everybody here except Christine. Yes. Yeah, but I've been seeing you guys, the raid shows, like I've been watching you. I'm one of the people who was watching you guys when you have been going all the way until everything's done. So, like everybody else, we came here a long time ago and we said about this election. And some of us, we gave the insight about what's going to go. So we advised William Ruto. If you remember, you can watch the tapes. We don't lie. We said as long as he was going against his boss, he cannot win an election in Kenya. That one, he never took the advice from us. Then the next thing he makes a big mistake when it came naming his running mate. Gachawa, I hope I'm pronouncing properly. So, 4 months now since he named him, I can barely see the guy on the clips. I mean, I see everybody, I see mother everywhere, but something's not right. So we are a few weeks away from election day. So when you look at both sides, you can tell who's the losing side and who's the winning side. The winning side right now, they have started doing their crossing arguments. But the losing side, they are still Peter. They are abusing everybody. They are just all over the map. And I'm not surprised to see what's going on right now. But the bottom line is this. This election was won by no other than Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. I'm just telling you, we said it. Some people came here and said, oh, Mount Kenya billionaires, what are they want to do is one first. Right now, you don't hear from them. But the mountain, have they climbed the mountain? Yes. And why was Raila able to climb the mountain? Remember all those things came together? The support he is still getting from the Mount Kenya billionaires, how you call them. You see, William Ruto was a one-man show. And the one-man show, pums imeanza kutoka. Ila pums, if you remember when the president went to Nakuru and said, sasa imebakia 29 days. Imefika katikati. So for the next 28 days, by the time we get the 9th, pums ya Mr. Ruto itakuwa imeenda. I'm glad that one's going to happen because he was a wrong man at the wrong time, trying to get the wrong job because he's not qualified. First of all, somebody has to tell me how he got his doctorate. Somebody has to tell me how him being a presidential candidate, they're sponsoring people who are not even qualified to be governors, like Sakacha. I mean, it is mad. It is very bad. Someone doesn't have a degree, and yet they want him to become a governor. And yet, on the Constitution, it says very clearly, you must have a degree before you become a governor. So at this point, IBC, let me tell you something, guys. Let me tell you something. IBC is nothing at this point. I know some of you had debates within the week because some of us were inside. You had they got some of this printing of papers. They came, nobody knew. You see breaking news on every network. Did you see anything from the government? Nobody said anything. Did you hear anything from Azimio about, we are surprised, some things are being printed, have been brought in the country, nobody knows. You have not heard them talking about anything. Some of us, we knew things were coming in advance. So you guys, you might be saying about Chebukati. Yeah, he's going to do nothing. I'm telling that, me assure you, he's going to do nothing. is going to do nothing about this election. This election is a changing election, and that's why I don't want to take a lot of time here. If you see what has been going on between the president and the vice president, you can tell what they are not telling us, both of them. 2017, they stole an election. That's the bottom line. That's what they are trying to tell us. They stole an election. That's why they were disagreeing, and Uhuru was ready to go home. But Mr. Conman, Mr. Ruto, he's the one who wanted to punch his whatever his face or whatever it is, because he told him we cannot let the election go. The one reason why Ruto hates Uhuru right now, it's because Uhuru didn't want to continue supporting the idea of stealing elections the way they did. First of all, Ruto should be prosecuted for stealing an election before even he decided to become a president of Kenya. Let me end it there. And even put us a question. I can always answer the question now, but thank you.
Thank you so much, Robert, for that submission. Nyumba, you have a question?
For Mr. Robert.
Go ahead.
It's categorical that Uhuru stole the election 2017. And there are some theoretical projections that are not provable. Until the servers are opened, how dare Robert say that those people stole the elections? Not the Uhuru. Do you have some factual or figures somewhere? Unmute. Robert, unmute.
I'm saying open the servers and we see what's in there. If you never stole an election, open them.
Okay. You have answered. I'm all right. Okay.
Nyumba, what did you have in mind?
No, Robert's answered with one statement. It's okay. You can see into the servers. He is able to see into the server.
Hey, Nyumba, if you remember what Muida was representing in court, he looked so stupid. Somebody of his caliber. I know when he was saying, oh, they're sleeping, nobody can just tell us what's going on. I mean, that's one of the weakest points. That was, I mean, Mr. Muida, somebody we respected, somebody I really admired. That time
Robert,
he looked like a young kid.
Forgive him. It's so analog more than me. Nikuwa analog sana to the extreme. Hiyo ndio shida. Hajui hii internet inafanya throughout. Ni analog. Unajua amezeeka, sasa tumsamehe tu tafadhali.
Yes, that's what I'm saying is, if you see what's going on, the conversation between the president and the vice president, the only thing nobody wants to tell you, the problem is what happened was, Uhuru found out that the election was stolen, and they told them, I'm ready to go home. And that's why the conman came in.
Right, Robert. You are right.
Yes.
Thank you, Robert, for highlighting that, and I'm sure Nyumba knows. Nyumba. I mean, these things are not a secret. Sabina Chege amesema, Moses Kuria amesema. I mean, it's not us who say it. It is not even Azimio who brought these things. It is the people.
Everybody was doing it. All the sides were doing it. Everybody was doing it.
The people who stole it are the ones who
even the other side was stealing.
The people who stole it are the ones who are making noise about it. But I think the bottom line is this election was for Ruto to win. So it is him who has lost it. Because by the time they were getting into the office in 2017, if he played his cards right, right now we will be talking a different story. So the people around him, if he has advisors, I don't know, Some people say that Ruto doesn't take any advice, and he doesn't think that anybody should be able to tell him what he needs to know. So because of his grandiosity, he feels grandiose. There are those people who feel like they are the ones who I know what I'm doing and I know how it's supposed to be done. So you don't know. So that kind of self blowing up your ego, I think is I'm told he doesn't take any advice from anyone. If he did, then right now we would be speaking a different story. He has made it so easy for Baba to win. He actually gave it to Baba. Because you see, Nyumba, when someone comes to your house and then pretends that now they have what you thought you had, and you're the one who invited them, then you can imagine what goes on there. So I think it was Ruto who is losing the election because he has made it so easy. And like as Roba is saying, all indications. I listened to one Ishungwa in one of the videos that was shared. Ishungwa and those people in Kiambu. The way Moses Kuria was responding to, he brought his supporters to shout at Wamatangi. So this thing is sliding from Wamatangi in Kiambu. The people could not allow him to talk about his manifesto. Then Moses Kuria goes ahead. No, Moses Kuria is a serious proper. I don't take him seriously. But some people think he's a very serious economist. So, I mean, that is up to them. But for me, I don't take Moses Kuria seriously because when you see his posts, he's not a leader, So he posted that Wamatangi was in Kiambu and never campaigned for deputy president even once. You see, that's already hitting the other person, and Ishungwa could not even manage it. Then they send people like Akina Kindiki to go and campaign in Meru. And Kindiki, who is Kindiki now in terms of political muscle and even being listened to? And he's sending Muturi. Muturi is saying that now if Kindiki, you don't find Kindiki, come to me. Muturi, who went to Kenya Kwanza without a party because DP refused that they are not going to KKA. So you see that kind of, and I don't know what has happened to Gachagua. Gachagua has not been given the mic for the last 1 week. I don't know whether he's unwell. I don't know what is happening with him.
Whenever he opens his mouth, they lose votes. So he's told to keep quiet.
So I think there's something really wrong. Joshua, what is it? I see you raising your hand.
Yes, I just wanted to respond to what Nyumba asked. You know, this clip of audio Uhuru saying about slap. It's Uhuru who allowed it to come out because Uhuru wanted Kenyan to know that this election, it was stolen. That's why after the release of this audio, Uhuru now is coming out clearly and say that I wanted to go. If you have won an election, you cannot decide in your heart that you want to go, and you know that you have won this election. Uhuru knew very well that this election was stolen, and he didn't want to stick in power, people to die. He could be taken back to Hague. Already your matopea Hague bado ilikuwa kwake. So he didn't want again a repeat of 2007. If he could have clinged on this power, not the person who could be brought to book, was not Ruto, was Uhuru, was Uhuru. So he was telling Ruto now, let me go, because at the end of it, if the people continue shedding blood, I'm the one who's going to be responsible because we've stolen this election. I know very well that this election, we have stolen it. And if people died, I'm going to be accountable and I'm going to be held accountable. That's why I wanted to go. And then on the issue of Gachagua. Gachagua now, Ruto is trying to sideline Gachagua totally. That's why even in Kirinyaga, walimleta Ndiki na Muturi to kumsaidia Waiguru kukampeni in Kirinyaga, because Kirinyaga pia inaenda. Waiguru messed up and now is realizing that I messed up by joining UDA. If Waiguru could have remained with Uhuru. Right now he could be celebrating, kwa hiyo wave ya Martha Karua, because if Martha Karua could have been nominated as a running mate and her as a governor, he could get it softly. But now the ground in Kirinyaga inazidi move very fast, and Waiguru will lose this governorship very easily, either to Ngirishi or ujama wa Naku, huyu wa mtu wa Martha. But likely Ngirishi is going to win it, because Ngirishi, after pulling up from Ruto, is now trying to align herself with Azimio, though he's doing silently, but he's trying to align herself with Azimio. So somebody is really regretting two people in Central. Number one is Omatangi, and two, it is Waiguru. They are really regretting why they decided to join Ruto, because now the ground is coming very difficult for them, and they're going to lose. The only person who can survive is only Kangata. Kangata is likely to get a governorship of Muranga. But these two guys, Waiguru and Mama Tiangi, they're going to lose this election. Thank you.
Okay, Kusel.
Nani Joshua. Joshua, you are reading for us here something saying that the returning officers are permanent employees.
Yes, they are permanent employees.
I've recorded that, so I think Julia will forgive me. I want to detect you about the issue of Muranga. Is Muranga where Jamle Kamau is?
It's true.
Kangata has no chance.
I've said likely.
At least I've known him for some time, and apparently I'm aware of a bit of the ground he has covered. Are you sure to categorically say Kangata will get a walk over there?
I'm saying likely Kangata.
No.
Kangata. But not the Ashinda. Likely him who can win the Muranga.
It is not Kangata.
There is a battle there.
Is it Kangata? Who is Kangata is for UDA, right?
Yeah, Kangata. See, Kangata is for UDA.
The other one is one that was getting it, Joshua. The opinion poll rated him at 60% in Muranga.
Jamrek.
Yes, Jamrek, the one for Jubilee. Yeah. For
Jubilee.
And now that you've said that, now you know, Joshua, the people of Kirinyaga, is not that Waiguru would have gotten it if she would have remained in Azimio. Waiguru had already messed the people in Kirinyaga, and the people didn't want her, and that is why when Ngirishi came in and came with the UDA, she was going to sweep her either way. So what Waiguru did, she realized that I've listened to the ground, now I'm going to UDA. And she went and, paid her way through. Ngirishi decided to go out of it. She didn't want to face the idea of nomination. And you remember what she said, that she started UDA, she started the wave, she took it, she built it, even her house. You remember the Ngirishi and the Sons was where UDA had an office in Kirinyaga. So when she came out, she came and said that someone came and paid 20 million to be given the ticket. So she realized that and she was being told that she needs to go for the women rep seat, not the governor's seat. And she said, no, this is not what is going to happen. She had already, the people don't want Waiguru on the ground. And it is not that she would have taken it if she should have remained as Azimio. Waiguru was a burden. Waiguru was a burden. So her issue of coming to stay with Azimio, in fact, for me,
too much baggage.
For me, when she left and went to UDA, and just before she left, she kind of she planned something to look like she's being investigated, and then she decided now to find a reason to go to UDA. So for Waiguru, her egg, her whatever, her goose was cooked kitambo. Yeah. So even if she comes to Azimio, she has no chance. She stole from Kirinyaga people and she showed them Madarao, you know. She went, you know, can you imagine you take money, you put in your personal account, money for the county, you put in your personal account, you stay with it for 4 months. Then when you are asked, you release the money. That money for 4 months, I think it was, I don't know, 6 months. It has earned some interest. Then you said that I returned that money after 6 months. The lawyer was asking, how do you take the money from the county, put in your personal account, then return? You know? And then she went, and of course it was such a mess. The MCAs impeached her. She was lucky to have survived the Senate, but they were done with that. They said, okay, fine, you have survived in the Senate. This is your first term. We know what you are going to do. Then Girishi came. And it has been drama after drama. Now she had sacked all the doctors. It is just this, I think, last week when they were announcing that she has returned. I mean, she has brought them back. So, and she had not paid them, and Grishi was pushing for that. So Waiguru's case is just drama. So she's bringing Kindiki and Muturi to help her. How can those people? Who is Kindiki in Kirinyaga? Let me hear, Robert.
Yeah, thank you. Let's be sincere here. People underestimated Uhuru Kenyatta, and that's what we kept on saying a couple months ago. And like I've been saying here, when the history books are written, Uhuru Kenyatta is going to be one of the best presidents ever run Kenya. And that's a fact. You can take it to the bank. Somebody who comes here and tells you, I was ready to go home. I'm an African person who can tell you I'm ready to go home to work for my presidency. Very few. So let me, Joshua, there's something you said before I came in about Tanzania and they're using their language. I would note my freedom. Kenya, we are free. So even if they go and talk to your Swahili up there and you can't use your mother tongue, it's okay. We are used to our tribal. Even if we are tribal, that's fine. But I cannot exchange my freedom and a government like down there in Arusha and other places in Tanzania. That's a bad run country. Tanzania, they are facing big problems. I would never compare Tanzania with my country. Never. They need to go down. That country is going to the wreck so fast. So I would never exchange my freedom. Even if I'm a tribal, that's fine. We are okay compared to them. That's a fact.
Thank you so much. You want to add something, Kusev?
Yeah, I wanted to ask Robert that in Kenya we have this tribal challenge, and we were just earlier on we had a heated discussion here how to deal with it, and I think Joshua had suggested that maybe we can do away with the tribal names, but some people who are so attached to culture said no. Me, I was proposing that maybe we do away with the tribal naming when the census are done, effective this time round. And I was proposing that in 20, 30 years, the issue of tribe would have died or somehow have gone down. But some of our colleagues refused, and one of them was Alex. And I was about to ask him a question before he went. I wanted to ask him, the children who are born from intermarriages, whether he's aware that naming them and even filling the census form in terms of tribe is sometimes a challenge. But unfortunately, it's not there now, so he can't answer. But nevertheless, if you admit that as tribal as we are is a problem and it is affecting the country, I think it's the only country in the world which is affected by a tribe to this level. this magnitude. So what would you propose to tone down these tribal sentiments whereby, let's say, for example, in Nairobi, they start saying, how many lawyers are here? How many lawyers are here? You know, how do they get to know them? Because when you are doing census, normally, among other statistics, tribe is one of them.
Let me answer that question or say, Tam, can you allow me to do that, please? Okay. The one thing, let me use myself as an example here. You know, my grandmother comes from somewhere called Nyangweso, somewhere between Homa Bay and Kisumu, somewhere in there. That's my great-great-grandmother. I'm called Otieno, my middle name, and my last name is Oino. Yeah, but I'm from Kisii. There's nothing wrong with that. We have been living with our tribes for all this time. I mean, I don't see how tribe comes in. It's just like, or say, I know you are somewhere in DC, somewhere in West Virginia, I guess. It's the same thing we have here, the idea of black and white and whatever it is. It's the same issue here. So there are some things you can let it go. So I want to also to imagine this way. Yes, we have our tribes and our problems. Maybe that's our weakness, but we have lived with it for 59 years now. That's fine. And it's going to, I know we want to have a different president coming from the rural. That's fine. But what about a country where you say Awana Ukabira? That's Tanzania. Tanzania is one of the largest countries in Africa. You cannot compare the economy of Tanzania and our economy. Tanzania has been peaceful since independence. Yeah? Since independence. Do you know if you go to Tanzania, you call a president in the morning, they'll come after you. They'll just stop you, they'll just arrest you if you say, oh, the names like Sudi was calling names, calling President Uhuru's mother. Do you know if it was Tanzania, somebody would be somewhere in the wreck, dumped in there? So we can say, let's look, we have an example. We have something to learn from our neighbors there. Okay? All this time, they don't have no tribal. For all these years, you never had no problem in Tanzania, no violence. But how is the economy compared to Kenya? We have been having issues every 5 years. Mstuko, 207. What every 5 years we have problems. But guess what? You cannot compare our economy and the economy. Most Tanzanians are dying to have the Kenyan constitution in their country the way we are. You see, they had the elections where Magufuli, they won 100%. Have you ever seen a country where a party wins 100% seats? Yeah? When Akura paka mukia, you kill a cow, you hit even the mukia wa cow. Okay? Right now, in parliament in Tanzania, they don't have even opposition people unless nominated because they lost. Imagine tume ya uchaguzi is CCM, Code Kuu ni CCM and everything. We are good in Kenya. I would never exchange my Kenya to anybody in Africa. We are good. We are good. Do you know how many countries are interested now with Kenyan election right now? Don't you see you see Biria Bear dancing there with Papa from Sahel? I know some people here in California, where I am right now, Tanzanians, we had them yesterday. They know what's going in our country. They just admire. They wish. Sometimes let us be proud of our country. I am proud to be a Kenyan. Even the USA, they are interested in our election because democracy is preferring. We are the shining sea right now in Africa right now. And wait until Papa comes in. When the election, there's nothing there. You can see there's nothing. We don't have no violence. We are becoming one of the best countries in Africa. I'm telling you, and that's why everybody wants to come to our country to investment. I would never exchange my Kenya with anybody, and I mean it from my heart.
Thank you so much. Maybe my response to what Kuseo is saying, just to add on what has been said, is we probably are have overplayed negative ethnicity and tribalism, and thought that the problem is tribe. There are so many countries that have tribes or in their own names, but they are prospered in their own way, and they don't have a problem with that, and we can't do away with tribes. You know, that's a way of trying to lose your culture, lose who you are, and try to wipe yourself out of the world. The best thing is celebrate each culture with their richness, and stop ethnocentrism. You know, thinking that your ethnic affiliation is better than the other. That way, that is what Tanzania. They are tribes. Kuna Wachaga, kuna Wapare, kuna, you know, all those Wasukuma. You know, yeah. But they have embraced Jamaa. You know, so that there's that sense of, as much as, yes, we have Wasukuma, there are some that are known thieves. I think it's Wachaga, or they say that they are like Kikuyus, you know. Then even we have Maasais along Arusha area, you know, those places. So we need to just start appreciating Ukenya. What you normally say is Ukenya. Even the US, you know, as much as you have, yes, you have Espanol, Spanish, you have Italians, you have, you know, all those people. Now they might not call them tribes, but now they go further to call them, you know, races. So you find even organization around the politics in the US tries to follow issues of what are you doing across a particular community, the Black community, ASC, something, you know, the Jewish community. You have all those who follow their elections, and you'll see they try to mobilize them across those lines. But at the end of the day, they say we are American. So there's that kind of pride that brings them together. Now we might not have that thing of a pride that brings us together. So Ukenya, you know, Ukenya, in spite of our many nations, but there's also now the nation called Kenya, nationhood, that needs to be built, but not approaching it from the point of, you know, you don't need to stand up and saying, mimi sina kabila langu ni Kenya. That is denying yourself. You've got a tribe. Yes, we have cross marriages and stuff like that, but there's some sense of origin that we need to celebrate, because you can discard even very rich places. That's why everywhere you go, if you want to be sure that you come from Kenya, you dress like a Maasai. Yet we have many nations. Kenya is not only made of Maasai, so you have to put on some Maasai dress, Maasai bead to show that now I'm from Kenya. But Maasai is just one of the many nations that Kenya has. So that means the other tribes probably have, for some reason or another, discarded what defined them. And maybe these are conversations that we can have as a people. It is important for us to continuously, define what is it that makes us Kenyans, so that we embrace those things that make us Kenya, as much as we are coming from different, nations, 42 tribes in Kenya.
Can you close that with a question? I wanted to ask you, are you aware that there is a generation in Kenya, I think they are 15 and below, who do not have vernacular, do not know vernacular languages?
Yeah, that's the tragedy, because
is it a tragedy?
It's a tragedy, because let me tell you something. If you don't pass the artifacts and the stories that you've heard from the community, mostly those people who have my thought. It has been created by those who thought that now, because I'm learned, I'm educated, I don't need to speak, maybe mother tongue. I do not need, especially if you find a home where they are not mixed tribes, they are only one tribe. you'd imagine that those people would want to, to transfer, the life and the culture from the previous generation to them. But in some cases, denying or running away from your culture and tribe was kind of, connected to being affluent and civilized. So civilization was related and associated with the not talking anything about where you come from, which I think is a tragedy in socialization. You don't need to run away from your tribe to show that now you are civilized, because the crowd of mankind is Africa. So when these people are now pursuing Africa, and the rich place they're coming to, yet those people who come from there, they imagine civilization is running away to speaking anything Africa, even speaking any mother tongue, or even teaching anything mother tongue. I was surprised to see something that there are people who don't even know that there used to be some tools and things that we used to celebrate. They imagine that those are caveman things. Yet these are things that you need to be passing. So it's a tragedy that is facing us. And in a few years, you might imagine that you are building a generation but we are losing it. So it's incumbent upon those who are taking care of them to pass what was passed to them. The years of storytelling, the years of visiting home, the years of listening to stories about ways and lives of Africans and Africa. It's important for them to embrace that. Yes, Robert.
Yeah, I was saying, if a son of a president like Uhuru Kenyatta can speak Kikuyu, well, these people who just come and tell us they can't speak their whatever language it is. Who cares? The one thing they will face, they will never be members of parliament from their communities, because there's one thing I want to assure you. If you don't speak the Luo or Kikuyu or whatever, you can't go somewhere in Ugenya and you want to be an MP. And that one also includes Uhuru's son, because I remember I saw one of the clips, Uhuru's son can't even speak Swahili. So which means for him to be a president of Kenya, it's going to be very difficult for him. Let's be sincere with that. Another fact I want to put on you or say, let's be sincere here, Temba. If somebody tells you now, try your own language, you can speak it. But come to writing, I can't write it. I don't know. I can speak it, but I can't write. I will say, and that's sincere. Let's be sincere on this. Even some of us, there's something we are missing there. So we can speak this language, but if someone tells you, okay, sasa andika inza, chua inginga, you can't write it or say, you can't. You can't. It's the same thing you tell me my Kisi, whatever, just write it, I can't write it. But we can speak it, and that's one advantage I have. If I can go to Kisi, I can go to Kisina, I can fire, even if I lose a election, but they will not discriminate me. But you go there and you are speaking, you can't even speak the local language. Nobody's going to listen to you. And that's the disadvantages of that generation who you are talking about. The one thing I want to tell you where I come from, the one thing is, this thing ended a long time ago for us. I want to be sincere. We have intermarried, like some of us who stay like, I stay with the Mansai, the other side, I stay with the Ruo on this side. Some of us, we are quit with the Ruos, with some Mansais, people. You see, these things will come and end, but we will never run away from our local culture. That's something we have to call all the time. That's our identity. You can't lose that identity. Already we have lost the identity of we can't write our own languages. Very few people can do it. I can't do it. You can have your PhD, you can have everything, but go back there, somebody would tell you, start writing Doruo, your name and everything, you write and you give them. You will find yourself, you even don't know even spell some of these words. And that one, it will not shock me. Yes, sir, that's what I have.
There's a professor, there are two professors. One is Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o, and there's a professor from, I think, Zimbabwe or Zaire, Zimbabwe or Zaire, one of those countries. He did his PhD in mother tongue, and his research and thesis was done in his original language, because he was researching on poetic, I think, something like that, in his their history and culture and storytelling, and he did his in mother tongue, and it was impressive. He got honors because he went down to write it in his original language, and he was defending it, I think, in Sweden or something like that. Now, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, after writing short stories in English, he reverted to doing his literature and writings in Kikuyu language, and I think he's regarded as one of the Black psychologists because he has shaped the thinking of how we appreciate. All his kids have dropped their English names, so there was a nice debate that he had with Professor Ali Mazrui some time back. And Professor Ali Mazrui spent much of his time. There were nice people I loved listening to. Professor Ali Mazrui, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, and their debates, and William Ochieng, the former I think he's the late VC of Maseno University. He's a historian. So was Ali Mazrui. So they had this debate, and Ali Mazrui was not very appreciative of Ngugi wa Thiong'o. For one reason, he said that the only thing Ngugi wa Thiong'o did about himself was drop the English name. Otherwise, according to Professor Ali Mazrui, there was nothing African about him, because even he moved from Africa and ran away from the dictatorial regime of Moi. So he didn't experience much of what he was writing about, according to Professor Ali Mazrui. But Ngugi wa Thiong'o, I mean, those are critics that we appreciate and we read. He has succeeded in making us understand the reason why you need to teach your children. His son is a professor, I think, in at Cornell University, or one of those. He is also teaching literature, but he speaks Kikuyu, and they live in the US, you see. And he has said that there's richness in teaching people their identity. Now, psychologists have found out that for the children who, when they were born, they interacted with their mother tongue up to age 6, they have a sense of what they call precocity. They tend to be fairly more intelligent as compared to children their age. So if you get 6-year-olds, one who has been speaking the second language, English, and maybe it's a Luo, and the one who has been speaking Luo all through, if you take them at a certain level, the one who has been speaking Luo seems to have developed certain neurons of their brains that are more active than the other one. So there's also some psychological sense. And I think that is what informed some schools long time ago. They used to teach mother tongue in some schools from class 1, I think class 1 up to class, I don't know, 4 or 5. Thereabout, Julia will advise if I've forgotten. They used to have teaching mother tongue books. You know, like if it is in Luo, you have those Luo books. If you go to Kisi, they have the Kisi stories. You go to Kikuyu, they used to have those. I don't know what happened because at some point that stopped. So there's a sense in which we need to encourage.
Remember, are you sure it was not the opposite? People were being given disc for speaking vernacular.
No.
So me, I was taught mother tongue. I was taught up to my lower primary. I learned mother tongue. I learned
up to standard 4.
Yes, I learned to write. I learned to read. I can read the Kikuyu Bible very well. I can read it even now. I learned mother tongue. I don't know which Kenya you are born. Because
Well, as we were getting a disc and you are in for
no,
punishment
no, no,
if
no, no,
you
no.
if you,
That
you
came,
speak anything other than Kiswahili or English.
it is not the speaking, the learning. Children were taught mother tongue. In lower
Kusema,
primary.
you must have missed, yes, Joshua, before I bring Christine
And
to.
Kuseo skip school.
Yes, I also want to read in this conversation. I'm also Luo, but you also taught mother tongue in class 1, 2, 3. It was purely mother tongue. You're being taught in class, and then after you reach class 4, now you are now started to be taught English and Kiswahili. But class 1, 2, 3 it was purely mother tongue. And then I want us to distinguish between the culture and tribe. You know, when we bring this thing together, we have African culture, we have Luo culture, we have Maasai culture. So let us distinguish between a tribe and culture, because like a Luo culture, there's a culture saying that you cannot marry before your eldest brother. That's a culture which you respect it. There's if you go to African culture, it is a man to bring the wife kwake, mwanamume ndo analeta bibi kwao. But if you go to other culture, mwanamume ndo anaenda kuishi kwa kina bibi. So let us distinguish between a culture and a tribe. The fact remains here in Kenya, a tribe has really affected ourselves. Look at like right now. Why do you think Ruto has a strong base in Rift Valley, especially South Rift? It's because that is the person who is called Ruto speak the language. Why do you think Raila has a strong base in Nyanza? It's simply because Raila is a Luo. So let's accept that tribe.
Joshua.
Huh?
Yeah.
Let me finish first before you.
You don't speak Luo, but Raila, that's a base of Raila. Let's be sincere on that.
Let me just finish first. I'm saying, why do you think almost 100% of Luo are supporting Raila? 100%. Why do you think almost Kalenjin almost 100% are supporting Ruto? Let's accept, and even 2017, why do you think almost 100% of Kikuyu was supporting Nguru? Let's accept. So let us see the remedy of how to cure this culture, so that I as a Luo, I can even vote for Ruto. I as a Kalenjin, I can also vote for Raila freely. And that's why you saw in Rwanda, they realized that what held them and brought a lot of massacre killing was the tribe. And they cured this tribe by uniting the country. So let us come out and condemn the tribe, not culture. I'm not saying culture. Let us condemn the issue of tribalist, not culture. Culture will ever remain until we die. African culture inasema kuwa mwanamume analeta bibi kwao, and will always remain until Jesus Christ come. But the issue of tribe, the fact remain that our tribe, even if you go to Ukambani, they are saying the son Kalonzo lazima awe mbele. Ukienda Western wanasema kuwa Mudavadi is their son, simply because he speak their language. So let's accept this, that our Kenyan election has been merged with a lot of tribalism. But now I'm really happy that this election, people are now starting to realize that we should come out of our tribal cocoon. And like I was really happy yesterday kwa rally ya Bomet and Kericho. If you could see people, the way people are very happy. That tells you that people have started to realize that we should not support our own because they speak our language, but we should support about his ideology and his principle and the character. But the fact remains that our Kenya people still believe in their tribe, which is very dangerous as a country.
Yes, Robert.
So when Joshua comes here and Prince Kagame in Rwanda, my friend, I mean, I disagree. I mean, if you see what's Rwanda, it's right now it's being governed, but we know they had those civil wars the way they did. We get it, but it's a dictatorship. It is a dictatorship right now. That guy has been power for how many years? What's the difference between Uganda and Rwanda? So how many presidents we have had since the guy has been a president? So Rwanda, okay, it does its different something, but at the same time, I cannot go there. So everything has changed. I agree with you about the culture, but here's a question. What about the Kiswahili? Because I can tell you a couple of years ago, I went to Nairobi and I took a bus from town one somewhere in Kasarani where my sister was staying. So I'm on this bus, jamaa nakuja nasema, wewe nirushe mbao. So I'm like, nirushe mbao? Nirushe mbao? I'm just like, what's he talking about? So until someone told me he wants 20 shillings. You see, that's how things have changed. You see, shilingi 20 inakuwa mbao. Nana, nirushie wire, nipigie simu. Some of these things, the things change. We understand it. But at the same time, we cannot run away from it. It's the beauty of being a tribe. That's fine. Right now, Ruto can be supported by Kalenjins, yes, but is he going to be the president? I don't know. It's the same thing. Rose have been supporting Raila, but he has not been a president for all this time, regardless of what. Well, where I come from, Nyachai came and ran as a kissy man. He never won. It's a weakness, but at the same time, it's a beauty. We should also be proud of it. It's ours. It's a beauty. Let them fight. Even if it means what, at the end of the day, we will have a president. As long as it's not a war, it's okay. Let's have that culture. Let's have our own. Let's embrace our own tribe, but not a way of discrimination. The only thing is to discriminate. But mambo ya kura is not discriminating. Hiyo ni right ya mtu. That's somebody's right. And at the same time, umesema hii mambo ya kusema, according to a culture, a woman goes to, remember our constitution says, now you can divide your small piece of land to your daughters, your sister, and everything. So how you want to expect them to move out of that place? If the constitution says you have to divide them. I'm telling you, my sister, I have only one sister. When my dad gave us whatever he gave us, she was given. She stays there where, so you can't tell her you have to move because the culture says that. No. Remember, there's also a constitution. We have to respect about it.
They are taking natural attrition.
Okay, there's something that Joshua said. I wish just to chime in before I bring in Christine. A tribe is defined by the cultural practices, right? So what's the cultural practices? What's the cultural practice? What is the culture? Culture is basically the practices. What's the culture of the Kikuyu? Inclusive of a language, right? So that makes a tribe. So shared culture, shared culture, for example, the things you're talking about, the way they do their stuff, the way they respond, their celebrations, their ceremonies, shared culture. Define the tribe, including the language that they speak. So you can't do away with a tribe. That is killing people. That's killing a whole generation. So that defines the tribe. Now, if you want to do away, you're doing away with the negative aspects. Now, one thing you need to understand, we are where we are not because of our problem. If you go back even before colonialists, people used to celebrate their tribes, right? There were tribal leaders. So it is not something that has come on because of what we have right now. It used to be there. There were people, leaders who used to be chosen. You can follow through and even go to some communities that are not necessarily exposed to the civilization as we know it now. They have their way of choosing their leaders, and leaders form themselves. Those are kind of something innate in a society. When you meet together, you start forming and finding a leader. You organize yourself. So cultures organize themselves by the people. First of all, proximity. They found themselves close. They shared things. They had land. They shared together. So they found they had a leader. And you're likely to have that. Now, when the colonialists came in, now they started bringing issues of boundaries. Now they said that you people, because you stay here, you have to be called, you're only coming from this. You go back and you realize the history of Kenya. They used to have, even for you to move from Nakuru to Nairobi, you needed a permit. You know, so they first of all blocked the free movement. And so your culture now was used, your idea of differences, they started building people. They're the ones who came with the chiefs. And so the chiefs were supposed to be people who are close to the colonialists to help him, mistreat the African more. And that is how now we got to be where we are. There are some people who felt that now because we are exposed to the white man more, we are the better people than others. And of course, in that kind of confusion also, the missionaries came. So when the missionaries came, the church and the Bible came in. And by the time we were done, you didn't have land and you didn't have your money. You know, so you got more saved, you got more godly, but you didn't have your land and you didn't have your wealth, and you are more divided. You see, so this is something that took time. It was systematic. It isn't that because of our richness of our cultures we were necessarily bad. There was barter trade. If you go back and read history, we would come to the Kipsigis and the Luos. You would come bring something and the other ones would take. You would meet in the market somewhere and you bring what the other people don't have and the others bring. I mean, it was celebrated. It was nice. It wasn't an issue. You would come in, you know, the thing the way it was before. But now come the colonialist, and then of course things led us to where we are. So we are imagining that it was because we were Africans, it was because of your tribe as a Kikuyu, that's why we are having a problem. No, that is not true. And anthropologists will tell you, those who have studied a bit of the history and the historical development of communities, they'll tell you that it wasn't that we were so uncivilized. Yeah. So when this thing comes and we are thinking that now because we are too probably exposed and too educated, then we start looking down upon the other people, then now what we have right now comes in. However, what we are saying as Kenyans, I think we need to look at what is it that unites us more. Not necessarily do away with the tribes and cultures. The cultures actually make us rich. That's why you have tourism. Some of them help us because, you know, when they come in, they look at the artifacts, they look at the things we share, the rich culture that we have, the music, the storytelling, you know, the things that we celebrated, that passed the culture from one generation to another, can be very useful to us. So I think we also need a paradigm shift in our discourse moving forward, so that the generation that has been made to think that we are bad is not growing thinking that your culture is actually bad. You know, so when you hear someone saying I'm a Luo, I don't want anything to do with a Luo, or I don't want anything to do with a Kisi, you find the people who do not want to identify with that, as if the culture is necessarily bad. I don't think, in my view, I subscribe to that thinking. We need some of our, I think Robert will admit, the children who are growing in the Western countries, US included, they reach a point where they have an identity crisis. When they come to Kenya, they're not Kenya enough. When they're in the West, they're not Western enough. So they are caught in a period of who are we? Because where they are, the countries where probably they have been born and they have started there and they are speaking the language, they are still not treated as you guys are still not from here. But now when they come to Kenya, the Kenyans who are saying, you guys, they are wondering now, what is happening? That's why now some of the parents who are very cautious have decided to take it as their responsibility. They take them home as much as possible. They teach them their culture. They tell them that yes, you stay in America. Yes, you are an American, but we also Kenyan. They give them the identity that they want to have. Now, if you don't make them find their identity, then definitely in future you're going to have some dramas. I don't know what Julia, you have to say before we start taking our closing comment.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Christine disappeared. I thought she was going to say something. Yeah, I just want to agree with Roba and I think Demba and I think Joshua said something that really our tribes are beautiful. It's nice to be a Kisi. It's wonderful to be a Luo. It's wonderful to be a Kalenjin. And if you people listen to the earlier discussions we had here with I think we had Kip and another person from the Kalenjin community, and they were trying to enlighten us what the plight of the Kalenjins, what they are going through in the hands of Ruto. And it came to my understanding that it is wisdom now to no longer look at people and do a blanket judgment. And nyinyi wa Kalenjin ndio mnapigia Ruto kura. Nyinyi wa Kikuyu ndio mnaunga Ruto mkono. Nyinyi wa Jaluo, nyinyi ni watu wa baba. I mean, that conversation came out so well. And then when I looked at what Baba said, I mean, the Kericho thing, I just marveled. And I said, it is high time that we start practicing tolerance. So I think to overcome this tribal thing will be an affirmative action. And also for us to do it, it doesn't have to do with the name tribe or our names or our culture. It just has to do with us making a decisive decision that we are Kenyans. We are united in our diversity because we have our beauty in our diversity. That's my take, Demba.
Okay, thank you so much, Julia. I think now we want to start taking our closing remarks, and maybe the other points that are remaining, we'll do it in our closing remarks. I want to give us each 2 minutes to take. Thank you so much for joining us for the discussion today. I hope it has been helpful and it has added value to you, and you've been able to tell what is going on. And as we say always, there's no one who has monopoly over information and knowledge. As much as possible, let's come share, learn from each other, share our ideas. You never know, you can be helping someone who is listening on the outside. There are many people who listen to this and they even watch it later, and they probably will gain from what you share. So thank you so much for everyone who came on board, and thank you for those who listened and those who are joining in the comment section. King David, King Dave Lubale, Kevin Skipto, and all the rest. We really appreciate Duke Moses, Panda, Mary Jones. Thank you so much. You said you like my shirt. Yeah, thank you. King Tuti 254. Thank you so much. Asilitu TV, Soul to Soul, DA, and all the rest. We really appreciate you. Let's continue having this discussion. It's getting hotter. It's getting closer, and the journey is getting stiffer. So the more you come and share, the better for all of us. We have a race to win, and on 9th of August, it is the day that we're gonna have this. And of course, let's keep it here. Let's keep it Mutembei. Subscribe if you haven't to Mutembei channel. Let's continue sharing. And as Roba is speaking, I want to share my channel too, Themba and Lulu Show. Kindly go there and subscribe if you haven't. We really appreciate those who have subscribed. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Kama uja subscribe ni wewe tunakungoja. Enda pale, pige subscribe as you subscribe to Mutembei channel. So I'll give Roba 2 minutes, Joshua Mark 2 minutes, and then Julia 2 minutes. So Roba, karibu, dakika mbili.
Okay. On the tribal thing, for those ones who don't know, even the U.S. have tribes who have their own territories. They speak their own language within the U.S. and they even have their own passports. They can travel all over the world, and they come back to the U.S. because they preserve their culture. So it's not bad to have your own culture. Okay. As we are about approaching mid-July, which means our elections getting closer and closer, I just want to thank the people in our country. I mean, we are peaceful. The campaigns are going very, very well. This is what democracy is all about. This is a dream for many people, because in any election where there's no violence or some issues, we call it a success. Our country right now, we are doing good. Let them campaign, and when the election comes, we fought as long as it's fair. Whoever wins, Let it win and we move on. And then that's what I have. That's all.
Thank you so much, Robert. Joshua?
Yes, I just want to thank very much for the time for this discussion for we have today. And I just want to urge the Kenya citizen that as we approach the election, let us elect leaders with a good ideology. We should not elect because of clan, tribalism, money, finance, or influence. If a leader is a capable position to lead you well, whether it's an MCA, governor, senator, let's elect that person. But I want also to warn people, especially the small seats like MCA. I'm also wondering why Kidero decided to go and run in Homa Bay. I'm just wondering. And then he's having a followers who are running after him. I'm also wondering somebody like Orengo. What is Orengo going to do in governor? Orengo is very good to be a senator. I'm wondering with that good brain, he's going for governorship. So sometimes I also wonder why most of senators they're running for governorship. That brings some sense of that there's something in governorship that they want to get. Someone like Mtula Kilonzo Jr., a very sharp young guy we need in the Senate, is running for governor. Ochila Yako, a very sharp lawyer, is running for governor. So however much these people are coming, they want governorship, but we need them in Senate. Now they want to leave Senate kwa watu ambao somebody like Murkomen. So however much we elected this leader, Orengo is really struggling in Siaya, but I wish that he should be disciplined so that he come back to Senate. We need him in Senate. I participate in Senate, not in governorship. He has a good mind. He is very brilliant, and he has also been good in our country in terms of making laws. So we need him to come back in Senate. So we need to be punished in governorship so that he can come back to Senate. Thank you.
Thank you. Julia?
Okay, I'm very pleased to see the inroads Baba is making, especially in Mount Kenya region. I can see a flip. Really, I'm seeing a flip happen in Mount Kenya region. And I'm seeing a situation where Baba is going to have more votes than Ruto in Mount Kenya region. But I was more pleased to see that the reception Baba received in Kericho. This teaches me something, that now Kenyans will become tolerant. So I'm urging fellow Kenyans, first, we have a Kenya after 9th. We have a Kenya after 9th. We need our country after 9. Now, we cannot allow these politicians to continue dividing us on tribal basis. Now, looking at the Baba mother ticket, I'm seeing a situation whereby we're going to be having presidents that do not have to come from a big tribe. I'm seeing the end of tribalism in this country. In fact, Roba, I'm looking forward to a Matiang presidency. I'm seeing a Mother Matiang ticket. And in future, I hope to see another different ticket. I mean, we don't have to have a big tribe being the president. We don't have to do that. We can overcome this. Kenyans, we can do it. And Baba is showing us the way. That is why I'm asking fellow Kenyans, you don't have to vote for warmongers. Hate mongers kama Sudi, munawajua wote akina Kuria. You don't have to vote for warmongers, hate mongers. Na waomba muvuke sakafu tupigie Baba kura. That is the only way to overcome this tribal thing. Asante Demba.
Thank you so much, Julia, for bringing that up. Those who are hate speakers, like Moses Kuria and people like those ones, should not see anywhere leadership. I know it will be, progressively. It will be. We will start getting rid when they'll see that their language is not resonating well with the voters. They'll start knowing that the voters have already moved on. They are the ones who are stuck where they were. I think Moses Kuria is still stuck in 2013 when he used a lot of insults against Baba to try and mobilize votes for Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So he's still stuck at that and he's trying to use that tactic again in 2022. So the voters should tell them we have moved on. If you are left at the point where you are preaching
hate against another tribe for you to rise to power, then you are on your own. It's time the voters took power in their hands, and the power is the vote. If someone comes and preaches hate, those are people that should not be voted in. I will look to a future where people like Sudi will not see it to parliament, where people who speak hate against other tribe, people who insult others are not going to see it to parliament, so that they start knowing Kenyans have moved ahead. We are living in the age of internet. It's 5G right now. Though they are still in 2013 or 2012 when people were not as educated and as connected as they are right now. So let's show them, let's vote them. Whether if you are in Kenya Kwanza, UDA, kindly, we want to embrace a Kenya. We will look forward to seeing a Kenya where we have two strong parties, UDA and Azimio. And so we have to keep thinking like they do in the UK, where you have conservatives and liberals. And you are saying that if these guys mess, we get them off, other people come. We have Azimio and UDA, where if UDA messes, if Azimio comes in and it messes, it has a strong opposition that's going to come on the basis of policies, but not insults. So thank you so much. I think today we want to stop there, and hope to see you again tomorrow, God willing. I want to invite Julia to sing for us the East African anthem. One thing we do here is every day, as we come towards the end, we try to look at symbols of national unity, things that unite us as Kenyans, because we are talking about tribes. We are too much obsessed with our tribal affiliation, and we forget sometimes things that unite us as Kenyans, where Kenya comes in. And the things that unite us as Kenyans include the national anthem, the constitution. We don't have Makiadi, and who reads for us the constitution. He is on vacation until Friday. So we have suspended that until he comes back. We have also suspended his Lingala moments and music moments. And hopefully when he comes back, we'll have that resuming. I know Roba has been following from the ground. He feels like coming, but Divo Hivo. So we have suspended it for this week. But we are still going to be doing our national anthem, because Julia is here to take us through, and also East African anthem. The rest of the things will be wait until we have the full crowd coming back. There's a crowd that finishes. Wengine wameenda vacation, Adams and Eugene, Makiadi and DA, Bob Azimio and Christine. Sasa tumebaki hapa na wageni peke yao, so tunamaliza tu, lakini tunaumia, lakini ni sawa tu, ni sawa tu. Sasa Julia, tafadhali tuimbie wimbo wa taifa wa East Africa ndio tuende tulale, kwa sababu tumeachwa hapa sasa, hatuna mbele wala nyuma.
Yeah, Makiadi, wherever you are, and Bob, we forgive you, we love you, but we don't want to pray that you have nightmares. Wacha tuimbe. Mungu tuomba uilinde Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, na idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu, viwandani na hata mashambani. Tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, na idumu jumuiya yetu. Asante.
Thank you so much, Julia. Thank you so much, Roba and Joshua. See you tomorrow, God willing. It starts East African time, 9:30 for those who are in Kenya. For those who are out here, you can follow it in your GFT. You can look at what time it starts. If you come to the show, you get there only less than 10 people, you can always log in. But if you find that there are more than 10, you can wait, come share, then you can drop off, come back again, and the show continues. Thank you. God bless you. Bye-bye.
Good night.